Chapter 151 to 151, The Battle to Reclaim Alverton. When the three lords led their warriors into the western gates, they saw a large number of orc warriors coming toward them. Seeing the aggressive beasts approaching them, the warriors felt uneasy. "Don't be afraid. We also have elite knights in our midst," Lord Ermac shouted when he noticed the soldiers' anxiety. He then nodded to the two lords next to him. "My lords, we can't lose face here with everyone watching us. We must show them that we aren't pushovers." Lord Elvin and Lord Reno nodded with grim faces. With a tacit understanding, they sent an elite knight each to lead the charge. "Kill the orcs! Charge!" The two sides clashed soon afterward and a bloody battle followed. With three elite knights leading them, the army of the three lords took the upper hand right from the start. The sounds of weapons colliding, the cries of the warriors, and the roars of the orcs echoed across the streets of the town where the battle was taking place. "They are doing much better than I thought," remarked Alaric, who was watching the fight from the high ground. William nodded in agreement with his words. "They are after all warriors of the north," he said with a faint smile. The northern part of Astania faced the enchanted woodlands, which was the home of countless ferocious beasts and many enemy species. Other than this dangerous forest, there was also the barren land called Snake Valley, where scattered tribes of barbarians had built their homes. Because of these factors, the north always experienced attacks. This made the warriors of the northern houses more experienced in battle. The three lords didn't embarrass themselves. Under their leadership, they destroyed the hundreds of orc warriors, leaving the streets near the western gates of the town drenched in blood. Lord Ermac, who was covered in blood, turned his head, looking for Fredrin's team in the crowd. After seeing them, he let out a triumphant smile. Sensing his gaze, Fredrin nodded, expressing his acknowledgement of their victory. "You have done well, my lords." His team also participated in the battle, but they didn't actively fight. They just cleaned up the orc warriors that came their way. According to Lord Alaric, all spoils gained from this battle will be divided between you three. We won't be taking anything, including what we could get from the orc generals," he added. His words made the faces of the three lords light up. "Are you saying that we can take everything, even the beast soul crystals of the orc generals?" Lord Elvin inquired with an inquisitive look. "That's right." Fredrin nodded. Hearing his confirmation, the three lords were excited. The beast soul crystals of the orc generals were valuable, and just one piece could help a peak knight have a higher chance of advancing to the next realm. Just the thought of it made them excited. Knowing that everything would be distributed between them, the three lords energetically searched for the remaining orcs scattered in the town. However, their enthusiasm was cut short when four large beasts came into view. Orc generals. The three lords were horrified upon seeing the towering creatures. Even the elite knights under their command halted, their faces unsightly to behold. Just then, a calm voice resonated in their ears. "My lords, please take care of the orc warriors. We will handle the orc generals." Fredrin's team rode forward. They remained calm in the face of those monsters, a stark contrast to the nervous warriors under their command. Without waiting for their response, Fredrin raised his sword and shouted, "My brothers, our targets are here. Don't let them get away. Charge!" Fredrin kicked his horse, making it neigh before bolting forward. Arthur and the 15 knights also urged their horses to move, closely following behind Fredrin, who was acting as the vanguard. At this moment, the orc warriors suddenly threw a rain of javelins at them. Suu! 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 Seeing this, Fredrin snorted. He raised his shield to the left side of his head as he swung his sword. Swoosh! Multiple javelins broke apart after that one swing. Meanwhile, Arthur and the knights weren't idle. They also deflected the javelins coming their way with a few swings of their swords. Swoosh! Swoosh! Pa! 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 The small team's momentum didn't slow down and they continued charging toward the orc generals. Some orc warriors tried to stop them, but they were effortlessly killed. In the next moment, Fredrin's team killed their way through into the orcs' flimsy formation, carving a straight path toward their targets. The 4 orc generals were enraged after witnessing the death of their brethren. They lifted their huge weapons and roared while charging toward Fredrin's team. Roar! The ground seemed to tremble as the 4 large monsters moved with heavy strides. Clang! Fredrin blocked an axe-wielding orc general, causing a violent clang that made everyone's ears itchy. Soon, a fierce battle broke out between the 4 orc generals and Fredrin's small team. To the surprise of the 3 lords, Fredrin's team actually managed to hold off the 4 violent creatures. What made them even more surprised was Fredrin himself. The man was like an immovable fortress, casually blocking the attacks that could even kill a knight. What incredible defense! Lord Elvin exclaimed without bothering to hide his admiration. Stop the chit-chat and focus on our task. Lord Ermac reminded him with a snort. Meanwhile, outside the town, the audience had increased. Other than Alaric and William, the lords also came to watch the show. They were stunned by the battle prowess of Fredrin's team. There were only 17 of them, but their presence was a huge factor in the battle. The warriors under the 3 houses felt no pressure since the most fearsome enemies were being held back by these men. Nathan approached Alaric and whispered. "My lord, is that Sir Fredrin? I heard about him from my brother, Jared." The sharp-eared lords listened closely, showing great curiosity about the elite knight. MN Alaric hummed in response. Chapter 152-152, Orc Subjugation 2. Although these lords also had elite knights in their houses, with some of them even having more than 2, they weren't as powerful as Fredrin. If only he wasn't serving Alaric, some of them would have considered hiring him to their houses. "By the way, how is Sir Jared doing, my lord?" Alaric asked while looking at Nathan. This guy would be his future father-in-law, so he wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. Nathan smiled and replied. "He is doing well now. That guy is tough, so you don't have to worry about him. He should be back to his best form in a couple more weeks." "I see. I'm glad to hear that. Once this is over, I will visit Rivad to propose marriage to your daughter." He felt that it was the perfect time. He didn't want to make Hershey wait for too long. Nathan didn't expect him to bring this up at this moment, but he was overjoyed. Their 2 houses had already confirmed their mutual interest in the marriage between Alaric and Hershey. All that was left was for Alaric to propose. Nathan didn't expect it to come so soon. "Then I will bring the good news to Hershey once I return home." Ha ha ha! He laughed heartily. Alaric was the perfect son-in-law that he was looking for. He had the background, the strength, and even the looks. Finding someone like him would be difficult. The lords cast envious gazes at Baron Nathan. Meanwhile, the battle within Alverton was slowly coming to an end. At this moment, only slightly over 100 orc warriors were left, and of the 4 orc generals, 2 had already been killed. "Let's wrap up this battle!" Fredrin shouted as he jumped off his horse. He then led his team to charge toward the 2 exhausted orc generals. The orc generals' movements had noticeably slowed down after having their stamina almost depleted, but despite the significant reduction in their speed, their power was still strong enough to create a large hole in the ground. Boom! 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 They weren't able to hit the nimble warriors led by Fredrin, but they caused massive destruction to the streets of the town. Some nearby buildings were also dismantled after being struck by their large weapons. Soon, another orc general fell after having its neck stabbed by Arthur, leaving it writhing on the ground as it slowly bled to death. The last orc general was the strongest of the 4, but with the combined force of Fredrin's team, more and more wounds appeared on its towering body, which gradually weakened the fearsome monster. In another half a minute, the monster fell to its knees with a thud. Thud. Now! Fredrin lunged at the weary beast and plunged his sword deeply into its chest. The orc general lifted its head and weakly stared at him before it collapsed to the ground. Bang! The ground trembled as the huge beast fell. Fredrin pulled out his sword and looked at the situation. There were only 50 orc warriors left while the three lords still had over 120 warriors. Seeing that they had already killed the orc generals, the warriors were invigorated and their morale soared. It only took them less than 15 minutes to kill the remaining orc warriors. We won! Victory! Everyone raised their weapons while triumphantly cheering. The battle went a lot easier than they had imagined, and they knew that it was largely because of Fredrin's 17-man team. If it weren't for them, the battle would have ended differently. We can celebrate later. Collect the loot. Lord Ermac eagerly shouted, his raucous laughter echoed through the streets of the town. Lord Elvin and Lord Reno also excitedly instructed their men to collect the spoils. The battle seems to be over now, William remarked when he heard the celebratory shouts of the warriors inside the town. Everyone nodded at his words. Everyone, let's go back to the camp and gather our soldiers. It's about time to attack that orc settlement. Alaric's calm voice suddenly drifted into their ears. Hearing this, the lords furrowed their eyes. Yes, my lord. They didn't linger any further and quickly left to gather their men. Mission, Orc Subjugation 2. Mission difficulty, hard. Now that you have gathered enough men, head to the orc settlement and destroy it. Rewards, 800 battle points, 40 EXP, 40 stat points, equipment upgrade card X1, random trait card X1. Another hard mission. Alaric squinted his eyes upon seeing the system prompt. He then closed the cyan screen and headed to the camp to make his preparations. An hour later, the 1,000-man army began their march. The snow was starting to melt as spring approached. Now that a large portion of the snow had melted, the group marched unhindered. I see someone coming. Argus frowned as he stared in the distance. With his enhanced vision, he saw a few men coming toward them. Upon hearing his voice, the warriors subconsciously grabbed the handle of their weapons. Wait! They are allies. Alaric raised his hand, signaling to the warriors to keep calm. Earlier, he sent a separate force to eliminate the patrolling orc warriors in the forest beyond Alverton, ensuring that the beasts at the orc settlement would remain unaware that they were coming. Soon, 11 men came into view, and leading them was a familiar face. It was the warrior who had always been with Lucas from the start and was now the current commander of House Silversword's armed guards. It was Warwick. My lord, I have come to give my report. Warwick saluted respectfully. After getting the Orc Lord's Beast Soul Crystal from Alaric, he had successfully advanced and became the third Transcendent Knight of House Silversword. However, his breakthrough hadn't been publicized yet. Speak. Alaric nodded. My lord, we have completed our task. All the orc scouts have been killed without any accidents. Warwick reported. Alaric smiled faintly. Good. You can follow us now. Yes, my lord. Chapter 153 to 153, Battle Inside the Cavern. Alaric Silversword Elite Knight EXP, 72102/1000. Potential, A. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, E. Monster Affinity, F. Mana Gathering, C. Strength, 150. Stamina, 150. Agility, 150. Vitality, 150. Endurance, 150. Mana, 167-174. Battle points, 480-980. Stat points, 114-144. Requirements for the next advancement, 1000 EXP, 250 in all attributes, and 10,000 battle points. He wasn't able to complete the daily mission in the past 2 days since he couldn't find the time to train, but he wasn't too disheartened. He could make up for the loss once he cleared the ongoing mission. Do you want to use the random trait upgrade card? Yes, no. Alaric decided to use the card now. Please upgrade something that can help me. He silently prayed in his heart as he clicked yes. Your trait Archery, F, has been upgraded to Archery, E. Alaric's face darkened when he saw the system notification. He then closed the cyan screen with a thought. Archery? I don't even have a bow with me. He could only smile bitterly. There was nothing he could do, the random trait card was entirely based on luck. Alaric erased his messy thoughts and focused his attention on the surroundings. He had Warwick to his left and Galinar to his right, but he didn't want to rely on their protection. He kept his eyes peeled throughout their march. After another 2 hours, they finally saw the mountain where the orcs had settled. Beneath this mountain was an entrance to a cave. It was partially covered by frozen vines and more than 10 orc warriors were guarding this entrance. Alaric made a hand gesture, signaling the army to dismount quietly. Upon dismounting, he beckoned to Henry, Rigger, and Aldrin. Seeing his signal, the 3 warriors silently approached him. Alaric tapped Henry's shoulder, pointed at the orc warriors guarding the cave entrance, and made a slitting gesture. Henry and the 2 knights understood his intentions. They nodded with serious gazes before they left. Everyone watched as the 3 warriors rushed to the targets without making a sound. In the next moment, they lunged at orc warriors and killed them in just a few seconds. Everything happened so fast that the orc warriors weren't able to call for help. Now that the cave entrance was unguarded, Alaric commanded the army to move forward as quietly as they could. He didn't want the monsters to discover them or they would have to fight a prepared orc army. With the large difference in their numbers, attacking them by surprise was the best option. This cave is much bigger than I thought, Alaric remarked as soon as they stepped inside the cave. The tunnel leading inside was big enough for 20 men to walk side by side. There was also a unique kind of moss growing on the walls of the cave that emitted weak light, giving them some kind of lighting within the dark passageway. Suddenly, they encountered a group of patrolling orc warriors, but they were quickly put down by the crossbowmen and archers. SUU. 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 The poor monsters weren't even able to grab their weapons and they all died in just a blink of an eye. Soon, they arrived at a large cavern where the orcs had built their dwellings. At this moment, a sharp screeching sound echoed throughout the cave. We have been discovered. Alaric frowned. With no time to waste, he gave a series of instructions to the lords. They had already discussed this beforehand, so everyone knew what to do now that it had come to this, to kill as many orcs before they could react to the situation. Under the lead of their lords, the warriors swarmed into the cavern and attacked all the orcs they encountered. Kill these beasts! Kill them all! The orcs were caught off guard by the unexpected invasion. They tried to defend themselves, but most of them were unarmed, so they weren't able to do much against the properly equipped warriors. Alaric watched the carnage with a frown. He noticed that the orcs here were mostly comprised of juveniles and even children. Only a few were adults. Just then, a loud roar reverberated like thunder. Everyone subconsciously turned their gazes. Coming out from the passageway at the opposite side of the cavern were hundreds of orc warriors. They roared with rage when they saw their young being slaughtered. Shield bearers! Forward! Alaric immediately shouted. He had to prevent those orc warriors from piercing through their formation. 100 warriors carrying large shields stepped forward and planted their feet firmly upon taking formation. Brace for impact! Shouted Fredrin, who was leading these men. It was only a few hours since he had participated in the battle to reclaim Alverton, but his face showed no signs of exhaustion. Clang! 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 The shield bearers grunted after the orc warriors smashed into their defenses. Hold your ground! Don't be afraid. Fredrin's voice drifted into their ears. Hearing his voice, the shield-bearers stubbornly resisted the charging orc warriors. At this moment, the commander assigned to lead the ranged units raised his hand and shouted. Release your arrows! Suu! 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 A barrage of arrows and crossbow bolts was fired, piercing dozens of orc warriors, and leaving them with bloody holes in their bodies. Some orc warriors were killed on the spot, but most of them survived the rain of arrows and crossbow bolts. Everyone witnessed the resilience of the orcs and this made them unnerved. Now it's our turn. Henry looked at the 200 infantrymen behind him and grinned. Warriors of the north, follow me into battle. The old man shouted while raising his sword into the air. Kill them all! Kill the orcs! The infantrymen were fired up and they looked eager to fight. Charge with me! As soon as Henry gave the command, the shield-bearers created a path for them. Chapter 154 to 154, Battle intensifies. With Henry at the front, the infantry unit charged toward the orc warriors, resulting in a brutal clash that killed dozens of orcs. The members of the infantry unit were the most skilled warriors in each household handpicked by Alaric himself. Most of them were only knight apprentices, but their skills in wielding their weapons had already reached a terrifying level. Faced with these skilled warriors, the monsters were so completely outmatched that the orc generals were forced to intervene. Filthy humans! How dare you destroy our home and kill our kind! An orc general roared furiously as it casually killed a soldier with a smash of its huge hammer. Boom! Henry knew that he had to stop this monster quickly to prevent more casualties. With quick strides, he rushed toward the orc general while killing the orc warriors that stood in his path. In just a blink of an eye, numerous orc bodies lie breathlessly in his wake. Sensing his presence, the orc general angrily pounced at him as it swung its gigantic hammer that weighed over a ton. Boom! Henry nimbly evaded and released a flurry of attacks, leaving deep slash wounds on the orc general's arms. Roar! The pain made the monster roar, and in its rage, it wildly swung its hammer around. Boom! 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 However, no matter how hard it tried, it just couldn't catch Henry's shadow. He was like a slippery eel that could always escape from his grasp. Soon, the monster's movement began to slow down as the injuries and fatigue caught up. Henry didn't waste the opportunity. He lunged at the tired beast and stabbed his sword into its thick skull. Normally, the orc general's tough bones could block this sword, but Henry imbued his sword with mana. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, his sword penetrated its skull without obstruction. KKHSSHHKK. The huge beast fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The infantrymen were excited to see him kill the orc general so easily, but before they could even celebrate, more orc generals joined the fray. Upon seeing them appear, Henry raised his hand and signaled for the infantry unit to retreat. Their task was only to kill as many orcs as they could while the main force was preserving their strength. Now that more powerful monsters had appeared, it was his cue to retreat. The shield-bearer unit also noticed this, so they immediately opened a path for Henry's troops. Meanwhile, Alaric, who was at the center of the formation, glanced at Geoffrey and his mercenary group. "It's your turn this time, Sir Geoffrey." Hearing this, Geoffrey solemnly nodded his head. He turned around and shouted at his subordinates. "Did you hear him, brothers?" "Yes, boss." The mercenaries replied. "Let's prove ourselves in this battle." Geoffrey grabbed his weapon, a two-handed polearm with a curved blade at the tip. While raising it in midair, he yelled, "Follow me to kill those monsters! Kill! Kill the orcs!" Their battle cries reverberated through the cavern. In the next moment, they charged through the narrow path opened up by the shield-bearer unit. The orc warriors that had managed to enter this path were ruthlessly decimated by the mercenaries. Some elite knights from the noble houses also participated to help them stop the orc generals. However, unlike Henry, who was able to kill an orc general effortlessly, these elite knights struggled. Even Geoffrey was having a hard time keeping up with the monsters. This time, the battle was almost even and there were casualties on both sides. Unlike the warriors who served the noble houses, the mercenaries could not cope in certain situations. Their battle formations were not properly executed. Alaric watched this battle with a frown. They might have received training from Sir William, but they are still not used to these battle formations. He could see through the weakness of the mercenaries. Standing beside him, William clicked his tongue. Those ruffians! It looks like I need to increase their training once this is over. Sensing Alaric's gaze, he shook his head. I have embarrassed myself, my lord. I didn't teach them enough. This is my fault. Alaric tapped the old man's shoulder and smiled faintly. This isn't your fault, Sir William. Those men aren't used to large-scale battles like this. He didn't blame the old man. Besides, Geoffrey's group was doing much better than he had imagined. They just lacked teamwork and coordination. Luckily, the elite knights and warriors sent by the noble houses were able to supplement the weakness in their ranks so the casualties were not so severe. After more than 20 minutes of intense fighting, only 2 orc generals were killed. Furthermore, 1 elite knight was severely wounded, so Alaric commanded them to retreat and make room for the next unit. The third unit was a force led by 3 houses including House Pixity. Hershey's eldest brother, Theo Pixity, was also a part of this group. As for Baron Nathan, he didn't participate in the battle since he wasn't a combatant. He just stood at the rear position with the other lords, watching the battle with great anxiety. Relax, Lord Pixity. Lord Theo will be all right. I'm sure your son will be all right. Just trust him. The lords reassured him. Their words lessened his worries. You're right, my lords. As the next lord of House Pixity, I'm sure Theo will come out stronger after this battle, uttered Nathan while clenching his fists. While the lords were cheering him up, another wave of orcs came out from the opposite tunnel. The third unit couldn't handle those monsters on their own, so Alaric sent the last unit earlier than planned. This is bad. The orc lords haven't appeared yet, but our troops are already exhausted. I might have to send the main force soon. The main force was comprised of House Silversword's soldiers and the best warriors from each house. Luckily, we are fighting inside this cavern. If this happened outside, we would be overwhelmed by their numbers. Chapter 155 to 155, Alaric's greatest weakness. As the battle progressed, more and more orcs came out of the opposite tunnel, replacing the dead orc warriors. With the unending number of monsters, the allied army was also starting to accumulate fatigue and the number of casualties on their side increased. My lord, the mercenary unit has lost a third of their men and a knight from House Ashumbre has been killed in battle. A warrior reported the situation with a grim voice. Alaric nodded upon hearing this. The death of those men fell heavily on his shoulders, and as the commander of this army, he had to take responsibility for their deaths. Bring their bodies here, Alaric instructed. What about the half-eaten corpses? The warrior asked hesitantly. Some warriors had been eaten by the enraged orcs and some were almost unrecognizable. Retrieve what's left of them. If there's no body to retrieve, then bring their armor or weapons. Alaric wasn't new to this. Yes, my lord. The warrior quickly left after getting his instructions. At this moment, the lords were starting to get nervous. More of their warriors had been killed and they couldn't stomach these losses anymore. My lord, shouldn't we send the main force now? Lord Smith Heinrich cautiously asked. Alaric shook his head without looking at him. It's not time yet. Lord Smith furrowed his eyebrows. The casualties were piling up and it was starting to affect the overall morale of the troops. Just as he was about to say something, Alaric muttered. I understand your concern, Lord Smith. I know what's going on. However, sending the main force ahead of time won't do us any good. The orc lords haven't joined the battle yet and we only managed to kill less than a fifth of their numbers. Lord Smith took a deep breath. Before coming here, Alaric told them about the existence of orc lords in this settlement. If that were true, then things would definitely get more dicey. Lord Smith took a deep breath. With a determined look on his face, he uttered, "Then allow me to participate in this battle." He was an elite knight and a particularly strong one at that. It was apparent in the intense aura he exuded, which even surpassed that of Henry's. Hearing this, Alaric was taken aback. "There's no need for you to endanger yourself, my lord." Alaric was against his idea. Baron Smith shook his head. "I have made up my mind, my lord. I can't watch this any longer. I have to do something." Alaric stared deeply at him. When he saw the determination in the Baron's eyes, Alaric knew that he couldn't stop him. With a deep sigh, Alaric relented. "All right, but you must be careful, my lord. If you sense that something is wrong, then you must retreat immediately." "I understand." Baron Smith nodded. "I will assign you with the infantry unit. You will serve as the deputy commander and follow Henry's orders." "Thank you, my lord." The Baron saluted. "You may join their formation." Alaric waved his hand, indicating for him to go. Just as he was about to leave, an old voice drifted into their ears. "If you're going, then this old man will go too." Alaric and Baron Smith stared at Baron Argus in surprise. They didn't expect that this stubborn old man would actually join the battle. "What's wrong? Do you think this old man will hold back you young ones?" Argus snorted, seemingly annoyed by the lack of response. Alaric shook his head. "Of course not, my lord." "But, are you sure?" Baron Smith was an elite knight in his prime years, so Alaric wasn't that worried about him, but Baron Argus was another matter. This old man was a peak knight, but he wasn't the formidable warrior that he was anymore. Age had caught up with him and it had affected his battle prowess. Seeing Alaric's hesitant face, Argus smirked. "Look at you hesitating. A commander has to be prepared to sacrifice his men. Lord Alaric, you have a good heart, but that is your greatest weakness." The old man tapped his shoulder and added, "Remember this. Sometimes, you need to sacrifice 1,000 soldiers to protect 1,000,000 lives." The old man's words resonated deeply in Alaric's heart. In that instant, he remembered the scenes in his past life during the civil war between the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. He had made many questionable decisions that killed his subordinates. He is right. Sometimes, sacrifices are necessary. It took a moment to gather his composure. After calming himself, Alaric's eyes flashed with resolve. He stared deeply at the old man and nodded. "Since you have already expressed your intention, then I won't hold you back, my lord. You will be the second deputy commander under Sir Henry." Having gained his permission, the old baron grinned and saluted. "Thank you, my lord. Please be careful, you two." Alaric reminded them once more. The two barons nodded before they headed toward Henry's infantry unit. Dylan was part of the infantry unit, and when he saw his father reporting to Henry, he was stunned. "Dad!" As if hearing his voice, Baron Smith turned his head and smiled at him. Dylan was at the center of the formation and he couldn't leave without permission from his squad leader. He immediately called his superior. "Sir Rigger." Rigger raised an eyebrow when he heard someone calling his name, but when he saw that it was Dylan, his face eased up. "What is it, Lord Dylan?" He had 20 soldiers under him and Dylan was his deputy squad leader. "Sir Rigger, I will leave for a minute. I just need to speak with my father," Dylan uttered with an urgent tone. Rigger followed his gaze and saw Baron Smith chatting with Henry. "All right, but you must hurry." "Thank you, sir." Dylan was overjoyed. After saluting Rigger, he rushed to his father's side. "Dahem! My lord! What are you doing here?" Dylan stared at his father with an inquisitive look. Chapter 156 to 156, title at the end. "What else?" To fight those monsters, of course. Baron Smith chuckled light-heartedly. Unlike Dylan, who was full of anxiety, the Baron seemed to be completely relaxed. I know that, but why? You don't need to place yourself in danger. Dylan stared at his father with a worried look. Baron Smith's expression turned serious as he shook his head. He then pointed at the ongoing battle and uttered in a solemn tone. The situation is urgent, and if nothing is done, there will be more casualties. Dylan, as the future Lord of Redonia, there are times when you will be forced to make a choice. Will you save yourself or will you save your people? The Baron tapped his son's shoulder. Go back to your position. We will be fighting soon. Baron Smith didn't give him the time to respond and left without looking back. Dylan could only watch his father leave with a mixture of emotions. Lord Dylan. Rigger's familiar voice pulled him from his thoughts. He turned around and saw Rigger, his squad leader, beckoning, urging him to return. Dylan took a deep breath before he returned to his squad. At this moment, the first row of the shield-bearer unit collapsed from exhaustion while they were covering the retreat of the combat unit. Seeing this, Henry quickly signaled his troops to move forward. Don't push yourselves too hard. Just use the bare minimum of mana and always stay close to your squad. Henry's voice drifted into everyone's ears. The timely response of the infantry unit prevented the further collapse of the shield-bearer unit. The battle raged on. Henry's troops did their best to keep the orc warriors at bay, but everyone was already exhausted and they didn't have enough time to rest. The warriors could no longer bring out their full strength since they were overcome with fatigue. The two barons, Argus and Smith Heinrich, took on more monsters to lessen the burden on the troops. Suddenly, on the opposite side of the tunnel, a slender, red-skinned orc appeared. On its right hand was a bone sword that seemed to be made using the spine of an unknown creature. As soon as the red-skinned orc appeared, the atmosphere abruptly changed. The orcs became more aggressive. An orc lord. Henry's face fell upon seeing this monster. He had seen a similar monster in Alverton during the first orc attack. It was so powerful that it took the combined effort of a few peak elite knights to take it down. Even Sir Galinar and Sir Warwick were severely wounded after fighting a monster like this. Fighting it alone is no different than suicide. Sweat trickled down his face as he observed the monster's movements. You can't fight it on your own. A voice echoed behind him. Lord Smith. Henry stared at the Baron in surprise. Smith Heinrich nodded to him and muttered. Sir Henry, the main force should be on the move now that this monster has appeared, but we must buy them some time. Otherwise, our warriors will become its prey. I understand. Then please assist me, my lord. Let's try our best to hold back that monster. Henry knew that he was right. I was waiting for you to say that. Smith chuckled. In the next moment, the orc lord suddenly appeared before them, brandishing its bone sword, causing a sharp whistling sound in the air. Whoosh! Henry narrowed his eyes. He had been keeping watch on the monster, so he immediately sensed its attack. He lifted his sword and parried the monster's bone sword. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as their weapons collided. After that initial clash, the two released a flurry of stabs and slashes. Clang! 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 Henry's arms felt numb with every collision. Even with mana imbued in his arms and legs, the pressure still placed a great deal of stress on his body. He could feel the blood rising from his throat, but he forced it back down. Meanwhile, Baron Smith Heinrich didn't just stand there and watch. He joined the battle and provided Henry with assistance, keeping the orc lord from seriously injuring the old man. Sir Henry is already tired and his mana output is starting to fall. Smith Heinrich thought to himself in the middle of the battle. While they were fighting with the orc lord, more red-skinned orcs came out of the opposite tunnel. Roar! An ear-piercing roar suddenly echoed across the cavern as 5 more orc lords arrived. There's 5 more of them! Henry exclaimed, terror gripping his heart. An orc lord was stronger than a peak elite knight, and they were already having trouble fighting with one. Now, 5 such monsters had appeared. "Sir Henry, be careful!" Smith's alarmed voice drifted into his ears, and in the next moment, he felt as if a large boulder had crushed into his body. Bang! Henry was thrown like a rag doll and was glued into the cavern wall after smashing heavily. Smith Heinrich stared at the culprit. It was an orc lord, but unlike the monster they had fought earlier, this one was twice as big. It was even bigger than an orc general that was known for its massive size. This one is stronger than the slender orc lord. Its aura is more intense too. Smith Heinrich's face darkened. This was no longer something that he could deal with. With just a glance, he could tell that this particular orc lord was at the transcendent level. Whoosh! The huge orc lord appeared in front of him like a ghost. The Baron widened his eyes in horror, and before he could react, the monster grabbed his shoulder. Its large hand gripping onto him like an iron clamp. Arg! Smith Heinrich struggled and tried to break away from its grip. He lifted his sword and stabbed toward the orc lord's arm, but the beast destroyed his sword with a punch. He didn't give up. He repeatedly punched and kicked the monster's arm, but it was of no use. Enraged by his actions, the orc lord slammed his body to the ground. Bang! Chapter 157 to 157, The Powerful Main Force. Dad! Dylan's eyes went bloodshot when he witnessed this scene. He abandoned his squad and rushed toward his father. "Lord Dylan! Get back here! It's dangerous there!" Rigger's voice fell on deaf ears. Dylan was consumed with rage and despair. The only thing on his mind right now was to save his father. He ignored everything else and charged recklessly through the enemy lines. More than 10 orc warriors tried to stop him, but they fell with a few swings of his long sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! The orc warriors couldn't stop the enraged Dylan. In just the blink of an eye, he had killed over 15 orc warriors. However, just when he thought that he could go unhindered, a huge figure blocked his path. He looked up and saw the towering presence of an orc general. It was holding a weapon that looked like a club. Just the thought of getting smashed by this club made Dylan shiver. He forcefully shook off his fear and lunged at the large monster, brandishing his long sword with all his might. Whoosh! The orc general sneered at his futile attempt. It lifted its huge weapon to casually block his long sword. Clang! After blocking his sword, the orc general punched Dylan with its left fist. Boom! The punch sent him flying and his body smashed into an orc's clay abode. The old Baron, Argus, frowned upon seeing how they had been ruthlessly beaten by the monsters. With Henry's and Smith's fate unknown, as the next highest commanding officer, Argus was forced to lead the infantry unit. "Bring our injured comrades and retreat immediately!" Argus barked at the warriors. He gave a series of commands, making sure that everything was in order. His timely response prevented further confusion and the infantry unit was able to retreat without much casualties. Argus went to grab Henry and Smith Heinrich. "Damn it! This is the fastest I've run in my entire life!" He cursed in his heart as he carried the 2 unconscious elite knights into safety. They are still breathing, but their pulse is weak. They need immediate treatment. He frowned when he sensed the terrible condition of the 2 warriors. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Argus took an abrupt halt as he stared at the towering red-skinned orc lord. This was the beast that had taken down 2 powerful elite knights. No matter how confident he was with his skills, there was no way he could surmount realms to fight this monster. Shit! There's no way this old man would die today. Argus laughed grimly, sweat trickling down his face. The overwhelming aura of the orc lord made him shake from head to foot. He couldn't even move his feet anymore, as if there was an invisible force that pinned him in place. The orc lord tilted its head, revealing a chilling smile. In the next moment, it swung its fist toward the old baron while emitting a burst of strange laughter. Whoosh! Just when he thought that they would be killed, he saw a familiar figure appearing beside the Orc Lord. Sir Galanar. The Orc Lord also sensed the arrival of a formidable foe, but it was a second late to react. Galanar's kick struck its face, sending it crashing to the wall. Bang! Retreat immediately. Leave the rest to us. Galanar sent the old Baron a deep look before he rushed in the Orc Lord's direction. Baron Argus heaved a deep sigh. Without looking back, he went to grab Dylan, who had also fallen unconscious before he retreated into safety with the infantry unit. Baron Argus grabbed a medical practitioner and pointed at the 3 people he had saved. Please prioritize these 3. They are gravely wounded. The medical expert was stunned after being suddenly yanked, but when he saw that it was the old Baron, he forcefully swallowed his anger. I'll see what I can do, my lord. Argus nodded with a grave look. He then turned his head. The main force had already clashed with the orcs and a brutal slaughter followed. Under Alaric's leadership, the main force destroyed all the orcs in their path, piercing through the enemy formation with unstoppable momentum. That old man, Argus squinted his eyes as he looked at the old man who was currently fighting 2 orc lords. Sir William? How is this possible? His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He had heard about William's recovery, but there was no news about his advancement to Transcendent. Wait! There's another Transcendent. Baron Argus stared at Warwick, who was also fighting against 2 orc lords. Sir Warwick is a Transcendent too? Just how many Transcendents do they have? Lord Lucas, Sir Galanar, Sir Warwick, and if Sir William is included, they have 4 Transcendents. Insane! It wasn't just him, the lords of the noble houses were also flabbergasted. They all thought that Galanar was the only Transcendent after Lucas. Fucking awesome! So fucking awesome! Lord Nathan's eyes twinkled after they had revealed their powers. This further solidified his desire to latch onto the coattails of House Silversword. Honor? Who cares about honor? Can that be eaten? Lord Nathan clenched his fists as he watched the battle unfold. The main force displayed their strength. Coupled with the rage that they had been suppressing earlier, they brought out a terrifying force that rendered the orc warriors unable to defend themselves. Even the orc generals weren't any better. The powerful elite knights from each noble house furiously attacked the monsters. Meanwhile, Alaric was at the forefront of the formation, showing the courage of a true commander. Looking at his back, the warriors felt invigorated and the morale was sky high. With Galanar and the other 2 holding back the orc lords, there is nothing that can stop us from massacring these orcs. Alaric thought to himself, but for some reason, his instincts were giving him signals. As if a far more terrifying beast was hiding inside the cave. I hope I'm wrong. He tried to convince himself, but he knew that his instincts had never been wrong. Chapter 158 to 158, title at the end. It looks like I don't need to use my stat points for the time being. Alaric still had over 140 unused stat points. He had been keeping them in case of emergencies. My lord, why don't you leave the front to us? You should get some rest. An elite knight from another household suggested with a look of concern. I'm fine. Besides, my presence in front is necessary. Alaric calmly responded. Look behind you. Do you know why they are fighting so hard even with all these enemies around us? The elite knight quietly stared at him while listening to his words. It's because I'm here. As long as I stand in front of this formation, those warriors will never retreat. Alaric uttered before his figure blurred and reappeared next to an orc general. With a rotating slash, the orc general's head flew and its towering body fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Unreal, the elite knight mumbled when he saw Alaric effortlessly killing such a powerful monster. With Alaric's dominant performance, the warriors of the main force were thrilled. The excitement positively affected everyone, boosting their confidence and fighting spirit. As more orcs were killed, Alaric's instincts started kicking in once more. It was screaming at him as if telling him about an incoming danger. In the next second, the cavern suddenly trembled, and a deep, booming voice echoed. "Humans! You have enraged this king!" An oppressive pressure abruptly descended that almost forced everyone to kneel. Alaric's eyes constricted when he sensed the aura coming out from the opposite tunnel. It was heavy, appalling, and filled with bloodlust. A large hand grabbed the edges of the opposite tunnel, and soon, a huge figure twice the size of an orc general came out. It had a mixture of red and dark purplish skin covering its humongous body. On top of its head was a pair of long, curved horns that were as sharp as swords. There were also black scales on its arms and legs that looked like steel plates. As soon as this creature emerged, Alaric widened his eyes in disbelief. Orc King! There's actually an Orc King here. There were cases when Orc Lords evolved into much stronger beings, but this took a long time and a large number of sacrifices. In every 1 million orcs, only one Orc King appears. That was how rare they were. This was a peak disaster grade monster, a creature close to becoming a calamity grade. The latter were monsters that could threaten several cities if not contained immediately. "Sir Galinar, Sir Warwick, Sir William!" Alaric called out with a grim expression. The three transcendents abandoned their targets and rushed to his side after hearing his call. "My lord! We await your orders." Alaric stared deeply at the Orc King and uttered. "Change of plans. You three will attack the Orc King. We will handle the Orc Lords." This was the only option for them since no one else could fight the Orc King other than transcendents. "I obey." Galinar nodded without complaint. "Yes, my lord," answered Warwick after taking a deep breath. Meanwhile, William hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "I will do my best." Alaric gave them one last look before he made a hand gesture, signaling for them to make a move. Seeing his signal, the three transcendent knights immediately rushed toward the Orc King. Meanwhile, Alaric issued a series of commands to the squad leaders. He also sent a messenger to inform the resting units to offer assistance. This could be the final battle, so they had to use everything that they had. "I have to use my stat points now, but which attribute should I increase?" His mind spun as he thought about which one to choose. "My strength is still lacking compared to an Orc Lord, but it's not what I need right now. This could be a prolonged battle, so having a higher stamina is a must. My mana needs to be upgraded too. But what about my agility? Having faster reflexes could help me react better to any situation. Fuck!" He cursed under his breath. All attributes were important, even those that he hadn't mentioned. While wrestling with his thoughts, the Orc Lords had already recovered and they were approaching the main force with unimaginable speed. Shit! Alaric no longer bothered to think. He quickly distributed his stat points to the attributes that he believed would be useful. Strength, 150-170. Stamina, 150-180. Agility, 150-180. Endurance, 150-160. Mana, 174-228. Stat points, 144-0. He felt a bit annoyed that he had to use his stat points on his mana, but there was nothing he could do. Mana was very crucial in this situation, and having more to spare could be a huge factor. After increasing his attributes, Alaric lunged at the most dangerous Orc Lord, intending to fight it by himself. It was the Orc Lord that took out Henry and Smith Heinrich. Facing this monster, Alaric didn't dare to be careless. He pulled the dark diamond shield while wielding the rare steel sword in his strong hand. In the next moment, a violent shockwave burst forth as Alaric and the Orc Lord clashed. Ha! Alaric grunted as he blocked the Orc Lord's punch. Its strength made his left arm go numb, but he endured the pain. He planted his feet firmly so he wouldn't be knocked down. The ground beneath him fractured from the impact and his legs almost buckled. The Orc Lord stared at him in surprise, not expecting a weak human to withstand its punch. Interesting. You aren't a transcendent, but you managed to block my punch. The Orc Lord revealed a twisted smile while staring at him with curiosity. Alaric ignored its muttering. He retreated backward while keeping his eyes on the monster. The Orc Lord licked its lips and laughed wickedly. I wonder what you'll taste like. Kikik. Alaric felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 159 to 159, Galanar against the Orc King. Alaric calmed his nerves. The monster was powerful, but with the dark diamond shield mitigating most of the damage, he could barely keep up with it. Even with all the upgrades he made to his attributes, it was still insufficient. After all, this particular Orc Lord was at the level of transcendence. Without the dark diamond shield and the rare steel sword, he wouldn't be able to last long against the monster. This was an undeniable truth. The Orc Lord's laughter ceased and it suddenly appeared in front of him. Whoosh! Alaric saw a huge fist coming his way, so he instinctively lifted the shield to protect his body. Bang! However, he was sent flying this time. It's starting to get serious. The punch was a lot stronger than when it first attacked him. He even felt his bones cracking after blocking that blow. Alaric twisted his body in midair to stabilize himself before he landed on the ground. With a grave look, he stared at the Orc Lord. The creature flashed a taunting smile as if mocking him for his weakness and futile efforts. Without that shield, you are nothing. The Orc Lord uttered, the disdain in its voice was evident. Faced with its mockery, Alaric snorted. He imbued his body with mana to provide more protection for himself. This was rapidly decreasing his mana, but Alaric didn't care. Just one direct hit from the monster could kill him, so he would rather use his mana for additional protection. He then poured more mana into his sword, activating its hidden power. With a forceful slash, an invisible sword wave shot toward the Orc Lord, slicing through the air. Whoosh! Alaric felt the sharp decline in his mana after he had released that slash. Normally, only transcendent knights could pull off this move, but the rare steel sword allowed him to use this ability. The smile on the Orc Lord's face vanished when it sensed the approaching danger. It grabbed the ground, peeled off a large chunk of stone, and threw it in Alaric's direction. Bang! The invisible sword wave smashed into the large stone, breaking it into smithereens. The stone managed to weaken the sword wave and the residual force struck the Orc Lord, leaving a deep, long laceration on its chest. Roar! The Orc Lord was furious. With quick and heavy strides, it lunged at Alaric and swung its muscular arm with a terrifying force that split the air. It moved so fast for its size, and it had even exceeded Alaric's speed. Out of options, Alaric could only imbue more mana into his arms. He held his breath and mentally prepared himself for the impact. Bang! Like a kite with a broken string, Alaric was sent flying toward the opposite side of the cavern. He slammed into the wall and was pinned for 2 seconds before he fell to the ground. My lord! Lord Alaric! Everyone was horrified when they saw this, but they were also occupied in their battles, so no one could lend him a hand. Cough! Cough! Alaric spat a mouthful of blood as he rose to his feet. He felt his insides shaking and contorting with pain that made him grimace. Sensing the wavering spirits of the troops, Alaric immediately shouted. Keep your eyes on your enemies. I can handle things here. His words provided everyone with some comfort, but they knew that it was only a matter of time before Alaric would be taken down by the monster. Meanwhile, the 3 transcendents were also having a hard time fighting with the Orc King. The 3 formidable warriors were now covered in wounds. Galanar took a step forward and muttered. You two go and help Lord Alaric. I will buy as much time as I can. His words stunned the 2 transcendents. Sir Galanar, fighting this monster on your own is dangerous, uttered Warwick with a frown. I know, but Lord Alaric's safety is our top priority. You must not hesitate, Sir Warwick. Go! Galanar didn't wait for them to respond and charged at the Orc King with his 2-handed heavy sword. Seeing this, Warwick and William no longer hesitated. They turned around and rushed to aid Alaric. After they left, Galanar clashed with the Orc King head-on. Now that he was left alone to fight the peak disaster-grade monster, the pressure on his shoulders intensified. Because of his naturally stronger body, he somehow managed to withstand the onslaught of attacks. More and more wounds appeared on his body, making him drenched in his own blood. However, Galanar was like a stubborn pine tree that remained firm even in the face of the fearsome storm. With unwavering determination and extraordinary willpower, he fought relentlessly, refusing to back down. With their every clash, an earth-shattering shockwave followed. Boom! 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 The Orc King was starting to get annoyed as the battle progressed. The human was like a resilient cockroach that was so difficult to kill. Even with its full might, it couldn't force the human transcendent to retreat. The Orc King stared at the human warrior and uttered in a deep voice. "Human, why struggle? I can let you go on account of your courage to face this king by yourself." Hearing the monster's words, Galanar wiped the blood that blocked his vision as he uttered with contempt. "Shut your filthy mouth!" Veins protruded on the Orc King's face. "I gave you a chance." Its cold voice drifted into Galanar's ears, and in the next moment, it abruptly reappeared on his left. Whoosh! Seeing the incoming fist, Galanar used his two-handed heavy sword as a shield. Bang! As the monster's fist struck his weapon, the blade shattered into pieces and its fist continued unimpeded, striking hard into Galanar's chest. Arg! Galanar grimaced when he felt his ribs cracking from that blow. However, he ignored the pain and grabbed the monster's arm, twisting it into an unnatural angle. The Orc King's elbow made a popping sound as its joints snapped from the forceful twist. Chapter 160-160, like a broken piñata. The Orc King's face darkened and it roared furiously as the pain registered. Roar! It grabbed Galanar and tried to pull him away, but the latter was like an octopus, tightly clinging to its arm, refusing to let go. Feeling enraged, it swung its arm and rained punches into Galanar's body. However, instead of letting go, Galanar grabbed even tighter and used all the strength he could muster to yank off its arm. Soon, the tearing of flesh echoed as the Orc King's right arm was forcefully pulled apart by Galanar. Roar! The Orc King's eyes turned bloodshot. It opened its gaping mouth and bit into Galanar's shoulder. As its sharp teeth sank deeply into his flesh, Galanar shivered from the intense pain. Arg! Blood and sweat trickled down his face, obscuring his vision. The Orc King tore a huge chunk of flesh from his shoulder before it grabbed him and tossed him to the ground. "I like the taste of your flesh," the monster uttered after swallowing down the flesh it had torn off. Galanar stood up with great difficulty. His shoulder was bleeding profusely, so he immediately used his mana to stop the bleeding. "I stopped the bleeding, but this is only a temporary solution. I won't be able to hold on for long." His weapon was broken and he could hardly stand on his feet. Galanar raised his head and looked at the approaching monster with a deep frown. It was staring at him with a twisted smile on its hideous face. Taking a deep breath, Galanar adjusted his stance and prepared himself for another round of battle. "Come at me." Meanwhile, William and Warwick rushed to support Alaric. "My lord! We are here to help you." The two transcendents attacked the muscular Orc Lord, giving it no room to breathe. The monster might be powerful, but facing the fury of the two experienced transcendents, it received a brutal punishment. William and Warwick took turns stabbing into its body. KHHSKKK! KHHSKKK! The Orc Lord tried to fight back, but the more wounds it took, the weaker it had become. Its speed had noticeably slowed down, making things easier for the two transcendents. In just 2 minutes, the arrogant monster staggered backward before it collapsed to the ground. Blood continuously leaked out of the holes in its body, slowly taking away its life. Soon, the Orc Lord's breathing ceased. "Are you all right, my lord?" Warwick rushed to Alaric's side and inspected him from head to foot. Alaric's body was still screaming in pain, but he acted like he was fine to prevent them from worrying. He waved his hand and said, "Go and help the others. I'm fine." Hearing his words, Warwick nodded. "Yes, my lord." The situation was urgent, so the two transcendents didn't waste any time and left to take care of the remaining orc lords. After they left, Alaric searched for the orc king. He saw that Galanar was still fighting with the monster, but when he saw the transcendent's condition, Alaric's face fell. "Galanar!" He moved his feet and rushed in their direction. "Sir Galanar!" Alaric called out as he threw his rare steel sword and the dark diamond shield toward his direction. Seeing this, Galanar jumped and caught them in midair. He could feel the potent power of the sword and the shield as he held them in his hands. When he injected them with mana, the inscriptions lit up, bursting forth with incredible power. Fear flashed in the Orc King's eyes when it sensed the power coming from the equipment. At that moment, the monster thought about fleeing, but before it could escape, Galanar lunged forward while brandishing the rare steel sword. A bigger, more powerful sword wave was released and shot toward the Orc King. Whoosh! A snapping sound echoed as the sword wave cut through the air. Alarmed by the frightening force that was approaching it, the Orc King evaded with a quick turn of its body. The sword wave struck the cavern wall and caused a violent explosion. Bong! The cave shook from the impact and cracks started to form on the ceiling. With a few more such attacks, the cave might collapse. For the first time in its life, the Orc King felt a wave of terror. Its beastly eyes trembled as it stared at the dauntless human warrior. Galanar charged toward the monster while imbuing more mana into the rare steel sword. The Orc King didn't just stand there and wait for him. It gathered mana on its left arm, enlarging it to an unnatural size. Subsequently, a fierce collision followed as the rare steel sword struck the hardened black scales of the monster's arm. Clang! Boom! Galanar's hair danced wildly as a violent shockwave erupted across the cave. "My mana is almost drained. I need to end things quickly." His face turned pale as he injected more mana into the sword. The Orc King noticed this and it immediately bombarded him with heavy punches. Bang! 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 Galanar used the dark diamond shield to block its attacks. Powered by his mana, the shield was able to absorb most of the force, so he was able to withstand its barrage of attacks. Bang! 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 The Orc King became more frustrated as the battle dragged on. It used its full power, but the damnable human didn't even budge. "Go and die already!" it roared, its face twisting with rage. Galanar sensed that it was getting restless, which also allowed him to see more openings in its defense. Suddenly, he slapped its arm with the shield and used the momentum to swing the rare steel sword. This time, an even bigger sword wave was released. Since the monster was in close proximity, it wasn't able to evade the sword wave. Just like that, the fearsome force struck the Orc King and tore open its flesh, slicing through unobstructed. It couldn't even utter a sound as its huge body was cut vertically in half, its blood and insides bursting out like a broken piñata. Chapter 161-161, New Trait. After killing the Orc King, Galanar fell to his knee due to exhaustion and excessive blood loss. "Sir Galanar!" Alaric's voice drifted into his ears and he felt a pair of hands holding onto him, preventing him from falling over. "My lord, I have done my job," the Transcendent uttered with deep breaths. Hearing this, Alaric smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, Sir Galanar. You have exceeded my expectations. Please don't say anything more and take this chance to rest. We will handle everything here." Galanar acknowledged his command with a nod of his head. He then handed him the dark diamond shield and the rare steel sword. "Thank you for lending me your shield and sword, my lord." Alaric brought him to a safe corner before he returned to the battle. With the support of William and Warwick, the Orc lords were quickly taken down. At this moment, only 3 Orc lords were left and they were covered in wounds and bruises. They were surrounded by a group of elite knights who were staring at them with cold gazes. At this moment, Alaric appeared next to the elite knights. "I'll handle one of them. You guys take care of the other two." "Yes, my lord," the elite knights responded. In the next moment, Alaric chose his target. It was an orc lord holding a pair of axes. With a quick pounce, he brandished his sword, bringing forth a destructive sword wave that tore through the air. Whoosh! The orc lord was already spent and it was close to depleting its mana. In the face of this attack, all it could do was take the full brunt of the damage. It used what remained of its mana to shield its body. Bang! The sword wave struck the beast and cut open its flesh. Tisk! Alaric clicked his tongue. The power he had released wasn't even half of what Galinar had unleashed to kill the Orc King. This left him dissatisfied and also marveled at the huge difference in strength between a transcendent knight and an elite knight. The Orc Lord that had been struck by the sword wave slammed into the wall. The gaping wound in its chest bled profusely, making it weaker. Seeing that it was still alive, Alaric lunged at the monster and stabbed its head with his sword. KKHHSSHHKK. The light in its eyes vanished and it soon collapsed to the ground. Thud. Alaric no longer spared it a glance. He turned his head to check the situation. There were only 2 orc lords left and they were being ganged up on by a group of elite knights. A few minutes later, the 2 monsters finally fell. Now that all the powerful monsters had been killed, the morale of the troops rose exponentially. The main force led the troops in decimating the remaining orc generals and orc warriors. This time, it had become a one-sided massacre. The human warriors were like a pack of wolves hunting their prey. After another hour of intense battle, the last orc warrior died. "We won! I'm alive! It's finally over!" Everyone cheered as they collapsed in exhaustion. It was a tough battle and not one warrior was uninjured. Meanwhile, Alaric also received a notification from the system. _____. Mission complete. Rewards, 800 battle points, 40 EXP, 40 stat points, equipment upgrade card X1, random trait card X1. _____. Do you want to use your random trait card? Yes, no. Alaric clicked yes without much hesitation. You have awakened the B-rank appraisal trait. Appraisal? Alaric raised an eyebrow after receiving the notification. Do you want to select the target for appraisal? Yes, no. A notification written in white characters appeared in front of him when he subconsciously moved his gaze to the approaching Argus. Hey? What's this? He curiously clicked yes. Argus Knight EXP, 489/500. Potential, D. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, C. Archery, D. Territory Management, B. Close Combat, D. Strength, 85. Stamina, 62. Agility, 77. Vitality, 66. Endurance, 71. Mana, 88. Alaric was stunned when he saw the rows of texts that appeared in front of him. It actually showed Argus's attributes. Appraisal. What an apt name. Alaric was excited at the new trait he had acquired. It could actually show the numerical representation of someone's attributes. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Argus stopped in front of him and smiled. "My lord, congratulations on the victory." The old man's words pulled him from his thoughts. Alaric stared at the old knight. He was also injured, but he only had light injuries. With a shake of his head, he replied. "I don't deserve your words, my lord. It is only because of everyone's efforts that we managed to emerge victorious." The old baron smiled at his words. "That's true, but you were the one who gathered us here." Argus stared at the young man with admiration. To achieve this kind of success at his age, even his father wasn't this good. "By the way, how are Sir Henry and the others doing?" Alaric asked, his face turning serious. Sensing the sternness in his voice, Argus immediately responded. Lord Dillon has awakened and his condition is already stable. As for Sir Henry and Lord Smith, they are still receiving treatment." Hearing this, Alaric frowned. Looking at his gloomy face, Argus reassured him. "Don't worry, my lord. They are both elite knights. I'm sure they can recover from this." Alaric nodded in agreement. Elite knights had higher vitality and endurance, so they could recover faster as long as their injuries weren't fatal. "What about the casualties?" he asked in a low voice. The battle was more intense than he had anticipated because of the unforeseen circumstances. Argus took a deep breath before he answered. "We still haven't gotten a detailed report, but based on what I have seen, I think we lost almost 400 warriors." Alaric sighed upon hearing this. "Tell our soldiers to gather the corpses of our comrades. We will bring them to North Pine Town and bury them in Mount Tagira." Chapter 162-162, Cold Iron Deposit. The warriors who had nothing to do were tasked to take the usable parts of the orcs' corpses. Some were also instructed to collect the beast soul crystals. At this moment, Alaric was looking at the progress of his attributes. Alaric Silversword Elite Knight EXP, 102-142/1000. Potential, A. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, E. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, E. Monster Affinity, F. Mana Gathering, C. Appraisal, B. Strength, 170. Stamina, 180. Agility, 180. Vitality, 150. Endurance, 160. Mana, 228. Battle points, 981,780. Stat points, 40. Requirements for the next advancement, 1000 EXP, 250 in all attributes, and 10,000 battle points. Just then, he heard someone approaching. He raised his head and saw Fredrin walking toward him with a solemn look on his face. Fredrin saluted and said, "My lord, I'm here to give you the battle report." Alaric nodded at his words. "Go on. I'm listening." "We have already retrieved the corpses of our fallen comrades and 389 were killed in the battle. 220 are seriously wounded." Fredrin reported the casualties with a grim expression. After hearing his report, Alaric let out a deep sigh. He then tapped Fredrin's shoulder and told him, "You should get some rest. Have someone treat your wounds too." Fredrin nodded. "Yes, my lord." Alaric went to visit the warriors who were receiving treatment and gave them a respectful salute. "Thank you for coming here with me, my brave comrades. The victory would have been impossible without your presence." He paused and scanned everyone's faces one by one before he continued. "I don't know what your lords have promised you, but I guarantee that all warriors who have participated in this battle will be rewarded accordingly." The warriors were ecstatic upon hearing this. "All hail Lord Alaric! All hail Lord Alaric!" Alaric waved his hand and left. This time he headed to where the corpses of the dead warriors were gathered. He saw a few warriors standing in front of the dead bodies with distraught faces. He also heard some people crying and bawling in front of their friends' corpses. Looking at the rows of corpses, Alaric felt a heavy pressure descending upon his shoulders. Some warriors sensed his presence and were surprised. In the next moment, they saw him giving the fallen warriors a respectful salute. While he was silently honoring the sacrifices of the fallen men, a voice drifted into his ears. "My lord, we have gathered all the beast soul crystals from the orcs' bodies." Alaric turned around and saw that it was Baron Nathan. "You don't need to tell me this. All the spoils from this battle will be divided between the houses who have participated in the subjugation." Alaric uttered in a calm voice. Baron Nathan revealed a troubled look. "I know, my lord, but everyone has decided to give you the beast soul crystals of the Orc King and the 6 Orc Lords." He beckoned to the warrior standing behind him. The warrior understood his intentions and presented the 7 beast soul crystals to Alaric. Alaric was taken aback. He thought that these greedy lords would take everything. He didn't expect that they would actually take the initiative to offer the best drops to him. Seeing that he was silent, Baron Nathan added, "Please my lord, take these crystals. Otherwise, there will be an infighting between the houses." Alaric knew that he was only giving a random excuse, but he didn't reject the crystals. He took them and placed them inside a leather pouch. "Tell the lords that I'm grateful for their thoughtfulness." Baron Nathan grinned. "I will relay your message to everyone, my lord. Please excuse me." Alaric nodded and waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. The Baron didn't linger any further and left. He then relayed Alaric's exact words to the lords. "That's good. I'm glad that Lord Alaric took the crystals." A lord sighed with relief. "Indeed. I'm sure everyone here agrees that House Silversword deserves most of the credit." Lord Argus squinted his eyes while observing the lords' faces. He was the one who suggested offering the 7 beast soul crystals to Alaric. He felt that only Alaric and House Silversword should take them. "Of course. If someone thinks otherwise, I will be the first one to punch their face." Lord Ermac snorted as he glared at the lords present. "That's enough. Everyone here is an ally. There's no need to create unnecessary tension," Baron Argus sternly remarked. The lords nodded upon hearing his words. The battle brought them closer to each other and they even thought of creating an alliance with House Silversword as the core. At this moment, an urgent voice suddenly echoed. "My lords!" Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of warriors rushing toward them, their faces filled with excitement and joy. "What is it?" Lord Argus asked while raising an eyebrow. "We discovered a huge deposit of cold iron," the warrior reported. "What?" The lords were stunned upon hearing this. "Cold iron? There's such a thing here. What should we do, my lords?" the warrior hesitantly asked. Argus frowned. This could fracture the alliance that they were about to establish. When melted and refined, cold iron was even more durable than steel. The equipment made from it was also more valuable, so it was sought after by many lords and rich merchants. Unfortunately, this metal was rare and difficult to find. Argus grabbed the warrior's shoulder and asked with a serious look, "How huge is this cold iron deposit?" The lords became silent and they all stared at the warrior, waiting for him to speak. Sensing everyone's eyes on him, the warrior almost collapsed from the pressure. "We just discovered it, so we are not sure about the size, but based on what I saw, I think it's more than enough to arm the entire north with equipment made from cold iron." "That much?" Chapter 163 to 163, Baron Argus's suggestion. "Did you send someone to inform Lord Alaric about this?" Argus asked. "Yes, my lord. I'm sure Lord Alaric has already heard of it by now," the warrior replied with a nod. "All right. You may go back and continue with the investigations. There might be more treasures hidden in this cave." Argus waved his hand, gesturing for them to leave. The warriors didn't stay any longer. They bowed and left to continue their investigation. Argus turned his head and noticed the gloomy faces of the lords. When he saw this, he already knew what was going on in their minds. "Stop overthinking it," he snorted. His words gathered everyone's attention. Sensing their gazes, Argus said, "Haven't you seen what kind of person Lord Alaric is? If you want a share of that cold iron deposit, then you guys better work for it. Don't even think about planning anything shady," he warned them. They could understand the implications of his words. Betraying House Silversword was no different than suicide. They had seen their military power and it was something that their little houses couldn't afford to offend. "Don't worry, Lord Argus. We know our limits. We are not stupid." "That's right. We will never betray Lord Alaric and House Silversword." Meanwhile, Alaric had also received a report about the discovery. I have never heard of a cold iron deposit in my past life. He frowned as he tried to remember the major events that had occurred in his past life. Suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something important. I remember that the imperial family sent their army to wipe out the orc tribes after Vale was almost destroyed. In his past life, the imperial family sent a huge army to destroy the scattered orc tribes near the northern borders. It was even led by the second prince himself. Many northern lords were even asked to participate at that time. Did the second prince swallow the entire cold iron deposit all by himself? That was the only conclusion he could think of. Alaric shook off the random thoughts and focused on the matter at hand. He was certain that this could lead to trouble if not handled well. The northern lords might appear loyal now, but he knew that some of those people wouldn't hesitate to betray them for the sake of profit. While he was thinking how he should handle this problem, he saw the lords approaching him, their faces having varying expressions. Some were excited, some were nervous, and there were also those who looked unperturbed. Alaric's gaze happened to stop at a middle-aged warrior whose armor was covered in blood. This man was an elite knight from House Heinrich. He was probably a representative sent as a proxy for Baron Smith. Do you want to use appraisal on the target? Yes, no. Alaric clicked yes. Ray Elite Knight EXP, 63/1000. Potential, D. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Spear Mastery, C. Archery, C. Close Combat, D. Hunting, D. Strength, 90. Stamina, 105. Agility, 139. Vitality, 94. Endurance, 90. Mana, 115. His attributes are very low for an elite knight. Only his agility is somewhat acceptable. Alaric commented in his mind. My lord, I apologize for disturbing you when you have a lot of things to do, but I think we should discuss how we should handle the cold iron deposit. Argus didn't waste any time and went straight to the topic. Hearing this, Alaric closed the cyan screen. I understand. He smiled faintly at the old baron and asked. Then how do you think we should handle it, Lord Argus? Do you have any suggestions in mind? Argus was taken aback, not expecting Alaric to ask for his opinion. After a moment of surprise, he gathered his thoughts and calmly responded. Since you are asking for my humble opinion, then I will speak freely. Alaric nodded and gestured for him to continue speaking. Everyone in the north is already aware of this orc subjugation mission and we can't hide this fact from the Empire. This will draw a lot of attention and once news about the cold iron deposit leaks, many will come to claim it for themselves, including the imperial family. The old baron uttered with certainty, to which everyone nodded in agreement. So the first thing we should do is to keep things under wraps. I suggest that everyone here should sign a non-disclosure agreement and whoever breaks the contract will face the collective attack, the old baron stated a convincing opinion. That's indeed a wonderful idea, my lord. Then how should we divide the cold iron deposit? Alaric stared deeply at the old man. Everyone gulped in anticipation. This was what they were worried about, and Baron Argus's next words might decide how the cold iron deposit would be distributed. Facing everyone's heated gazes, the old man took a deep breath before he replied. How about this, my lord? House Silversword will receive 60% of the total mined ore and the rest will be divided evenly between the rest of us. The lords narrowed their eyes upon hearing this. His suggestion was within their tolerated range, so no one said a word of complaint. All that was left was Alaric's approval. The latter rubbed his chin with a thoughtful look. The old man's offer was very generous and it seemed that everyone was satisfied with it. After a moment of silence, Alaric smiled and nodded his head. All right. Let's do that. House Silversword will take 60% of the total amount of ore that will be mined and the rest will be distributed evenly between you guys. In exchange for taking most of the ores, House Silversword will be responsible for the safety of the miners. We will send an army to protect the area. That way, everyone here can be assured. The lords could only smile helplessly. He worded it like he wanted to protect the miners, but those with sharp minds knew that it was also a warning for them. Chapter 164 to 164, Wolf, son of Jerry. In the next 7 days, news about the success of the orc subjugation quickly spread across the northern part of Astania, and it was still spreading throughout the other parts of the empire. The lords who didn't participate in the quest became even more concerned. They were afraid that House Silversword would unite the surrounding houses and oppress them for refusing to answer their call. The fact that House Silversword had 4 transcendents was also revealed, increasing the fame of this once obscure noble household. 3 names also became known to the public: Galinar, Warwick, and William. Stories about their battles became a favorite topic of conversation. At this moment, on top of Mount Tagira, thousands of people attended the funeral of the men who were killed in the orc subjugation. The funeral ceremony was officiated by a high-ranking cleric from the church. With a solemn voice, the cleric uttered, "Let's take a moment of silence for the warriors who sacrificed their lives for the sake of our safety." The crowd lowered their heads upon hearing the cleric's words. After another hour, the ceremony finally ended. Alaric was about to head back to the main mansion when a messenger came to approach him. "My lord, there is a letter from Lord Lucas." Alaric took the letter from him and waved his hand. "You may leave." The messenger bowed and left right away. Alaric removed the seal and opened the letter. So he is in the capital now. The official duel should begin soon. Alaric smiled faintly as he read the contents of the letter. He then folded the paper and put it inside his pocket before heading home with Galinar and a few other warriors. He jumped onto his horse, but before they could leave, a young voice drifted into their ears. "Lord Alaric." Alaric turned his head and saw a family of 3. It was a middle-aged woman holding a baby in her arms. There was also a young boy around the age of 13 or 14 standing next to her. The one who had called him was the teen, and it seemed like he had something to say, but his mother stopped him. "I'm sorry, my lord. I didn't discipline him enough," the mother apologetically said while pulling her son behind her. "Mom, I want to say something to Lord Alaric," the young man pleaded, but he was met with his mother's stern glare. Seeing this, Alaric was curious to know what he had to say. "It is all right. Let him speak." He nodded to the mother before giving the young man a look of encouragement. The mother hesitated, but since the lord had already spoken, she could only comply while hoping that her son wouldn't say something rude. The young man eagerly stepped forward and gave Alaric a snappy salute. Alaric was a bit surprised to see this. From how he had performed the salute, it felt like the young man had been practicing it for a while. "My lord, I want to become a warrior of House Silversword. I want to be a hero like my father," the young man uttered with strong conviction. The mother, who was initially worried, suddenly cried when she heard her son's words. Alaric's gaze softened. "What is your name?" he asked. "My name is Wolf," the young man responded. "Wolf, what is your father's name?" Alaric stared at the young man. "Jerry. My father's name is Jerry," the young man replied. Alaric nodded his head. "Wolf, son Jerry. If you want to become a warrior of House Silversword, then I will gladly accept you. However, becoming a warrior is not easy. It is filled with many challenges and dangers. Are you sure about this?" The young man nodded with a determined look. "I have already discussed this with my father." "Have you gotten your mother's approval?" The young man glanced at his mother, whose face was covered in tears. "You should discuss this with your mother first. Once you have gotten her permission, then you can come and visit me." There was a reason why Alaric was willing to spare his time for this young man despite his busy schedule. Wolf Knight Apprentice EXP, 50/100. Potential, A. Traits, Swordsmanship, F. Archery, E. Close Combat, F. Hunting, F. Farming, D. Strength, 12. Stamina, 15. Agility, 18. Vitality, 11. Endurance, 12. Mana, 8. This was what he saw after using his appraisal trait on the young man. It turned out that this young man was already a knight apprentice, but the most special thing about him was his potential, which was similar to his own. Based on what I have seen through the appraisal trait, people with derated potential can become an elite knight. Those with the potential above C can become transcendents. He had uncovered this knowledge after repeatedly using the appraisal trait on everyone he had encountered in the past few days. "My lord, I will come and look for you soon." The young man was satisfied now that he had spoken with Alaric. All that was left to do was to get his mother's approval. "I will wait for you, Wolf, son of Jerry." Alaric chuckled and took one last look at the young man before he departed with the other warriors. Wolf stared at their disappearing figures with clenched hands. "Mom, I have already thought things through. I want to serve Lord Alaric." Hearing her son's words, the mother forced out a smile. "You are just like your father." She stared at the horizon as if she was looking at her late husband's image. "Let's go home first. If you really want to serve Lord Alaric, then I won't stop you, but let's visit the chapel first and pray that Aru will accept your father in his kingdom." Hearing this, Wolf nodded while trying hard not to cry. As they walked home, Wolf muttered in his heart, "Father, you always told me to find the right person to serve. I think I found the person I'm looking for." Chapter 165 to 165, The Head Blacksmith, Goran. Upon his arrival at the estate, Alaric encountered his mother outside the main mansion. Seeing her, he took out the letter sent by Lucas and handed it to her. "Is this from your father?" Maria asked as she took the letter. Alaric nodded. "Yes, my lady." There were people around so he couldn't speak informally with her. "I will read it later then." Maria smiled and kept the letter. "Anyway, how is the situation at the cold iron mine?" she asked. The cold iron deposit was of huge importance to House Silversword. They could use the mined ores to upgrade the equipment of their warriors, and they could also sell the excess for additional funds. "It is Sir Warwick's turn to look after the mines. I do not think someone will be stupid enough to attack it while he is there." Alaric chuckled in response. He had promised to ensure the security of the mining site, so he sent the warriors of House Silversword to guard the area in rotating shifts. "That is good then. I will talk with you later. I still have some things to do." Maria gracefully left after bidding him farewell. Now that Lucas was gone, most of his tasks and obligations fell on her shoulders. She had been really busy in the past few days, and her workload increased after the cold iron deposit was discovered. "Now that I have delivered Dad's letter, I should visit the smithy and see if the weapon I ordered has been made." After their return from the orc subjugation, Alaric took a huge chunk of cold iron together with the mithril chains that he got from Fredrin and brought it to the smithy. He asked the blacksmiths of the household to create a sword that was suited for his dual-wielding sword style. He only had the rare steel sword. The other one couldn't keep up anymore after the recent battles that they had gone through. However, the main reason he asked for a customized sword was because he discovered that he couldn't use the equipment upgrade card on the rare steel sword and the dark diamond shield. As to why that happened, he still had no idea even until now. The group headed to the smithy, which was quite far from the main mansion. Soon, they arrived in front of an ordinary-looking two-story building. The rhythmic sounds of hammer hitting metal echoed and drifted into their ears. The warriors guarding the entrance of the smithy were shocked to see them. "My lord! Don't mind me." Alaric waved his hand and tapped their shoulders before he entered the building. Upon entering, the hammering sounds became louder, and those who weren't used to the noise might find it irritating. However, to Alaric, it was music to his ears. When he was young, he had always been fascinated with smithing, and he had even snuck out many times during his swordsmanship training to watch the blacksmiths do their work. The blacksmiths and their apprentices were too focused in their work that they failed to notice their arrival. Alaric didn't disturb these hard-working people and went to look for a certain blacksmith. There was only one person in the entire smithy who had the skills and the strength to make a weapon out of mithril. This was because of the strict requirements of processing this metal. An ordinary blacksmith wouldn't be able to withstand the heat when melting mithril, and they certainly didn't have the strength to mold it into a weapon. Only a blacksmith who had the power and the endurance equivalent to that of a knight could do this job. Fortunately, there was one such person in this smithy, a middle-aged man named Goran. Goran was the head blacksmith of the smithy and he had decades of experience. Furthermore, he was also a retired knight, one who had some fame in his youth. Goran's workshop was on the 5th basement floor and it took them more than 10 minutes before they arrived. As soon as they got there, Alaric saw a muscular middle-aged man with long graying hair leaning lazily on his recliner. His face was beet red and he was holding a leather flask, looking completely drunk. As Alaric walked inside the workshop, the strong smell of ale assaulted his nose. The middle-aged man who was dozing off heard their footsteps and abruptly turned his head. "Didn't I tell you that I'm still busy? Go and..." "Ah! My lord!" The middle-aged man immediately rose to his feet when he realized that it was him. He hid the leather flask behind him and let out a smile. "I see that you are doing well, Sir Goran." Alaric chuckled, not caring about the man's slovenly appearance. He was already familiar with this person since he was a regular visitor to this place. Goran squeezed out an ugly smile as he asked hesitantly. "Are you here for your sword, my lord?" "That is right. Is there any update on that project, Sir Goran?" Alaric didn't look down on this man. He might look like a beggar, but his skills were the real deal. "About that. It will be better if I show you. Follow me." Goran signaled for him to follow. Alaric nodded and signaled for the others to stay before he followed Goran inside the forging room. The temperature noticeably increased and it was even to the point that it could harm an ordinary person. "I apologize for the heat, my lord. This happened when I was refining the mithril chains you brought. It has so many impurities, so I had to..." "Yeah. Look at me yapping about unnecessary things." Goran chuckled. "My lord, do you see that small clump of metal right there? That's what I got from the mithril chains. And that one right there is the smelted cold iron. I'm still waiting for them to cool down a bit before I mix them and form the blade." Alaric nodded. "How long would it take you to complete this project, Sir Goran?" Chapter 166 to 166, the capital city of Astania, Kodara. Goran rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before he replied. "If you need it immediately, I can expedite the refining and forming process. It should take me around 2 days to complete the sword. If my lord is not in a hurry, then I can make the sword have better balance and also more sophisticated, but it would take me 3 to 5 days to complete." Alaric furrowed his eyebrows upon hearing this. Goran could usually forge a sword within 2 days including the smelting process. The fact that a master artisan like him needed a week to make this custom-made sword spoke volumes of its complicated forging process. "You can take your time, Sir Goran. I am not in a hurry. If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to let me know." Alaric wanted a good quality sword, preferably one at the level of a relic. However, he knew that it wasn't easy to forge a weapon at that level, so he didn't say anything to avoid placing unnecessary pressure on Goran. "Actually, there is something that I need your help with, my lord," Goran mumbled hesitantly. Looking at his troubled face, Alaric raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead, Sir Goran. As long as it is within my means, then I will do my best to fulfill your request." Goran cleared his throat and spoke. "With the materials that my lord has provided, I can forge a relic, but there's one problem." He looked at Alaric with a stern look as he uttered. "We need a beast soul warrior to engrave an ability on the sword. The more powerful the beast soul warrior, the more powerful the finished product will be." Alaric nodded. This was true, and he had read it in a book when he was young. Beast soul warriors had the ability to engrave their traits into certain weapons. Once successful, the weapon will carry the trait they had engraved. However, this was very taxing on the beast soul warriors because it would deplete their mana, and this would even cause irreversible damage if done incorrectly. This was the reason why there wasn't a lot of relic level equipment. Finding a beast soul warrior will be difficult, but I will try my best. In the meantime, please complete the sword first so that by the time I bring a beast soul warrior over, only the engraving process will be needed. Goran nodded. Yes, my lord. Then I shall not disturb you any further. Alaric left after bidding Goran farewell. After stepping out of the smithy, he wiped off the sweat on his face with a clean linen towel. Blacksmiths are really built different, but they should take care of their health too. Constant exposure to such level of heat might cause serious problems. I should ask Mom to create a public bathhouse here since the nearest one is too far from the smithy. I will worry about this later. Mom still has many things to do, so I should not add more to that. The most important thing right now is to look for a beast soul warrior. Where can I even find a beast soul warrior? Should I visit that old man from the church? Alaric thought about Bishop Anton. The old man was a three-ringed beast soul master, an expert who had integrated 3 traits into his soul marks. If he could get the old man to engrave an ability into his sword, he wondered how powerful it would be. Author's note: Beast Soul Warriors is the general term, while Nth-ringed Beast Soul Master is the name of the realm. I can visit Hershey too and propose marriage. He had already gotten Nathan's approval, so all that was to formally ask Hershey. I am coming, Hershey. It was the 20th day of March, in the year 209 of the Astanian calendar. On this very day, the capital city of Astania, Kodara, was bustling with activity. The sidewalks were filled with tourists and locals. There were also droves of carriages passing by the cobbled roads. The reason for this surge of traffic was because of the event being hosted by the imperial family. It was an official match between warriors of the Astanian Dragon Leaderboard. Normally, an event like this wouldn't need the imperial family's presence, but the participants of this match were special. One was ranked 11th in the Astanian Dragon Leaderboard, while the other one was ranked 9th. These two were some of the most powerful figures in the empire, so the imperial family decided to host the match. Located at the innermost part of Kodara was a huge coliseum where the battle between the 2 top warriors would be held. Even outside the coliseum, the sonorous shouts of the spectators could already be heard. The venue was fully packed and everyone was boiling with excitement. At the center of the coliseum was a platform that was about 200 feet long and 75 feet wide. It was purposefully designed this way to give the fighters enough room to move around during their battles. At this moment, Lucas Silversword was in the resting area, watching the preliminary matches before his fight. They even invited elite knights to fight in the preliminary rounds. Lucas chuckled. This was the 4th preliminary match and his fight was scheduled next. Once this match ends, it would be his turn to step onto the stage. Suddenly, he saw a servant approaching him. My lord, please get ready. The main event is about to begin. Hearing this, Lucas nodded. All right. He then stood up and grabbed his equipment, a round steel shield, and a relic-level broadsword. Looking at the towering figure in front of him, the servant was intimidated. He felt like he was in the presence of a prehistoric beast. So this is the Shield of the North, Lucas Silversword. After recovering from his shock, the servant cleared his throat. Please follow me, my lord. I will take you to the waiting area. Chapter 167 to 167, Prince Giovanni Aurelius Astania, the main event. When Lucas stepped out of the resting area, the spectators immediately spotted him. Look! It's the Shield of the North, Lord Lucas Silversword. The Shield of the North! The Shield of the North! The spectators went wild with excitement and they cheered loudly for him. The noise and the bustle of the crowd fell into Lucas's ears. It has been a while since I last stood in the middle of this crowd. The stern-faced Lucas let out a rare smile as he thought of this. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the challenger, Roderick Lassiter, finally appeared. The spectators became even more excited and the noise inside the Colosseum intensified. Roderick Lassiter wore a cold look on his face as he waited for the preliminary round to end. I have been waiting for this very moment, Lucas. Show me how much you have progressed while you were in the north. In the spectators' seats, there was a section where only the most important guests were seated. Among the people seated in this particular section was the second prince, Prince Giovanni Aurelius Astania. He had short golden hair and a pair of ocean blue eyes. His expression was one of boredom, as if he wasn't impressed with the battle on the platform. "How are the preparations?" the second prince lazily asked as he looked at the man seated next to him. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his late 40s. He was dressed in fashionable noble attire embellished with shiny accessories. "We have already prepared everything, Your Highness. All that is left is for Lucas to accept our invitation," the fashionably dressed gentleman replied with a respectful smile. "Good. No matter the results of the match, we must get Lucas to join our side," the second prince uttered with a serious tone. The challenge this time was carefully orchestrated by him, all for the sake of making Lucas come to the capital. "As long as I have Lucas, the entire north will be mine." Prince Giovanni's eyes flashed with ambition. He refused to acknowledge the emperor's decision to give the throne to his elder brother. He believed that only the strong should take that seat. "Yes, Your Highness. I will make sure that everything will go according to your plans," the middle-aged gentleman promised. "I believe in your ability, Lord Thompson." The second prince smiled faintly. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into applause and their loud cheers echoed across the Colosseum. The most anticipated event was about to start, and the protagonists of this event have been called onto the stage. Under the heated gazes of the spectators, Lucas stepped onto the platform. His gait was neither fast nor slow. It was measured with great precision, showing his confidence and dignity with each step. As he stood on the platform, a heavy pressure descended upon him. Lucas narrowed his eyes as he looked at the person who caused this pressure. Roderick Lassiter was also a tall man himself. He was over 2 meters tall with thick muscles under his steel armor. He was holding a mace and a diamond-shaped shield. Both were relic-level equipment, and Lucas could tell this at a glance. While the referee was explaining the rules of the match, Lucas and Roderick locked gazes, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The tension was evident and the referee almost collapsed from the intense pressure they exuded. While wiping off his sweat, the referee announced the commencement of the battle. After the referee left, Roderick opened his mouth and shouted, "Lucas! Show me what you got!" His booming voice reverberated through the Colosseum. As soon as his voice fell, he stomped his foot and took the initiative to attack. His heavy footsteps caused the platform to tremble. A tremendous force was unleashed as he swung his mace. Whoosh! A violent flame burst forth, threatening to burn everything in its path. This was the unique ability of his mace, flame manipulation. It was engraved by a powerful beast soul warrior, so its firepower was undeniably strong. Facing these fearsome flames, Lucas snorted and waved his sword, letting loose his mana to release the sword's power. In the next moment, a powerful gale erupted and clashed with the flames. Bang! A deafening explosion followed after their attacks collided. Subsequently, the two transcendents released a barrage of attacks, causing more explosions and shockwaves. The spectators couldn't even follow their movements. They moved so fast that it looked like everything was a blur. Only the warriors at the level of knights and above could see what was happening, but even then, they could barely follow. Insane! So this is how the experts in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard fight. Who do you think will win? I can't say for sure. Lord Roderick has decades more experience, but Lord Lucas isn't a simple character either. No one could guess how the battle would conclude, but this didn't stop them from enjoying the fight. At this moment, Lucas's shield was already showing signs of cracks. It wasn't a relic-level equipment, so it couldn't withstand a series of beatings from a transcendent. Not to mention that Roderick wasn't just an ordinary transcendent, but an expert ranked 11th in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. Tisk. He knows that my shield isn't a relic, so he is purposely hitting it. I must end this battle before my shield breaks. Lucas thought to himself as he adjusted his stance. He wasn't just idling when he was in the north. When everyone was busy doing other things, he was secretly training by himself. He released a burst of mana to fully tap into the power of his sword. I must finish this in one move. As he thought of this, his figure blurred as he lunged at Roderick. The latter immediately sensed his attack and raised his shield to protect his body. He also imbued the shield with mana to increase its defensive abilities. Do you think that flimsy shield can block my sword? Lucas stared coldly at his opponent as he unleashed a powerful blow. Chapter 168 to 168, Lucas's shocking challenge. A sharp sword wind was released as Lucas swung his sword. It brought forth a terrifying force that caused the air to twist and turn. What fearsome sword wind! Roderick sensed the overwhelming might of the attack, so he immediately imbued the relic-level shield with mana to activate its power. The inscriptions on the shield lit up, forming a thick, defensive wall made of mana. In the next instant, a deafening boom rang out, forcing the spectators to cover their ears. What the hell? What if they suddenly launch an attack our way? Don't worry. We will be safe. Do you see the old man over there? That old man is the guardian of this Colosseum. He is a three-ringed beast soul master whose task is to ensure the safety of the spectators. What? There's actually such an expert here other than Lord Lucas and Lord Roderick. Of course. As the dust cloud subsided, everyone saw a massive crater on the platform. Look. Lord Roderick seems to be injured. Everyone could see that Roderick had received serious injuries after taking on that blow. There was a small cut on his forehead that caused bleeding. Even his steel armor couldn't withstand the attack and sustained some damage. However, Roderick remained calm as he stared at Lucas on the opposite side of the crater. If I hadn't activated the power of my shield in that last second, I could have lost an arm. Lucas Silversword. I still can't beat him. Roderick appeared calm on the surface, but he was reeling in shock deep inside. Lucas's improvement was beyond his comprehension. After that blow, Roderick realized that Lucas had already surpassed him and the difference in their strength was getting increasingly bigger. With a deep, regretful sigh, Roderick turned his head to the referee and said, "I admit defeat. It wasn't a death match, so there was no need to continue the battle." The referee was surprised, but he quickly announced the result of the match. Lord Lucas has successfully defended his ranking. The rankings in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard will remain unchanged. As soon as the announcement was made, the crowd erupted into tumultuous applause. The battle might have ended quicker than they had anticipated, but the overwhelming might displayed by both warriors was still lingering in their minds. Lucas looked away from Roderick and turned his head toward the VIP section, where the special guests were seated. It was only a small movement, but the crowd could sense that something shocking was about to happen. Lucas stabbed his sword into the ground and raised his arm to point at a certain individual seated next to the second prince. "I challenge you, Andre Thompson." His calm voice echoed thunderously, shaking everyone to their core. Everyone turned their gazes toward the fashionably dressed Andre Thompson. He was the right-hand man of the second prince, a transcendent knight ranked 5th in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. He had been in this position for decades and no one had challenged him since he took the spot. The man in question, Andre Thompson, was stunned. He couldn't believe that Lucas would actually challenge him in front of a large crowd. Not to mention that the second prince was just right beside him. His face twitched. With thousands of people in attendance, he couldn't even refuse this challenge. Prince Giovanni also didn't expect this to happen. He felt that Lucas seemed to have changed. It was like he was no longer the person that he once knew. Andrei didn't respond immediately. He looked at the second prince to seek his opinion. This could destroy the plans they had painstakingly made, so he couldn't decide things on his own. Sensing his gaze, Prince Giovanni smiled faintly and gave him a nod of approval. It seems like we will be seeing another impressive battle. Andrei understood the prince's words, so he didn't hesitate any longer. In that case, I shall accept your challenge. He stood up from his seat and loosened the buttons on his clothes to make himself more comfortable. You are still tired from the battle, so I will give you some time to rest. Andrei glanced at Lucas, trying to see through his thoughts, but his scrutinizing gaze was met with the latter's deadpan expression, making him unable to tell what was on the latter's mind. There's no need for that. Lucas shook his head. His response shocked the crowd. Roderick, who was still on the platform, couldn't believe his ears. Lucas was speaking to Andrei Thompson, a powerful warrior who only had a few rivals in the entire empire, but it seemed like he didn't care about this. This was also an indirect insult to him, since he had just fought with Lucas. It was like saying that Lucas didn't put much effort into defeating him. Roderick wanted to say something, but he didn't want to appear like a sore loser, so he could only walk down from the platform with a gloomy face. On the other hand, Andrei raised an eyebrow. Is he intentionally provoking me? He couldn't tell whether Lucas was deliberately provoking him or not. It looks like you are quite confident in your ability, Lord Lucas. Andrei jumped down from the spectator's seat. Whoosh! Upon landing on the ground, he walked toward the platform under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Everyone watched the scene with great enthusiasm, eager to witness another epic battle. When he stepped onto the stage, Andrei opened his mouth once more and spoke. Since we already know the rules, why don't we start this fight now? Hearing this, the referee immediately left the platform. You don't have any equipment on you, so I will fight you barehanded. Lucas threw aside his shield and his sword. He also removed his armor and tossed it off the platform. Andrei Thompson frowned at his words. He was a martial arts expert and his expertise was in close combat. This means that Lucas was challenging him in his field of expertise. Chapter 169 to 169, The Crown Prince, Leonard Exler Astania. The crowd was stoked when they realized this would be a martial arts battle. A contest of raw power between two warriors in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard was unheard of. It might have happened unofficially, but there were no reports of it being done in public. The two transcendents ignored the crowd's enthusiastic response as they silently gauged each other's power. The battle had already begun, but no one seemed to have the intention to make the first move. It was as if they were wary of each other's power. As the seconds ticked by, the tension also became increasingly apparent. Amidst the loud cheers of the audience, the two transcendents suddenly moved at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both men swung their fists without any superficial techniques. In the next moment, a fearsome bang echoed as their fists clashed in midair. Bang! The veins on Lucas's arm protruded as he imbued more mana into his fist. He is indeed different. Lucas thought to himself when he felt the force behind Andrei's punch. It was like an unstoppable meteorite that struck the planet with power that could destroy anything in its path. Contrary to the calmness on his face, Andrei was inwardly shocked. He had trained his punches and kicks for decades. Although there was no technique added to this punch, this contained the years of his relentless efforts in perfecting this simple move. No one had come out unscathed after receiving his punch. At least not until this very moment. The man in front of him looked completely unharmed and he was even able to compete with him equally. Lucas Silversword, we have underestimated you. The two transcendents retreated after that initial clash. Andrei furrowed his eyebrows and he decided to no longer hold back. Lucas, you have become more powerful, so I won't hold my punches anymore. As soon as he said those words, his aura completely changed. A heavy and ferocious pressure descended upon Lucas's body as Andrei released his aura. Facing this fearsome power, Lucas also let loose his mana, enveloping his whole body like a protective membrane. The pressure on his body immediately disappeared. Suddenly, he felt an overpowering killing intent, momentarily freezing him in place. Subsequently, Andrei appeared in front of him, unleashing a devastating kick aimed at his head. Whoosh! The air seemed to split from his attack. You are not the only one who learned martial arts. Thinking about this, Lucas performed a spinning kick which brought forth a tremendous amount of force. Bang! The two transcendents exchanged a series of blows, causing shockwaves with every collision. The spectators could hardly open their eyes due to the fearsome whines created because of their battle. At the VIP section, the special guests watched the battle with bated breath. Insane! Their punches and kicks could kill an elite knight. I think this is getting dangerous. One of them could end up dead if this fight continues. Prince Giovanni frowned. Lucas was more powerful than he had imagined. I was wrong. Lucas isn't just a northern tiger. He is a wild northern tiger. But this makes things more fun. Taming a wild tiger is more exciting. While he was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps behind him. He subconsciously turned his head and saw someone that made his eyes turn cold. Leonard. Prince Giovanni took a deep breath as he stared at this person. He didn't even bother to conceal the look of spite on his face. Leonard Exler Astania, the crown prince of the empire, and the man who would one day sit in the jeweled throne. The crown prince had long, wavy golden hair that extended to his shoulders. His ocean blue eyes exuded dignity befitting someone with imperial bloodline. He wasn't tall or muscular like the second prince. He had a slender physique similar to that of scholars untrained in combat. However, hidden in this slim body was a power that only a few had ever reached, the realm of elite knights. As if sensing his gaze, Leonard looked over in his direction and let out a faint smile. When the people in the VIP section discovered that it was the crown prince, they immediately rose to their feet and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. Unlike the second prince who everyone was fearful of, everyone was genuinely respectful toward the crown prince. It is good to see you, everyone. It looks like there is something fun to watch here. The crown prince displayed his graceful bearing, which was the exact opposite of his younger brother's temperament. Looking at his elder brother who was surrounded by the nobility, Prince Giovanni snorted in his heart. That hypocritical bastard! I really hate seeing that annoying effeminate piece of shit. He took his eyes away from the crown prince and focused his attention on the battle. Oh my, isn't that Lord Andrei down there? Leonard's voice drifted into his ears, making him even more irritated. Prince Giovanni didn't want to lash out in public, so he chose to ignore the crown prince who had intentionally sat next to him. The nobles who were seated in the VIP section became nervous. They could only pray that these two wouldn't get into conflict. I'm surprised that Lord Lucas can fight Lord Andrei equally in martial arts. No wonder you are interested in him. Prince Leonard rubbed his chin with a thoughtful smile. He knew that his brother's goal was to invite Lucas onto his side, and he was here for that same reason. Prince Giovanni was ticked off by his words. He glanced at the crown prince and frowned. What are you insinuating? Relax. Prince Leonard shrugged as he chuckled, showing an innocent look on his face. Giovanni, you can't force Lord Lucas to join you. You should let him make the choice himself. Forcing him might only backfire. He added with a teasing tone. Prince Giovanni clenched his fists, and just as he was about to respond, a violent explosion rocked the Colosseum. Boom! Chapter 170 to 170, a special moment. The spectators gasped. On the stage, the high and mighty Andrei Thompson, who everyone thought would win the battle, was now covered in bruises. His fancy clothes had been torn apart, making him look like a mess. On the other hand, Lucas wasn't any better. His upper body was also covered in wounds, and blood could be seen trickling down his lips. He is not using his full strength. He has yet to use that move. Lucas thought as he recalled the special move that solidified Andrei's position on the leaderboard. It was an unnamed fist technique, but due to its notorious power, people started calling it the Fist of Calamity. Lucas wanted to know whether he could withstand that fist, but he had already accomplished his goal. Furthermore, making Andrei unleash that move would only force him to reveal more of his power. Maria had specifically warned him not to use his trump cards. Although he was reluctant to end the fight, he could only let out a helpless sigh. It was a great fight, Lord Andrei. He cupped his fists while expressing his respect toward the other party. He then turned his head to the referee and calmly said, "I forfeit." Hearing this, Andrei was baffled by his decision. Lucas had fought evenly with him and there was no clear winner between them, so it left a bitter taste in his mouth. "Lord Lucas," he called out. Lucas raised his eyebrows and stopped in his tracks. He glanced at Andrei and saw the latter giving him a deep look. He didn't bother to explain himself. He just nodded at Andrei and jumped down from the platform. It was only then that the referee had reacted. He leaped onto the platform and announced the results of the match, leaving the crowd confused. Why did Lord Lucas surrender? He doesn't look that injured. Did he sustain internal injuries? Perhaps Lord Lucas sustained a hidden injury that we hadn't seen. That's too bad then. The battle could have ended differently if they had continued. Still, it was an awesome fight. Just look at the state of the platform. It's like a tornado had passed by. The crowd discussed, speculating the real reason behind Lucas's surrender. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Prince Leonard stared at Lucas's back with a curious smile on his face. Is he afraid of Lord Andrei's Fist of Calamity, or is there another underlying reason for his decision? Now I finally understand why His Majesty wanted to get you on his side. Lucas Silversword, you are one enigmatic man. Beside him, Prince Giovanni couldn't sit still any longer. He rose from his seat and turned around with a flick of his sleeve before he left impatiently. He was afraid that his older brother would snatch Lucas from him. Prince Leonard raised an eyebrow as he watched his younger brother leave with quick steps. At this moment, realization suddenly dawned on him. I understand now. Lucas did not just randomly challenge Andrei. It was a deliberate move to reveal a portion of his power to the public. Thinking about this, a playful smile hung on his lips. Oh, my dear younger brother, this is not someone that you can tame. He chuckled as he rose to his feet. Let's go. The show is over. Your Highness, what about Lord Lucas? Didn't you say that you want to get him to come to our side? An old man dressed in standard noble attire asked in a low voice. Prince Leonard smiled profoundly at the old man as he shook his head. Lord Tyrone, Lord Lucas has already made a choice. Going after him would be a fruitless endeavor. Hearing the Crown Prince's words, the old man was puzzled. On the 23rd day of March, Alaric came to Revad with a large entourage bearing valuable gifts. The carriages that carried the gifts were escorted by 100 warriors dressed in ceremonial uniforms. The striking entourage shocked the onlookers and some even followed them out of curiosity, wondering what was about to happen. Isn't that Lord Alaric? What are all those gifts for? Is he going to propose marriage? It seems like it. Alaric noticed the increasing number of people following them, but he ignored them. As they got closer to the estate of House Pixie, he felt inexplicably nervous. I did not think that proposing marriage would actually make me this nervous. He smiled wryly. He had never done this in his past life, so it felt like he was going into unknown territory. Alaric took a deep breath to calm his nerves. My lord, everything will be all right. Just relax. Henry's voice drifted into his ears. Alaric glanced at the old warrior and smiled awkwardly. Am I that obvious? Henry chuckled. Your face says it all. Don't overthink things. Just be your usual self and I assure you that everything will go smoothly. He added. The old man's words reassured him. Thank you, Sir Henry. Read exclusive content at my virtual library Empire. It's my pleasure, my lord. After half an hour, they finally arrived outside the main gate of House Pixai's estate where a group was already waiting for them. Alaric immediately spotted Hershey in the crowd. She was wearing a white dress with a golden floral design. How beautiful! Alaric subconsciously smiled upon seeing her. The crowd seemed to have vanished from his eyes and the only one he could see was Hershey. In that instant, it was as if time had slowed down. The noise around him disappeared and all he could hear was a beautiful melody that struck a chord in his heart. However, a burst of boisterous laughter broke this special moment. Ha ha ha! Thank you for coming here, Lord Alaric. Alaric glanced at Baron Nathan and forced a smile as he jumped off from his horse. He lowered his head, showing his courtesy to his future father-in-law. Greetings, my lord. I have come here to propose marriage to your daughter. Hearing this, Baron Nathan's smile deepened. Ha ha ha! What a joyous occasion! It looks like my daughter's wish of marrying you will finally be fulfilled soon. The Baron couldn't conceal his joy and he didn't forget to send his friends a smug look. When he heard that Alaric was coming over to propose marriage, he invited his old friends all for the sake of letting them witness this moment. The faces of the Baron's friends twitched when they saw his smug look. Alaric noticed this exchange of glances, but he didn't say anything about it. Nathan Pixai would soon become his father-in-law, so he didn't mind this little pretentious act. My lord, what are you saying in front of everyone? Hershey smiled demurely at her father's words. Oh, my! Silly me! Look at my mouth! Ha ha ha! Baron Nathan laughed heartily. They exchanged polite words before the Baron invited them inside the estate. He brought them to a pavilion right behind the main mansion. We will leave you two here. Us old fogies will only disturb you, so we will take our leave first. Baron Nathan winked at Alaric as he said these words. He then sent his daughter a look of encouragement before he pulled his friends away. I apologize for my father's antics, my lord. He is just enjoying this moment, so I hope you don't mind his behavior. Hershey was a bit embarrassed. Alaric laughed lightly when he heard her words. It is all right. I do not mind it at all. He then found himself at loss for words. The lines that he had memorized before coming here suddenly disappeared from his mind. Oh, no. Just then, he recalled Henry's words. Just be yourself. Thinking about this, Alaric let go of his worries. He looked into Hershey's eyes and smiled. You look beautiful, Hershey. Looking at his radiant smile, Hershey's heart melted. You also look dashing, Alaric. Alaric didn't bother to hide his affection. He offered his hand and asked. Do you know how to dance? As a noble, he had been taught how to dance at a young age. Although the dance steps he had learned when he was young seemed to be a distant memory, these forgotten steps strangely appeared in his mind right at this moment. Hershey didn't expect this question, but she took his hand and hummed in response. Amen. In the next moment, the two started moving. Their graceful steps and movements flowed naturally as if they had been practicing together for a long time. A strong wind blew by, making the flowers surrounding the pavilion look like they were dancing along with the two. After they took the final steps, Alaric took her hands and kneeled while looking at her with eyes filled with love. Hershey, will you marry me? Hershey was frozen in place. She didn't know when it started, but tears started falling down her eyes. With a trembling voice, she nodded. Yes, I will. Alaric smiled and rose to his feet. He wiped away her tears and sealed her lips with a kiss. Chapter 171 to 171, Vivian's Secret Affair. In the next few days, news about Alaric and Hershey's upcoming wedding spread across the surrounding cities. It was a union between two of the most powerful houses in the north, so everyone was looking forward to this event. While many were excited about this, certain people felt the exact opposite. Your journey continues on my virtual library Empire. One of these was Vivian, Baron Nathan's wife. At this moment, Vivian was drinking alcohol in her room, her face looking incredibly unsightly to behold. That fucking bitch! She angrily threw the glass she was holding at the wall, smashing it into pieces. Her plan to take over House Paxai using her sons had become increasingly difficult. Her youngest son Liam had become a fugitive and was currently in hiding, while her oldest son Theo had become distant from her. This is because of that annoying bitch. Everything fell apart because of her. Vivian's voice shook with anger. She believed that the reason for this series of misfortunes was Hershey. The shaking of her body suddenly stopped as she lifted her head, revealing a look of madness on her face. Should I kill her? The instant she uttered those words, a twisted smile hung on her lips. Why did I not think of doing this before? Vivian's emotionless voice echoed inside the room. She turned her head and saw her reflection in the mirror. Seeing her disheveled appearance, she immediately tidied her hair. Leandro, she called out. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared behind her. Vivian stared at the person through the mirror. He was a middle-aged man with handsome facial features wearing leather armor with a steel breastplate. My lady, what are your orders? How many soldiers do we have right now? Vivian asked. The man pondered for a moment before he responded. Initially we had over 100 warriors, but we sent some of them to follow Lord Liam. Now, we only have over 80 warriors. Including me, we have 4 elite knights and 10 knights. The rest are knight apprentices and normal warriors. Vivian combed her hair with a brush as she spoke. If I want to kill that bitch, how many should we send? The handsome middle-aged warrior knew who she was referring to. As someone who had always been at her side, he was aware of her hatred toward Hershey. There's no need to send so many warriors. I alone will be enough, my lady. He answered confidently. Vivian frowned upon hearing this. She turned around and looked at him. No. That will be dangerous. I do not want you to be in danger. Leandro smiled faintly at her words. I'm ready to die for you, my lady. As long as it can make you happy, I will do anything. Leandro, Vivian approached him. The handsome middle-aged warrior took her in his arms and gave her a passionate kiss, greedily sucking her tongue and her lips. After a long while, the two finally separated. Vivian stared into his eyes and said, send someone else to do the job. I do not want you to take any risk. Leandro nodded as he gently rubbed her back. All right. I will send Austin and a small group of elites for the job. Hearing this, Vivian's face broke into a smile. Austin was one of the elite knights that she had been secretly nurturing for a long time. If it was him, killing Hershey would definitely be an easy task. Leandro suddenly leaned closer to her and whispered. Let's talk about that later. Why don't we continue what we have started? Before she could even respond, she felt a strong pair of hands tugging at her dress, before pulling them apart. Vivian yelped in surprise. Wait! That fat pig might come here. She looked at him with a pleading gaze, but instead of stopping, Leandro removed the final layer that covered her body. Doesn't it excite you? Leandro whispered before he pinned her against the wall with her back facing him. Wait! We really can't do it. A soft moan leaked out of her mouth when she felt a warm object suddenly penetrating her from behind. Pa! 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 Mn. Leandro squeezed her waist as he forcefully slammed her ass repeatedly. Pa! 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 Meanwhile, in another part of Rivad, Alaric went to visit the church with Hershey. Are you sure that Bishop Anton will agree to your request? Hershey asked while looking at Alaric with a hint of worry. Alaric had already told her about the situation, but she was uncertain whether the bishop would accept the request. Alaric smiled at her and replied. Truthfully, I am not sure if he would agree, but since we are already here, let us just go in and try. All right then. The two headed inside the church under the guidance of a deacon. The deacon brought them to the guest room where the bishop was already waiting for them. Do you want to use appraisal on the target? Yes, no. Alaric clicked yes. Amari Anton 3-ringed Beast Soul Master EXP, 151/5000. Potential, C. Integrated monster traits, Heal, B. Fire Spear, B. Blink, C. Traits, Horseback Riding, E. Close Combat, D. Swordsmanship, F. Assassination, B. Strength, 142. Stamina, 153. Agility, 307. Vitality, 204. Endurance, 128. Mana, 479. Alaric widened his eyes when he saw the bishop's attributes. What surprised him the most was the old man's incredibly high mana. He had never seen one with such high mana before. Oh, my! To think that the newest couple in the city would actually come to visit me. I'm honored. Bishop Anton warmly greeted them. Thank you for having the time to see us, Your Excellency. Alaric cupped his fists as he smiled. They exchanged pleasantries before the bishop told them to take their seats. So why did you come to visit me? Are you here to invite me to officiate your wedding? The bishop smiled lightly while staring at the young couple. That's right. It will be our honor to have you at our wedding. Chapter 172 to 172, Greenwood Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Then this old man will clear his schedule and make sure to attend your wedding. The bishop laughed heartily. He had a good impression of this young man, so he didn't mind doing him this favor. That will be great. Alaric slapped his thigh and laughed joyfully. They chatted some more about this topic before Alaric found the opportunity to discuss another objective. Your Excellency, there is actually one more thing that I would like your help with. Alaric's face suddenly turned serious. Sensing the abrupt change in his tone, the bishop furrowed his eyebrows. Go on. I'm listening. Alaric took a deep breath before he spoke. Your Excellency, can you engrave an ability on my sword? The bishop became silent. Alaric and Hershey patiently waited for him to speak. After a few minutes of silence, the old man finally opened his mouth. Sigh. I really want to help, Lord Alaric, but I am restricted by the sacred covenant. He shook his head with a regretful smile. I see. I apologize for making you feel uncomfortable, Your Excellency. Alaric felt that it was a pity, but he knew that he couldn't force the matter. No, it's all right. You don't need to apologize. The bishop waved his hand with a kind smile. Now that he knew that it was impossible to get his help, Alaric tactfully changed the topic. Deep inside the enchanted woodlands there existed an obscure place untouched by humanity. It was a small elven kingdom that housed over 100,000 elves, the Greenwood Kingdom. On this day, inside the biggest treehouse, an important meeting was being held between the most important members of the Elven Kingdom. One of the elves in attendance was the princess, Ivana Greenwood. Other than her, 11 more elves had gathered. Your Majesty, the situation is dire. We need to stop those filthy creatures from destroying the forest. A particularly robust elf expressed his opinion, the fury in his voice was evident. Some of the elves in attendance nodded in agreement. At this moment, the handsome elf with snow-white hair spoke. I understand your anger, Dahan. I'm also furious, but if we take up arms and fight them, there could be an all-out war between our kingdom and the goblins. They might be divided right now, but if a common enemy attacks them, those scattered goblin tribes might gather under one banner. He added. Everyone became silent at his words. This was what they were worried about. Recently, a large goblin colony composed of over 20,000 goblins had moved near their territory. To build their new nest, the goblin colony decided to burn a large part of the forest, and a portion of this forest happened to be part of Greenwood Kingdom's territory. Your Majesty, if I may speak. Ivana suddenly opened her mouth. The handsome elf nodded and gestured for her to continue. Everyone turned their heads to Ivana, curious to know what she was about to say. Sensing everyone's eyes on her, Ivana remained calm. I don't think those goblins decided to move near our territory on a whim. There is a high possibility that they are aware of the existence of the mana spring. As soon as she said those words, everyone's faces suddenly turned serious. The mana spring that she was talking about was groundwater that flowed to the surface. However, the special thing about this groundwater was its purity and the dense mana it possessed. The energy contained inside a glass of water from this mana spring was equivalent to the energy within a fatal grade beast soul crystal. Most importantly, the mana spring could produce 100 glasses every year. That could be more troublesome. If those goblins are indeed aware of the mana spring, they would definitely use every means possible to get their hands on it. The robust elf named Dahan frowned. Ivana nodded. I agree with Elder Dahan. Your Majesty, we must not hesitate anymore. We need to do something about this. I know that you don't want any bloodshed, but sometimes, it is necessary to fight. The handsome elf stared deeply at his daughter. After half a minute of silence, he said. The goblin settlement has 20,000 goblins and almost half of them can fight. On the other hand, our kingdom only has 20,000 soldiers. He paused and scanned everyone's faces before he continued. If we fight them, there will be immense casualties on our side. Even if we win, our military power will take a huge loss and we will become easy targets for other forces. Ivana seemed to have expected this response. I have a solution for that, Your Majesty. You do? The Elven King, Garandval Greenwood, stared at her in surprise. Ivana nodded. We can ask for outside assistance. The faces of some high elves turned cold upon hearing this. Your Highness, the outside help that you are talking about. They are not humans, right? An old elf with long golden hair asked. Elder Egris, I understand your hatred toward humans, but not all humans are as bad as you think. Ivana didn't like this particular high elf. The high elf named Egris scoffed at her words. You have been fooled, Your Highness. I know that you were saved by humans, but there could be a hidden motive behind their actions. Perhaps. Enough. I won't allow you to speak ill of my benefactors. Ivana slammed her hand on the table. Everyone was surprised by her reaction. No one expected her to openly oppose Egris for the sake of some humans. Egris's expression darkened. Your Highness, I'm saying this for your sake. The human heart is unpredictable. He then stood up and stormed out of the meeting room. 5 more high elves followed him, leaving the room with only 7 elves. After they left, the Elven King sighed. Can we really trust them? Read latest chapters at my virtual library Empire. He trusted his daughter's judgment, so he was willing to hear her out. I assure you that he is trustworthy, Ivana responded confidently. Chapter 173 to 173, Shift of Power in River Wake. After the meeting, Garandval told his daughter to stay. Is there something you want to tell me, Your Majesty? Ivana expressionlessly glanced at her father. Seeing her indifferent face, Garandval sighed with a complicated look. The human you were talking about earlier, tell me more about him. He knew Ivana was one of the elves who didn't like humans. She had a strong aversion toward them, so he was curious about what kind of person could change her perspective. Hearing this, Ivana's expression eased up. She looked at her father and spoke in a mild tone. His name is Alaric Silversword. He is the heir of House. As he listened to his daughter's words, he sensed a different kind of emotion in her voice. She also had a faint smile on her face as she narrated her experience. As someone who had lived for more than 200 years, Garandval could tell that his daughter was in love, with a human at that. Knowing that someone had already captured his daughter's heart, he felt a bit sour. Not to mention that this man was a human. Is his family really as strong as you say? He couldn't believe it when she told him that they had a few transcendents. Even their Greenwood kingdom didn't have many experts at this level. Ivana raised an eyebrow. I have seen them in person. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sir Neo. As she said those words, she pointed at the elf who was standing quietly behind her. Garandal looked at Neo and saw him nodding his head, confirming her words. I know about Astania, but I haven't heard of this House Silversword. I should send someone to look into it. He thought. If there is nothing else, then please excuse me. Ivana stood up and turned around. However, before she could leave, Garandal's voice drifted into her ears. Do you still blame me for your mother's death? The Elven King's voice choked with sadness and regret. Ivana stopped in her tracks, but she didn't look back. With a cold voice, she replied. I will take my leave now, Your Majesty. After saying those words, she left without hesitation. Neo bowed to the Elven King before he chased after Ivana. Garandal scanned the empty room and slumped into his seat with a weary look. He then looked at the portrait of an elf couple pasted on the wall. It was a portrait of him and his wife, the late Queen of the Greenwood Kingdom. My wife, your incapable husband is tired. I can't protect our kingdom and even our daughter hates me. I wish you were here. If it was you, I'm sure you could come up with a better solution. In River Wake, there was a major shift of power in the underground factions. This was because the leader of the largest underground organization was killed. In the past few weeks, numerous skirmishes have occurred between these underground forces. However, the biggest winner of them all was a recently established mercenary group helmed by a mysterious young man. No one knew his name. It was like he had appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, in the slums of the city, there was a bloody battle inside the underground fighting ring that was once owned by a man named Dexter. On one side was a group of men wielding axes. They were like a pack of hyenas, recklessly swinging their axes without any technique. On the other side was a group with fewer numbers, but despite the disadvantage, they were able to overwhelm their opponents using clever tactics and battle formations. Maintain the formation. They will soon exhaust themselves, shouted Liam, who was safely positioned at the rear. Yes, boss. His subordinates responded upon hearing his words. Liam had brought them successive victories, so they had full trust in him. He had trained them in employing battle formations which helped them win even with overwhelming odds. Liam watched the scene with a cold smile. Once we defeat these motherfuckers, the underground world of River Wake will be ours. Just as he thought of this, a change suddenly occurred. An old man holding a two-handed battle axe forced his way through their battle formation. He was like a beast, rampaging with unstoppable momentum. It's him. Old Man Woodcutter. Liam narrowed his eyes when he saw this old man. Even though he was quite a distance away, he could still feel the oppressive aura of the old man. A peak elite knight is indeed different. Liam turned his head to the person standing next to him. It was a bald middle-aged man with a long scar on his neck. This person was the strongest warrior sent by his mother during his escape, a peak elite knight. Sir Elton, I need you to stop that old man, Liam instructed with a respectful tone. Although they shared a master-servant relationship, Liam was a bit afraid of this warrior. He was a cruel, vicious, and ruthless man. Elton nodded indifferently. Without saying a word, he drew his sword and charged toward the old man without an ounce of hesitation. Explore more stories with my virtual library empire. Old Man Woodcutter was quick to notice his presence. A peak elite knight. The old man was flabbergasted. He thought that only the Night Owl mercenary group had an expert at this level. It never crossed his mind that a newly established mercenary group would have someone like this in their midst. In the next moment, Elton lunged at the old man and swung his sword. Whoosh! Old Man Woodcutter snorted and lifted his axe, causing the veins in his arms to protrude. Clang! A loud clang echoed when their weapons collided. No one dared to get closer to them, afraid that they would be caught in the clash between the two powerful warriors. A huge space was created for the two, giving them enough room to move around. "This man is faster than me." Old Man Woodcutter frowned when he realized the huge difference in their agility. If he wasn't careful, his opponent could end his life with a single strike. Clang! 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 The two elite knights exchanged blow after blow, but after several minutes, there was still no clear sign of who would win the fight. It was a close fight. Elton was fast and skilled, while Old Man Woodcutter was strong and fearless. As the battle dragged on, Elton revealed an annoyed expression. Old Man Woodcutter seemed to have noticed this. With a disdainful smile, he shouted, "You are quite capable. It will be a pity if you continue working under that snot-nosed brat. Why don't you work with me instead? We can conquer this city together." Elton's face twitched and there was a slight opening in his defense. The old man took the opportunity to attack. He feinted a swing and when Elton took the bait, he released a sweep kick. "Got you." The old man laughed brazenly as he smashed his axe toward Elton who had awkwardly fallen to the ground. Bang! "What?" Old Man Woodcutter widened his eyes. Elton actually managed to evade his axe's blade in the nick of time. KHSHHKK. After somehow evading that fatal blow, Elton stabbed his sword into the old man's shoulder. It was aimed at the latter's heart, but Old Man Woodcutter managed to twist his body. "Fuck!" The old man cursed under his breath after having his shoulder pierced with a sword. He ignored the pain and lifted his axe. However, when he was about to end Elton's life, he saw someone pointing a crossbow at him. "It's nice to meet you, Old Man Woodcutter." Liam grinned while aiming his crossbow at the old man's head. The old man frowned and stared deeply at him. "You must be the rumored leader of this mercenary group. You are a lot younger than I thought." "Oh, my! I'm flattered. To think that the famous Old Man Woodcutter actually knows of my existence. It feels wonderful." Liam chuckled with a teasing voice. After saying this, his smile disappeared. "Throw your axe and I will give you a chance to live." Old Man Woodcutter gnashed his teeth in anger. "Just kill me, but even if I die, I will take this man with me to hell." "Relax. We can talk this out. How about telling your men to stop so we can discuss things?" Liam squinted his eyes. He was ready to shoot his crossbow if the old man would show any sign of attacking Elton. "I can't let Elton be killed here. He is still useful." Old Man Woodcutter hesitated for a moment. "Let's see what this brat is up to," he thought to himself as he lowered his axe. He then took a deep breath and shouted, "Members of my axe gang, stop at once." His booming voice echoed across the underground fighting ring, momentarily stunning everyone. The members of the axe gang were confused, but they followed his command. Seeing this, Liam smirked. Chapter 174-174, Prince Giovanni's Anger. Inside a private room in one of the most popular restaurants in the capital, the second prince was having a meal with Lucas. The two sat opposite each other, eating and enjoying their food. Lucas took a cloth from his inner pocket to wipe off the grease on his lips. He then looked at the second prince who was still busy with his food and spoke calmly. "Your Highness, you can speak freely with me. I know you didn't just invite me for a meal." Prince Giovanni put down the cutlery. "One moment," he uttered. He then wiped off the oil stains on his mouth with a white cloth with golden embroidery. After cleaning himself, he cleared his throat and spoke. "Lord Lucas, I have always admired your commitment to defending the northern borders of Astania." The prince spoke a long paragraph of flattery and praise, but this only made Lucas annoyed. "Experience tales with my virtual library empire." If he wasn't of imperial bloodline, he would have left without saying a word. The north is always subjected to attacks, so there is a high demand for equipment and weapons. The weather there is also terrible, so only a small percentage of the crops can survive. I am really saddened by the rough conditions that our northern residents have to experience all year round, so I thought of sending some supplies in hopes that it would somehow alleviate the burden on the northern lords." Prince Giovanni spoke with a heavy sigh. If it was someone else, they might be fooled by his generosity, but Lucas was already aware of what kind of person the second prince was. He was a tyrant who oppressed the poor, and he was the kind of man who wouldn't hesitate to betray someone all for the sake of fulfilling his ambitions. "That will be great, Your Highness, but I think we should discuss this with all the northern lords present. I am but one of the many lords in the north. I do not represent all of them," replied Lucas while shaking his head. "What if I can make you the representative of the north?" Prince Giovanni smiled. This had always worked during his negotiations with the other lords. He usually promised them big rewards in exchange for working under him. When faced with the promised land, titles, and other rewards, they all ended up bending the knee. Lucas stared deeply at the arrogant man in front of him. He wasn't even the emperor yet, but he was acting like he had full control of Astania. In a cold voice, he responded, "What makes you think that you can give me the entire north?" Sensing the coldness in his tone, Prince Giovanni narrowed his eyes. "I think there is a misunderstanding somewhere, Lord Lucas," he forced a smile, thinking that it was probably just Lucas testing him. Before he could speak further, Lucas raised his hand. "I already knew that you planned to recruit me. I came here with the hope that you could somehow convince me, but what I heard from you disappointed me." He then stood up and said, "I enjoyed the meal, Your Highness. Please excuse me." Without hesitation, Lucas turned around and left, leaving behind a dumbfounded Prince Giovanni. Did he just leave after cutting me off? A mere baron from the fucking northern countryside. Prince Giovanni's expression darkened the more he thought about it. "I gave you face because you have some strength, but that does not mean that I am afraid of you." In his anger, Prince Giovanni slammed his fist on the table. Bang! Lucas' silver sword. "One day, you will have to pay for this." A powerful aura leaked out from his body. If someone was here, they would have sensed the overwhelming energy he exuded. However, the most surprising thing was the second prince's aura. He had the aura of transcendence. On the 31st of March, Alaric returned to North Pine Town with Hershey after Bishop Anton had rejected their request. Inside the carriage on their way to the estate, Hershey grabbed Alaric's hand. "Do not worry about it. I am sure that we will find someone who will engrave an ability on your sword. For now, we should think of your coming birthday." 2 days from now, Alaric would celebrate his 19th birthday. He would have forgotten about this if she hadn't mentioned it. Thinking about this, Alaric smiled at her. "You are right. There is plenty of time to look for a beast soul warrior." Now that she had mentioned his coming birthday celebration, the topic shifted. When they arrived at the estate, they saw Maria and a team of warriors waiting for them at the gates. "Let us go. You should greet your mother-in-law," Alaric said in a teasing voice. The two stepped out of the carriage to greet Maria. While Hershey and his mother were exchanging polite words, Alaric noticed a familiar face in the crowd. It was the young boy he had met after the fallen warriors were buried in Mount Tagira. What was his name again? Oh, right. He is Wolf, the son of Jerry. It was then that he remembered his conversation with the boy. He must have waited a while for me, he thought. Alaric walked toward the young boy while waving his hand. Wolf, son of Jerry. I guess that you have finally gotten permission from your mother. He smiled. The young boy was a bit flustered when he sensed everyone staring at him. He took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, my lord. I have already spoken with my mother and she has agreed with my decision. Good. If you have already thought it through, then you can follow me. I will bring you to someone who will train you to become a knight. Alaric tapped the boy's shoulder with an encouraging look. Wolf's potential was far greater than most of his subordinates. With proper guidance, he might even surpass those who had trained earlier than him. Can I really become a knight, my lord? Wolf clenched his fists. Alaric did not doubt this. He nodded as he replied. I have faith in your talent, Wolf. I am sure that you will become a knight one day. He then shrugged and added with a chuckle. Who knows? Maybe you will be one of those few people who will become future powerhouses. Everyone was surprised when they heard him praising the young man. Alaric had never shown much interest in a young talent before. He had visited the training ground to inspect the progress of the newbies' training, but they had never seen him display this kind of enthusiasm to a prospective talent. Everyone became more curious about the young man. They all wondered what was so special about him. After some small talk, Maria brought Hershey inside the main mansion to discuss the final preparations for Alaric's birthday. Meanwhile, Alaric brought Wolf to the training ground and introduced him to the instructor and the newbies. The last batch of newbies had already graduated from their training. This time, there were only a few of them, just a little more than 20 trainees. Alaric gave Wolf a few more words of encouragement before he headed straight to the smithy. By now, Sir Goran should have already completed my sword. It is just a pity that the bishop has rejected my request. He was still feeling regretful about the rejection, but there was nothing he could do. The man was restricted by the sacred covenant. When he entered the smithy, he felt the sudden increase in the temperature, but he was already used to it. By the time he arrived at Goran's workshop, he saw the latter polishing the blade of a short sword. Goran raised his head when he heard someone's footsteps. My lord! He immediately put down the sword to greet him. Alaric waved his hand and kept his eyes on the short sword. It had a white blade with an intricate dragon head carving on its handle. With one look, he could tell that it was an impressive sword. Sir Goran, is that my sword? He asked. Goran nodded. Yes, my lord. I have completed the sword a few days ago. As he said those words, he grabbed the sword and handed it to Alaric. It is cold. Alaric raised an eyebrow when he felt the cold handle. He then touched the blade and was even more surprised. It is like I am touching snow. The cold property on the sword is because of the cold iron. The mithril also enhanced the coldness because of. Goran's explanation fell on deaf ears. Alaric was too focused on the notification that popped up out of nowhere. Do you want to use the equipment upgrade card on the selected item? Yes, no. He still had the equipment upgrade card that he got from the last mission. Alaric had the urge to click yes, but he felt that he would get a surprise if he waited a bit more. After some thought, he clicked no. Chapter 175 to 175, Improvement in the Dual-Wielding Sword Style. Too bad I could not invite a Beast Soul Warrior to engrave it with an ability. Alaric sighed with regret. My lord, I also made a scabbard for it using the remaining cold iron and some of the spare materials I had. You were gone for quite a while, so I also asked a friend of mine to paint a design on it. Goran handed him a white scabbard with a golden dragon painting. Alaric was pleased. The scabbard was made of cold iron and some rare metals, so it wouldn't easily break, and the aesthetic painting was a bonus. Thank you for your efforts in creating this sword, Sir Goran, but we might have to wait for some time before we can find a Beast Soul Warrior to engrave it with an ability. Sir Goran took a deep breath as he nodded. I understand, my lord. He knew how difficult it was to find a suitable Beast Soul Warrior. After all, each Beast Soul Warrior had different integrated traits, and those abilities might not fit well with the sword and the wielder. I will get someone to send you the rewards I promised. Alaric bid him farewell and left with his custom-made sword. He couldn't wait to test it out together with his rare steel sword. On his way to the training ground, Alaric tried to come up with a name for the sword. He felt that it deserved a fitting name. Snow White Sword? No, that sounds too girly. Pristine White Sword? It still does not sound right. He came up with more than 10 names, but not a single one perfectly described the sword, so he temporarily discarded the idea of giving it a name. When he arrived at the training ground, he realized that the trainees were no longer there. The instructor probably brought them somewhere for some physical training. For a warrior to become a knight, they needed to build a body capable of withstanding and holding mana. Otherwise, they would easily break and succumb to mana-related damage. Alaric unsheathed his rare steel sword and the newly crafted short sword. Based on aesthetic design, the rare steel sword looked completely ordinary compared to the other. After admiring his swords for a while, Alaric started testing the compatibility of the two swords. One thing I noticed after dual wielding for some time, using two swords of the same length restricted my movement. Sometimes, the balance felt off, so I had to use weird maneuvers to compensate for the lack of balance. This was also the reason he asked for a short sword. In the next moment, Alaric finally moved. Whoosh! 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 I see. I can use the short sword for defense. Because of his SSS rank swordsmanship trait, he managed to incorporate what he had learned at a fast rate and improve his new sword style. Whoosh! 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 Not bad. I think this new style is faster and more efficient. I can easily react to any situation because the balance feels better. Alaric smiled. I should go and help them prepare for the celebration. Deep within the enchanted woodlands, inside the largest treehouse in the Greenwood Kingdom. Your Majesty, the goblins are gathering their army. Our scouts also discovered that the colony is trying to unite the scattered goblin tribes. Garandval was shaken by this report. Last time, they only suspected that the goblin colony was planning to attack. It seems like Ivana is right. The goblin colony is aiming for the Mana Spring. Garandval furrowed his eyebrows as he leaned on his chair. He let out a deep, heavy sigh as he looked at the high elf who had given the report. It was Elder Dahan, one of the highest-ranking elves in the kingdom. Elder Dahan, are the warriors ready? He asked. Elder Dahan nodded with a grim look. Yes, Your Majesty. Our elven army is ready to face those goblins. We are only waiting for your orders. Garandval rubbed the bridge of his nose as he closed his eyes. He still couldn't bear to decide, but he knew that it must be done. Where is the princess? He asked in a low voice. Elder Dahan thought for a moment before he replied. Her Highness left with her group a few days ago. They took a detour to avoid the goblin scouts, so it might take them a long time before they reach the borders of Astania. He knew that the Elven King was worried about his daughter's safety, so he added. Do not worry about Her Highness, Your Majesty. Elder Neo is with her. Even if they encounter danger, I am sure that they will be fine. Neo was a three-ringed beast soul master. In their Greenwood Kingdom, his strength was among the top few. Garandval felt more at ease upon hearing this. You are right. With Elder Neo at her side, Ivana will be safe. He then stood up, his expression turning serious. Bring the elven commanders here. We will discuss how we should deal with those goblins. Hearing this, Elder Dahan nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Somewhere in the enchanted woodlands, a group of hooded individuals were hiding behind the bushes while observing the movements of the goblins up ahead. How many goblin warriors do they have? Ivana asked in a whispering voice. They have over 50 goblin warriors and 5 hobgoblins. Based on their numbers and the structure of their camp, this is probably an outpost. Neo responded. Ivana frowned. Attacking this outpost might alert the colony and disrupt our plan. We should make another detour. Ivana thought deeply before she made a decision. Let us take a detour. Killing them is not worth it. Upon hearing her words, Neo nodded and made a hand gesture to the elven warriors behind them. Ivana left with her small team and disappeared without making a sound. This wasn't the first goblin outpost they had encountered since they left the kingdom. The fact that there were many scattered outposts all around the kingdom means that the goblin colony was about to attack them. This gave Ivana a sense of urgency. Chapter 176 to 176, Alaric's birthday celebration. In the capital, news about the success of the orc subjugation finally spread, but what made everyone even more interested was the appearance of the new transcendents in House Silversword. Galinar, Warwick, and William. These names became famous overnight, and everyone could already predict the great changes that would happen on the Astanian Dragon leaderboard with the emergence of these men. At this moment, inside a mansion in the inner parts of Kodara. "Your Highness, are we really not going to do anything about Lucas? The strength of his House Silversword is no longer something that we can just ignore," said Tyrone, the Marquis who had sworn allegiance to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, Leonard Exler Astania, narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scenery beneath the hill through his window. So this is where his confidence comes from. He has 3 transcendent knights under him, and based on the reports, those 3 are not ordinary warriors either. Prince Leonard muttered. He didn't think much of House Silversword since there was only Lucas who had some strength, but it was different now. House Silversword's strength had exceeded his expectations, and it could now compare to his and his younger brother's factions. "Your Highness, how about I go there to check their opinion on the succession for the throne?" The old Marquis was nervous. House Silversword was already powerful enough to tilt the fragile balance between the 2 princes' factions. Whichever faction he joined would have the advantage in the coming succession battle. Prince Leonard turned around and asked, "Where is Lord Lucas right now?" "According to my subordinates, they saw him leave Kodara late last night. If we send someone to go after him, they might still catch up with him," the old man replied. The Crown Prince rubbed his chin. "Hold on. The unexpected challenge, and now, this orc subjugation. I do not think these 2 are just coincidences. Why do I feel that this was deliberately done?" The more he thought about it, the more he became convinced that it was a carefully crafted plan. Lord Lucas. House Silversword. What a brilliant strategy. Lord Tyrone, it seems like you need to visit the north soon. I heard that it will be the birthday of Lord Lucas's son in 2 days. Although we cannot make it to the celebration, we can still send him some gifts. If I cannot make you join our side, then I will make friends with you." Prince Leonard thought to himself. "Yes, Your Highness. I will prepare a suitable gift for his son." The old Marquis saluted. 2 days later, in North Pine Town, the town was in a festive mood. This was because today was the 19th birthday of Alaric Silversword, the heir of House Silversword. The streets were filled with hanging banners, signifying the importance of this event to the residents. Alaric wasn't just a noble heir to them. He was a great warrior who had led his army in protecting the northern borders from monsters. Droves of carriages flooded the roads of the town, making their way to House Silversword's estate. At this moment, inside the banquet hall, Alaric was busy entertaining the guests who had arrived to celebrate his birthday. "Thank you for coming here, Lord Argus." Alaric greeted the old man who was dressed in formal clothes. He didn't come here alone. Behind the old man were some northern lords, including Smith Heinrich, who hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. "My lords, thank you for coming here." Alaric smiled at them. "Lord Smith, you should not have come. Your recovery is more important than this celebration." Alaric sighed with a look of reproach. Smith Heinrich chuckled and waved his hand. "How could I miss your birthday celebration, my lord? These are just minor injuries. There is no need to fret over them." The old Baron, Argus, scoffed at his words. He then tapped Smith Heinrich's shoulder, making the latter grimace. "Look at you acting tough. Agu. Be careful, Lord Argus," Smith Heinrich hissed as he looked at the old man. The two had gotten closer after the orc subjugation. When Smith Heinrich heard that it was the old Baron who had saved him and his son from being devoured by the orcs, he was very grateful. The rest of the northern lords laughed upon seeing this. Alaric also smiled. "Let me take you inside, my lords. We have invited the most famous performers in the north to share their talents. I am sure that you will love their performances." He chatted with them as he brought them inside the venue. By the way, Lord Smith, where is Lord Dillon? Alaric searched for Dillon in the group, but he was nowhere to be found. Smith Heinrich snorted when he mentioned this. I beat him up when I heard about what he did during the battle. He should be resting by now in Redonia. Alaric was speechless, but he didn't disagree with how Smith Heinrich handled the situation. Dillon abandoned his squad and placed himself in danger because of personal reasons. If it was someone else, they would have received severe punishment. He was lucky that his father had only beaten him up. Let us not talk about that stupid son of mine, my lord. Today is your 19th birthday. Who would have thought that the man who led us in that battle was not even 20? Smith Heinrich smiled wryly. The northern lords nodded in agreement. Alaric was already an elite knight and he had even fought toe-to-toe with powerful orc lords, which few elite knights could do. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it if someone told them about it. You flatter me, my lord. Alaric shook his head. There are plenty of powerhouses outside the empire. Compared to them, my puny strength is not even worth mentioning. Beyond the empire, there were hundreds, if not thousands of bigger and more powerful nations. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was unrivaled in the entire continent. Perhaps he was strong by Astanian standards, but he knew that the continent was vast and there existed more powerful men and women. Chapter 177 to 177, Friendly Duels between the Knight Apprentices. More and more guests arrived to join the celebration. The northern lords who didn't participate in the orc subjugation even came to flatter him, hoping that House Silversword wouldn't alienate them. They experienced major financial losses after House Silversword had cut off their supply of metal ores and other raw materials. It was then that they finally realized how big of a mistake they had made. Facing these shameless people, Alaric only responded half-heartedly before he excused himself from them. A few hours later, one of the most anticipated parts of the celebration, the friendly duels, began. This had already become a tradition in the north and it was a common segment in every important event. This time, only knight apprentices were allowed to participate, so most of them were young warriors below the age of 30. Alaric sent the 3 best young warriors from the last batch of trainees to represent House Silversword. To prevent serious injuries, the participants were only allowed to use wooden weapons. My lord, I think it's overkill to send those 3. We could have sent Mark or someone else instead of them. Rigor whispered after Alaric decided to send Rasmus, Alia, and Renant. He was the main instructor of the last batch of trainees, so he had a clear understanding of their abilities. Alaric smiled lightly at him and replied, "Don't you want to see them show off their might in front of this crowd?" Rigor could only smile wryly at his response. Even Mark could beat those guys. If it's those 3, I think it won't be a friendly duel anymore, but a one-sided beating. He helplessly shook his head. Alaric shrugged and chuckled in amusement. Just relax and let them have fun. Rigor no longer said anything and turned his attention to the ongoing duel. The guests sent their best representatives for the friendly duel. Some of the northern lords even sent their children. One of them was Theo, the heir apparent of House Pixie. He was also the crowd favorite since he was the most famous among the participants. Although he was not a prodigy like Alaric, he was still a rare genius in the north. As the friendly duels continued, the crowd started to take notice of the 3 young warriors sent by House Silversword. This was because they all won in an overwhelming fashion. Most of their fights ended in just a single move. This was especially true for the girl named Alia. She was like a tigress, fierce and unstoppable. All her battles ended with her opponents being ruthlessly beaten in one move. The most shocking thing was that she hadn't even used her weapon. Who is that girl? Man, she's beautiful, but she's scary when she fights. I heard that she is one of the trainees who has graduated from the rigorous program of House Silversword. If not for those scars on her face, she would have been a real beauty. What a pity! The spectators discussed as they watched Alia's performance with great enthusiasm. Those 2 guys from House Silversword are also doing great. They ended their battles within 3 moves. Just how did they train those kids? They don't look old, but they fight like they have years of experience. Other than the 3 of them, there were also a few participants who displayed superior skills compared to the rest. Theo was one of them. His swordsmanship was impressive. Although he focused heavily on being flashy, he was able to defeat his opponents with ease. Not bad. With more practical experience, he will be forced to remove those flashy tricks. Alaric thought to himself. Theo has trained really hard for this day. He wanted to become a knight, but he still fell short in the end. Remarked Hershey, who was standing beside Alaric. Is that so? No wonder his skills have improved. Alaric looked at Theo and used his appraisal trait on him. Theo Pixa E Knight Apprentice EXP, 88/100. Potential, D. Traits, Horseback Riding, F. Swordsmanship, E. Close Combat, F. Archery, E. Hunting, F. Business Management, E. Strength, 19. Stamina, 18. Agility, 17. Endurance, 18. Vitality, 18. Mana, 5. He is indeed close to becoming a knight. He just needs a little bit more physical training and exposure to mana. Theo was still a knight apprentice, so he couldn't use herbs like the dragon tail fern that had high levels of mana. Without sufficient physical strength to handle mana, his body wouldn't be able to handle the energy, and he might even suffer a backlash if he forced himself to absorb those kinds of herbs. However, there were tonics that could help with increasing muscle growth and even improve the physical condition of the body. The only issue is that using these tonics was extremely painful and not everyone could handle this pain. In his past life, Alaric also used these tonics to improve his physical condition. Suddenly, he heard the crowd cheering excitedly. The reason for this excitement was that Theo would be fighting Rasmus in his next match. Furthermore, Alia's opponent was another crowd favorite, Renant. Only these 4 young warriors remained, and everyone was eager to know who would proceed to the final match. I am sorry, brother-in-law. It seems like you are not destined to win this friendly duel. Even without using his appraisal trait, he knew that Rasmus was way stronger than Theo. The former had used tonics since he began his physical training, and he had also participated in numerous practical combat missions. He also focused on improving his battle skills. Unlike Theo, who had to handle administrative duties, he was also free to train all day. While he was silently lamenting the fate of his brother-in-law, the referee had already called their names. Who do you think will win? Hershey glanced at him. Alaric sent her a rueful smile as he replied. I am sorry, Hershey, but your brother stands no chance against Rasmus. Hershey sighed and shook her head upon hearing this. Whatever happens, I hope my brother will not be disheartened. Chapter 178 to 178, The Powerful Young Knight Apprentices. Theo glanced at his opponent with a serious look. He didn't dare underestimate this young knight apprentice, for he knew that this man was one of the best talents in House Silversword. He has so many scars on his body despite being younger than me. Just how many tough battles had he fought? Theo thought when he saw the scars on Rasmus's arms. Fight! The referee's voice drifted into his ears. Hearing this, he immediately lunged at the young knight apprentice and swung the wooden sword. Swish! He had seen Rasmus's fights, and none of his opponents lasted more than 3 moves. He thought that he might have the chance to win if he took the initiative to attack. However, as if having anticipated his plans, Rasmus calmly took a side step to evade the trajectory of his slash. He then pushed Theo using his elbow, causing the latter to lose balance. Subsequently, he made a horizontal cut. Pack! Theo gritted his teeth as he blocked the sword. The moment their wooden swords clashed, he felt the disparity in their physical prowess. What unbelievable strength! He exclaimed in shock. He had fought with many knight apprentices in their household, but no one had this much power. You're quite good, my lord. Few managed to block that strike. He heard Rasmus's nonchalant voice. Theo snorted. He felt that he was being mocked. He put more strength in his sword and released a push kick out of anger. Rasmus nimbly twisted his body to avoid the kick. He then countered with a spinning elbow that struck Theo's face. The crowd gasped in surprise when they saw Theo spitting blood, but no one said a word. This wasn't against the rules and everyone was allowed to use every means necessary as long as it wasn't fatal. The sharp pain shook Theo and he almost collapsed from the impact. He could feel his vision spinning due to the impact, but he stubbornly kept himself standing while moving away from his opponent. He doesn't even hesitate to use such moves. Did he learn this from Lord Alaric? Blood leaked out from the corner of his lips. He felt that his jaw had been dislocated after taking that elbow. "You aren't my opponent, my lord. Please surrender. I don't want to hurt you," Rasmus said indifferently. Theo steadied himself and looked at him with a cold gaze. "A warrior of House Pixai will never surrender. Come at me," he shouted. Rasmus narrowed his eyes upon hearing his words. "Then I won't be lenient anymore," he muttered before he charged toward Theo. In the next moment, he kicked the ground and propelled himself in midair to deliver a spinning sword slash. It was a move that he had been practicing for a long time and it was suitable for one-on-one fights. Theo was surprised by the move that he had pulled off. He quickly raised his wooden sword to parry the attack, but when their swords clashed, he felt a heavy force that sent him to the ground. When he fell, he saw Rasmus staring calmly at him. "It was a good fight, my lord." Rasmus bowed at him before he turned around and left. The referee announced Rasmus's victory, causing a wave of applause and cheers from the crowd. They all thought that Theo could last a little bit longer, but it ended so abruptly. While everyone was discussing the results of their fight, the referee called Renant and Alia, telling them to come up on the stage. When these two young warriors stepped onto the stage, another wave of cheers and applause erupted. "Who do you think will win?" "It's hard to say. The both of them are remarkable warriors and they each have their own unique styles. How about a bet?" "Bring it on." "I bet on Dame Alia." "Then I will place my bet on Sir Renant." Meanwhile, Alia flicked the wooden sword, familiarizing herself with its weight and balance. Tisk. She clicked her tongue, feeling a bit annoyed at the wooden sword's overall feel. It didn't fit well with her and she was certain that it would greatly affect her battle prowess. On the other hand, Renant was also figuring out the wooden spear in his hand. "Are you both ready?" The referee's voice suddenly echoed while they were playing with their weapons. Alia and Renant nodded. "Fight!" As soon as his words fell, both young knight apprentices moved at the same time. Swish! Swish! Pack! The wooden sword and wooden spear clashed, producing a sharp pack. In the next moment, the two exchanged a series of blows. They were so fast for their level that even some knight apprentices failed to keep up with their speed. The older warriors who were watching the battle were impressed. "Unreal. They are on a whole different level compared to the rest of us." Theo, who was being treated on the sidelines, was stunned when he saw this scene. Alia's swordsmanship was precise and fast, while Renant's spearmanship was firm and masterful. After a few minutes and over 100 exchanges, Renant used his physically stronger body to overpower Alia, forcing her to retreat successively. "Damn it! This bastard is using his strength to overpower me." Alia tried to deflect the other party's spear with a flurry of sword moves, but Renant's spear was like an immovable pillar, firm and strong. "If only I could use my sword, things wouldn't be like this." Alia bit her lower lip with an indignant look. She couldn't accept that she was being pushed back. What made her even more upset was that she couldn't properly utilize her sword techniques because of the poor balance of the wooden sword. In the end, Renant took the victory. After the referee announced the result, Alia glared at Renant and walked away with heavy footsteps. The frustration in her eyes was evident. Renant looked at her defeated figure with a satisfied smile. The girl had been arrogant lately because of her sudden rise in power. He finally had the chance to knock some sense into her. Aaliyah, this defeat will make you stronger. I believe in you. Chapter 179 to 179, The Winner. As expected, Aaliyah is still a bit lacking compared to Renant, but with her swordsmanship talent, she will eventually bridge the gap in their physical prowess. Perhaps she might even win against him depending on the situation. Alaric thought as he looked at Aaliyah's disappointed figure. Aaliyah Knight Apprentice EXP, 29/100. Potential, A. Traits, horseback riding, F. Swordsmanship, A. Close combat, E. Hunting, F. Archery, F. Strength, 20. Stamina, 20. Agility, 29. Endurance, 20. Vitality, 19. Mana, 8. Her natural talent and potential are higher than mine before I got the cyan screen. While he was deep in his thoughts, the referee called Renant and Rasmus to the stage. The noise became louder as the two young warriors stepped onto the stage. They had already proven that their abilities were far beyond their peers. Rasmus stared at the confident warrior in front of him. In the past few months, he had barely rested since he used most of his free time for his training. The reason for this relentless pursuit of strength was the strong desire to stand beside Alaric and faithfully serve him to repay the kindness he had shown to his family in the orphanage. Renant, I have trained harder than everyone else. I'm no longer the same person you fought back then. Don't hold back if you don't want to be defeated. He grinned as he pointed his wooden sword at Renant. Hearing his words, Renant skillfully twirled his spear and beckoned tauntingly. You're still as loud as ever, Rasmus. Enough talking and let our skills speak. He was a few years older than Rasmus, so he treated the latter as his younger brother. I know how hard you have trained, Rasmus, but it won't be so easy to defeat me. In truth, Renant was feeling the most pressure among the last batch of trainees. The expectations of the instructors and the admiration of his peers, everything weighed heavily on him. In the next moment, the two moved instantaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! Pack! 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 The two young warriors clashed 100 times in just 2 minutes. The fierce collision of their weapons echoed across the venue. Because of the fearsome force of the two, their wooden weapons could no longer handle the pressure and broke apart, forcing them to fight barehanded. Fists, elbows, and kicks were released, causing sharp tearing sounds with every attack. Based on those sounds, the crowd could already feel how painful it would be if they took those blows. Are they really knight apprentices? A knight muttered with disbelief as he watched the young warriors fight. Are they really that powerful, Sir Knight? Asked a young noble lady in a curious tone. To an ordinary person like her, she couldn't differentiate the strength between warriors. The knight nodded with a heavy look. Yes, my lady. They are only knight apprentices, but their physical bodies have already surpassed the confines of their realms. If they become knights, their strength would be many times more powerful compared to ordinary knights. The young noble lady gasped at his words. A few others who had heard their conversation were similarly surprised. Meanwhile, Alaric suddenly let out a sigh. He already knew who would win the battle. Rasmus, your effort is commendable, but you are not the only one putting up an effort. Not to mention that Renant has something that you don't have. Rasmus Knight Apprentice EXP, 38/100. Potential, A. Traits, horseback riding, F. Swordsmanship, C. Hunting, E. Archery, F. Close combat, E. Strength, 23. Stamina, 21. Agility, 23. Endurance, 23. Vitality, 22. Mana, 8. Renant Knight Apprentice EXP, 41/100. Potential, A. Traits, horseback riding, F. spearmanship, c. pain tolerance, b. close combat, e. archery, f. hunting, e. strength, 23. Stamina, 23. Agility, 19. Endurance, 29. Vitality, 22. Mana, 9. The attributes of the two were almost similar except for the huge difference in their endurance. However, there was another important factor that put Renant above Rasmus. It was his pain tolerance trait. Based on the name of the trait, Alaric could already tell what it was for. Pain tolerance. It might sound simple, but this one detail could make a big impact in any battle. The more injuries one would sustain, the more it would affect their combat ability, but this would be negated if they had high pain tolerance. On the stage, Renant's high endurance finally took effect. He took many blows from Rasmus, but he appeared fine. On the other hand, Rasmus was breathing heavily while trying to stand on his feet. Rasmus, let's decide this in one move. Renant adjusted his battle stance as he said those words. Rasmus narrowed his eyes. He knew that he would be defeated if the battle dragged on, but it seemed like Renant didn't want to use this cowardly tactic to win. Now I understand why I respect you, Renant. With a nod of his head, he prepared himself for their last clash. Everyone watched with bated breaths as the two young warriors quietly observed each other's movements. No one dared to blink, afraid that they would miss the final moments of this match. Suddenly, the two figures on the stage turned into a blur as they lunged toward each other. Rasmus released a flying kick. Whoosh! Seeing this, Renant blocked his leg with his left arm and sent an elbow strike that was aimed at Rasmus's jaw. Rasmus quickly lifted his arms, shielding his face from the blow. However, the force behind Renant's sharp elbow left a gash on his arm and sent him crashing to the ground. Bang! The crowd gasped upon witnessing this scene. Renant grimaced when he felt a sharp pain in his left arm. He broke my arm with that kick. You have improved a lot, Rasmus. His lips curved upwards as he glanced at Rasmus, who was struggling to get up. Rasmus let out a regretful sigh while shaking his head. I admit defeat. He raised his hand. A big round of applause and the sonorous shouts of the crowd followed as the friendly duels concluded. Chapter 180 to 180, Tyrone's strange reaction upon meeting Alaric. An hour after the friendly duels, everyone was still discussing the impressive performances of the knight apprentices. The three people sent by House Silversword all entered the final four. Just how did they unearth those talents? I heard that it was Lord Alaric who took in those kids from the orphanage. I can't believe that there are actually so many hidden gems in that place. Many northern lords gathered around Alaric to praise his foresight. My lord, I envy you for discovering those young talents. Indeed. How did you find them, my lord? Alaric smiled faintly at the enthusiastic crowd. To tell you the truth, I only intended to help the orphanage get back on its feet. Seeing those children barely surviving with limited resources. He answered their queries, but he omitted some important details that shouldn't be said. The celebration continued until late evening. In the next few days, the guests finally left the estate and returned to their homes. On the 5th of April, Lucas returned to North Pine Town, but he didn't come alone. Lord Lucas, I would like to thank you once more for accepting my unreasonable request. Tyrone cupped his fists to express his gratitude. When he received the Crown Prince's orders, he went after Lucas in a hurry, and after almost a day of non-stop travel on his horse, he eventually caught up with him. They had travelled together since then. Lord Tyrone, you have already thanked me 3 times. Lucas stared speechlessly at the old Marquis. Ha ha ha. Is that so? It seems like I am forgetting things a lot lately. Tyrone laughed while slapping his thigh. Lucas noticed the unusual friendliness of the old Marquis. At first, he thought that it was just an act, but he realized that the old man was genuinely interested in befriending him. Does the Crown Prince intend to invite me to his faction? Lucas thought as he looked at the old marquis. Meanwhile, Tyrone was secretly inspecting the town. He noticed that new houses were being constructed. Those people should be the former residents of Alverton. They had already received reports about the events that took place in Alverton. Even until now, he was still shocked by the military power that House Silversword had revealed. Half an hour later, they arrived at the estate. The gatekeepers were stunned when they saw the Baron. Lucas and Tyrone came in secretly so no one noticed their arrival to the town. "My lord." Lucas waved his hand and gestured at them to not make a fuss. "I hope you do not mind my humble estate, my lord," said Lucas as he made an inviting gesture. "Haha. Your worries are unnecessary, my lord. I am not the kind of person who cares about trivial things like appearances." Tyrone chuckled. The two chatted as they headed to the main mansion. By the time they arrived, a group of people was already waiting for them. "Congratulations on keeping your rank on the Astanian Dragon leaderboard, my lord." Lucas smiled and nodded. Seeing the familiar faces after leaving home for a while made him feel happy. "Let us talk about this later." He then turned his gaze to the old man beside him and said, "This is Marquis Tyrone Agalsitar." Except for Alaric, everyone else was flabbergasted upon hearing his introduction. A marquis was a high-ranking noble. There wasn't even a figure at this level in the north, so they were shocked by the old man's identity. Meanwhile, Alaric was feeling a bit emotional when he saw the old marquis. In his past life, the marquis was his direct superior and he had learned a lot of things from him. It was mostly because of his teachings that he was able to become an elite knight. Marquis Tyrone Agalsitar. As if sensing his gaze, the old man stared at him. Alaric's striking white hair made him recall a certain person. "My lord, this is my son, Alaric." Lucas's voice drifted into his ears, pulling him from his thoughts. "Oh." Tyrone adjusted his emotions, but the more he stared at the young man, the more agitated he became. The resemblance. Lucas noticed the sudden change in his expression and thought that the old man wasn't feeling well. "Are you all right, my lord?" Tyrone suppressed his agitation and nodded while waving his hand. "I am fine. I think I am just tired from the journey." Lucas felt that the old marquis was hiding something, but he didn't probe further. "Prepare Lord Tyrone's accommodation immediately," he instructed the servants. Tyrone took one last glance at Alaric before he followed the servants. Alaric was feeling confused. When he first met the old marquis, he also showed the same reaction. He once asked the marquis about this, but the old man refused to answer. He looked at Lucas with an inquisitive gaze, but the latter shook his head. "We will talk later. I will go and talk with the marquis first." Lucas hugged his wife and tapped his son's shoulder. Maria nodded without saying anything. After Lucas left, the crowd dispersed and went to do their respective tasks. Alaric remained standing outside the main mansion, still baffled by the old man's reaction. "I must get answers in this life." He turned around and headed to the training ground to begin his daily mission. He had been so busy after the orc subjugation that he almost had no time to complete his daily training. Alaric Silversword Elite Knight EXP 142-163/1000. Potential, A. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, E. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, E. Monster Affinity, F. Mana Gathering, C. Appraisal, B. Strength, 170. Stamina, 180. Agility, 180. Vitality, 150. Endurance, 160. Mana, 228. Battle points, 1780 1920. Stat points, 4061. Requirements for the next advancement, 1000 EXP, 250 in all attributes, and 10,000 battle points. He had only completed 7 daily missions in the past few weeks. Luckily, there was no penalty or he would be devastated. Chapter 181-181, Tyrone's Gift. Tyrone paced around his room, looking incredibly unsettled as he wore a deep frown. How come they look so similar? Is it just a coincidence? His forehead creased the more he thought about it. If I remember correctly, I think there was something going on between Lucas and her almost 2 decades ago. Is it possible that Alaric is there? As he thought of this, his eyes widened. This cannot be. He wanted to deny it, but he realized that it wasn't impossible. There had been rumors about the relationship between Lucas and that person, but news about this suddenly disappeared as if someone had deliberately concealed them. Tyrone rubbed his chin as he took his seat. I will try probing Lucas tomorrow. If my speculation is right, I might uncover something huge. The next day, Alaric completed his daily mission after several hours of doing intense exercises. Alaric Silversword Elite Knight EXP, 163-169/1000. Potential, A. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, E. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, E. Monster Affinity, F. Mana Gathering, C. Appraisal, B. Strength, 170. Stamina, 180. Agility, 180. Vitality, 150. Endurance, 160. Mana, 228-230. Battle points, 1920-1960. Stat points, 61-67. Requirements for the next advancement, 1000 EXP, 250 in all attributes, and 10,000 battle points. My lord, please drink some water. The faithful little servant, Elena, handed him a leather water flask. Alaric smiled at her, grabbed the water flask, and took a swig. While he was drinking water, Elena expertly wiped off the sweat on his body with a cloth. She had always done this for him every time he would complete his training. Meanwhile, Hershey, who was standing behind them, spoke to Elena in a gentle voice. You are really good at this. Elena turned her head and squeezed out a smile. I have been by my lord's side since we were young, so it's almost second nature to me. I see. It seems like your relationship with Alaric is not that simple. Hershey stared deeply at her while keeping a smile on her face. Elena was flustered by her words and she hurriedly explained herself. It's not what you think, my lady. We are just... Ha ha ha. Hershey suddenly giggled when she saw how anxious she was. She grabbed Elena's hand and said, I know and I understand. Looking at her earnest expression, Elena gradually calmed down. Stop teasing her. Alaric smiled at the two women. While they were chatting, they suddenly noticed that someone was approaching them. They simultaneously turned their heads and saw that it was the old Marquis. Just like how they had met him yesterday, the old man still had this jovial look and easygoing smile. Alaric, Hershey, and the others quickly stopped what they were doing to greet him. Greetings, my lord. Tyrone nodded and swept his gaze over the small crowd before his eyes stopped on Alaric. Lord Alaric, I apologize for abruptly leaving yesterday. Because of my age, I sometimes feel dizzy. He had an apologetic look. I hope you can forgive me. Hearing this, Alaric immediately waved his hand and replied. It is fine, my lord. Your health is more important, so you do not need to worry about these trivial things. He knew that the old man was just giving an excuse, but he didn't expose him. The old Marquis grinned at his words. Oh, I almost forgot. I was not able to come to your birthday celebration, but I have prepared a gift for you. As he said this, he nodded to the servant standing next to him. The servant opened the wooden box he was carrying, revealing a set of intricately crafted armor. This is a relic-level battle armor made from mithril and other valuable materials like the disaster-grade monster hide. It is also engraved with the fortification trait that makes its wearer take less damage from any form of attack. The old Marquis introduced the armor's ability as he gestured at the servant to hand the gift to Alaric. A relic-level battle armor. Alaric was pleasantly surprised. This was what he needed the most. The battle armor he was using was also well made, but it wasn't at the relic level. If he had this armor, his combat ability would drastically improve. Thinking about this, he stared at the old Marquis who was gesturing at him to take the armor. It was a gift from his old superior, so he didn't hesitate any further and took the battle armor. "Thank you for the gift, my lord. I will cherish it." Alaric gratefully smiled at him. "Haha. I am glad that you like it." Tyrone laughed heartily. For some reason, he felt that Alaric wasn't a stranger, but someone that he knew for a long time. Who would not like a relic-level battle armor? Alaric smiled bitterly while shaking his head. Equipment like this was hard to come by in the north, but they were in abundance in the central areas of Astania. It is just a battle armor. There is no need to make a fuss over it. The Marquis chuckled. Alaric smiled wryly. Only a high-level noble like the old Marquis could say something like this. "How about we talk somewhere more quiet, my lord? I do not think the warriors can train peacefully knowing that you are here," Alaric suggested. "All right. I will follow you." Tyrone nodded in agreement. There were some things that he wanted to discuss with him, but the details were too sensitive to be said in public. Alaric brought the old man to his study inside the main mansion. For absolute secrecy, he didn't let anyone in. "Please take a seat, my lord." Alaric pointed at a vacant seat. The old man thanked him before he took his seat. "So what do you want to discuss with me, Lord Alaric?" Tyrone didn't beat around the bush. Alaric cleared his throat and gathered his thoughts before he spoke. "I noticed that my lord was surprised when you saw me yesterday. It just made me curious." The old man's face suddenly turned serious. He adjusted his sitting posture before he calmly replied. "I just thought that you look like someone I know." Alaric raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The old man's words had many implications. "Can you elaborate on what you mean by this?" The old man shook his head. "To be honest with you, I am also not sure, so it would be for the best if I do not say anything more than that." "I see. What a pity." Alaric shook his head with a look of regret. He was curious, but he didn't probe further. There was plenty of time to know the truth. He just needed to patiently wait. Tyrone observed the young man's expression. It seems like he is still unaware of this. Lucas might have kept it a secret from him. It is also possible that I am wrong about the whole thing. The two talked about other matters to lighten the mood. Alaric was already familiar with the old man's personality, so he knew which topics would entertain him. After a few hours of conversation, the Marquis stood up and said, "I still have an appointment with Lord Lucas. Please excuse me, my lord." "Oh, that is too bad. I really enjoyed talking with you, Lord Tyrone. I hope we can chat again sometime." Alaric didn't stop the old man from leaving. He bid the Marquis farewell and sent him to Lucas's study. Meanwhile, a group of robed individuals entered through a secret passage that led them to Turtle Fort. "Your Highness, why don't we rest here for a while? You must be weary from the trip," Neo suggested while staring at the figure leading them. To safely reach this place, they had taken numerous detours. There were scattered goblin outposts in the enchanted woodlands, so they wasted a lot of time trying to evade them. "There is no need." Ivana shook her head. A few days had passed since they left the Elven Kingdom. She was afraid that the war had already started, so she couldn't afford to rest. "Our kingdom is in danger, so we must hurry," Ivana muttered. Neo no longer said anything. He was also worried about the kingdom. "Split up to gather supplies and return to this spot within 30 minutes. Ivana instructed. As soon as she gave the order, the elven warriors who had followed them went in separate directions. Only Neo stayed behind to protect Ivana. The elven princess was only a one-ringed beast soul master. A powerful knight could already put her in danger, so he didn't want to leave her side. Elder Neo, tell me honestly, since you have also witnessed the military power of House Silversword. Do you think we can repel those goblins if we have their support? Ivana asked all of a sudden. Hearing this, Neo thought for a moment before shaking his head. It's hard to say, Your Highness. We have no accurate information on the goblin colony. There could be powerful goblins hiding there. Chapter 182 to 182, Blood River Alliance Leader. In River Wake, the restless underground factions had gradually stabilized. This was because the three largest factions had merged to create a much larger group, the Blood River Alliance. Today, on the 6th of April in the year 209 of the Astanian calendar, the Alliance members gathered inside a private building to elect their leader. 3 people sat at the most prominent location, chatting as they waited for the election to begin. In just a few days, we managed to take full control of River Wake's underground forces. With Baron Dazo gone, I don't think there's anyone who can stop our alliance's expansion, remarked Old Man Woodcutter with a grin. When he first joined the alliance, he still had some misgivings, but after some time, he gradually became invested in the group. The idea of controlling the entire city made him forget all the bad things that happened. The middle-aged man sitting adjacent to him sneered at his words and offered his own opinion. It's not as easy as you think. Although Baron Dazo has died, his barony started functioning again after his son took the reins. Furthermore, there are still some merchant groups with strong military power. This person was the leader of the Night Owl mercenary group, Tim. He was a former slave who had rebelled against his owner and took control of his wealth after killing him. And with his newfound wealth, he took in many slaves and commoners to create his mercenary group, which later became known as the Night Owl Mercenary Group. Tim was a ruthless man and he was also skilled with the sword. Because of this, he later got the moniker One-Eyed Swordsman. Clap. The sudden clap made the two turn their heads to Liam. We shouldn't argue today, gentlemen. Look. Liam pointed at the large number of people gathered inside the building. Everyone has gathered here to elect the leader of our alliance. We must maintain our dignity in front of these people. He had learned to speak in a commoner's accent after months of contact with all sorts of individuals, but he still sometimes revealed the temperament of a noble. Old Man Woodcutter and One-Eyed Swordsman had complicated feelings about this young man. They were afraid of his cunning mind and they also disliked his arrogance. However, there was something they admired about him, his ability to gather all sorts of people. No one would have imagined that the 3 largest factions in River Wake would merge, but this young man made it happen. He might have employed some unusual methods, but he managed to do it. Until now, they still didn't know his name, so they called him Sly Demon, a moniker that recently became famous in River Wake. Hearing his words, Old Man Woodcutter shrugged and no longer said anything, while One-Eyed Swordsman snorted. Seeing how cooperative they were, Liam smiled. He then sent the signal to start the election. The election process was simple. Each member of the alliance would write the name of the person they wanted to vote for and place it inside the box. The total votes would then be tallied on the spot to prevent cheating. The voting process only took less than 20 minutes, but the counting of the votes took much longer. The alliance had over 300 members, including the small groups that they had absorbed. About 2 hours later, the results were finally announced. Sly Demon 217 votes. One-Eyed Swordsman 164 votes. Old Man Woodcutter 158 votes. A few people also received votes, but their vote counts were too low to even be compared with the 3 top candidates. One-Eyed Swordsman glanced at the results and slumped on his chair while crossing his arms. How did he gather so many supporters in just a few days? Did he bribe them with money? His faction was the largest in the alliance, so he was quite confident in his success, but from the looks of it, someone had come prepared. Meanwhile, Old Man Cutter was vexed. He couldn't accept the fact that he came third in the voting results. I can still accept Sly Demon being the winner, but this one-eyed bastard actually got more votes than me. These people must be blind. Humph. Old Man Woodcutter snorted the more he thought about the results. He felt that it was ridiculous. On the other hand, Liam seemed to have expected this to happen. He let out a smile as he stood up from his seat. He then walked toward the center of the venue and clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. Everyone! Thank you to those who believed in me. I promise that I will use every means necessary to make our alliance stronger and more prosperous. However, I wouldn't be able to do this alone. I hope that everyone gathered here will put more effort into making the alliance more successful. Liam didn't make his speech longer since he knew that these boorish people wouldn't like it. He kept everything short and ended it with a strong message. After his speech, the alliance members clapped their hands. Although some still couldn't accept the results, there was nothing they could do. The majority had already spoken, so everyone had to follow the newly elected alliance leader. Congratulations on becoming the alliance leader. Old Man Woodcutter beamed at him. One-eyed swordsman didn't say anything and just nodded at Liam. That was how Liam Pixai became the leader of the Blood River Alliance. Inside the Baron's study in the main mansion of House Silversword, Tyrone took a light sip of tea before he asked. Lord Lucas, do you still remember Her Highness, Princess Jade Christine? The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy as soon as he spoke this name. Lucas had subconsciously released his aura, but he quickly retracted it after realizing what had happened. He stared deeply at the Marquis and responded. I still remember her. His voice was calm, but the old Marquis sensed the coldness in his tone. I see. That means Alaric must be her. Chapter 183 to 183, Princess Jade's child? Alaric must be her child. This time, an even more powerful pressure descended upon the old Marquis. Tyrone acted like nothing happened and continued to sip his tea. Lucas let out a sigh. He leaned on his chair and rubbed his nose bridge as he said. That's right. Alaric is our son. His tone contained a trace of melancholy when he recalled the image of that woman. She was his first love and also his biggest regret. Tyrone wasn't surprised by his confirmation. Only a few had seen Her Highness, so I don't think someone will get suspicious of Alaric's identity, but you must still be careful. Some people might harbor ill intent if they discover his identity. Lucas nodded with a grave look. I understand. This was the real reason why he rejected the Emperor's offer 2 decades ago. He didn't want Alaric to be embroiled in the imperial family's woes and schemes. No wonder you rejected His Majesty's offer, so it was because of this. Tyrone stared at the Baron with newfound respect. For the sake of his son's safety, he rejected a high-ranking position and chose to live in the north as a Baron. Lucas took a deep breath and raised his head as he asked. Jade. Her Highness, where is she? His voice quivered when he mentioned her name. Other than his family, only this woman could make him this emotional. Tyrone sighed and shook his head. Her Highness hasn't shown herself to the public since you left Kodara. In truth, he knew something about the princess, but the information was yet to be confirmed since the imperial family was tight-lipped about the matter. I wonder how you will react if you hear that Princess Jade will be married to the crown prince of the neighboring empire of Harun. Lucas, will you barge into the imperial castle and face the wrath of both empires? Tyrone felt that he might really do it. Lucas was powerful enough to stand on the same ground with the powerhouses of Astania, and House Silversword was no longer the countryside barony that it was before. Is that so? Lucas let out a heavy breath. Jade, where are you? He thought that he could forget everything about her, but fate seemed to be intent on drawing them together. Lord Lucas, if you are thinking of seeing her, then you better drop the idea. The imperial family is currently unstable because of His Majesty's failing health. There might be severe consequences if you go and look for her." Tyrone warned him with a grim face. Lucas clenched his fists upon hearing this, but he knew that the old Marquis was telling the truth. "Thank you for your warning, Lord Tyrone. I am tired, so I will excuse myself. Let us speak again tomorrow." He didn't wait for the old man's response. He stood up, cupped his fists at the Marquis, and decisively left. To think that the man known as the Shield of the North has a side like this, Tyrone drank the last sip of his tea before he left the room. On the 8th of April, the Marquis left North Pine Town and headed back to Kotara. He didn't know how he should report the situation to the Crown Prince. There was something within him that compelled him not to disclose this information, but a part of him also wanted to give this crucial information to Prince Leonard. What a conundrum! The old Marquis sighed while shaking his head. Things have become more complicated with Alaric in the picture. He has the blood of Astania running through his veins, and with House Silversword's growing popularity, there might be some people who would support him if he ever decides to join the battle for succession. He could already imagine the chaos that would ensue if this information leaked out. The Crown Prince might let things be, but the second prince would definitely not allow another contender to participate. While he was deep in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed the presence of a few powerful individuals approaching him at a fast pace. The old Marquis didn't come alone, but he only brought a few subordinates with him. One three-ringed beast soul master and the rest are elite knights and knights. He narrowed his eyes as he looked in a certain direction. He also signaled his men to stop and prepare for battle. Tyrone grabbed the handle of his sword while keeping his gaze on the approaching figures. "I only brought 2 elite knights with me and 8 knights. If we fight those people, it will be a dangerous battle." Suddenly, the approaching group finally came into everyone's view. They were dressed in oversized robes that covered their whole body from head to foot. Strangely, they were using mana to increase their movement speed. It was as if someone was chasing them. Tyrone could sense the fluctuations of mana, so he was perplexed. He then signaled his subordinates to lower their weapons. He couldn't sense any hostility from the group, so to prevent misunderstandings, he instructed his men to stand down. Soon, the approaching group stopped in front of them, making the atmosphere a bit tense. If it weren't for Tyrone's command, his subordinates would have already drawn their weapons. "I am Marquis Tyrone Agalsitar. State your identities." The old Marquis stared deeply at the person who had the strongest aura. He felt that this guy was the leader of the group. However, to his surprise, the one who stepped up was the person with the weakest aura, a one-ringed beast soul master. "I am Ivana, a friend of Alaric Silversword. We mean you no harm." "Ivana? I have not heard of anyone noteworthy with that name. Who is this young lady? Could she be Alaric's lover?" The Marquis had question marks on his face, but he decided not to probe further. "I see. Then you may go. You guys look like you are in a hurry." He waved his hand. "Thank you." Ivana's group didn't linger for long and they left after she thanked the old man. Tyrone watched them disappear with a deep frown. Who are those people? Chapter 184 to 184, Ivana seeks help. Ivana's group arrived at the estate. "Who are you?" The gatekeepers warily glanced at her group, their hands resting on the handle of their weapons. Ivana didn't waste any time and presented a token. "I am Ivana, a friend of Alaric. Please let us in." The gatekeepers were surprised to see the token in her hand. It was Alaric's identity token, which only he and a few of his most trusted subordinates possessed. "Having this token means that you are one of his people. Can we inspect your token for a moment?" The gatekeepers cautiously asked. They had heard of her name too, but they wanted to make sure that she wasn't a fraud. Ivana nodded as she handed over token. The gatekeepers took the token and inspected it carefully. After a thorough examination, they realized that it was real. "This is Lord Alaric's identity token. They hurriedly handed it back to Ivana and apologized. "Please pardon us for the inconvenience, my lady. It is all right. Just let us in. We are in a hurry." Ivana waved her hand dismissively. The gatekeepers no longer wasted their time. They opened the gates and escorted them to the training ground. "Why are we heading here?" Ivana frowned. Sensing the suspicion in her voice, the guard quickly explained. "It's like this, my lady. Lord Alaric usually visits the training ground around this time for his daily training. He also observes the progress of our trainees." Ivana's expression eased up when she heard this. "I see." Not long later, they arrived at the training grounds, and just like the guard had said, Alaric was there watching the trainees. As if having sensed their arrival, Alaric turned his head. "Ivana Greenwood 1 Ringed Beast Soul Master EXP, 7/500. Potential, S. Integrated Monster Trait, Nature's Blessing, S. Traits, Horseback Riding, E. Archery, B. Swordsmanship, B. Close Combat, F. Strength, 11. Stamina, 10. Agility, 26. Endurance, 12. Vitality, 30. Mana, 79. Alaric raised an eyebrow when he saw her integrated monster trait. It was actually rated S. Just what kind of monster did they prepare for her monster trait integration? He was speechless. Only an elven princess could have this kind of luxury. He then moved his gaze toward the elf who had exuded the most oppressive aura. Neo 3 Ringed Beast Soul Master EXP, 3379/5000. Potential, A. Integrated Monster Traits, Ice Manipulation, A. Starlight Arrow, S. Eagle's Viewpoint, B. Traits, Horseback Riding, A. Swordsmanship, A. Archery, A. Hunting, B. Tracking, B. Close Combat, B. Strength, 189. Stamina, 196. Agility, 299. Endurance, 195. Vitality, 250. Mana, 511. Alaric was dumbfounded when he saw his attributes. His stats were even more outrageous than the bishop's. Not to mention his high-rated traits and integrated monster traits. "Alaric!" Ivana called out to him, but the cheerfulness she had the last time she came here was gone. Her voice pulled him from his thoughts. He sensed that something was amiss when he heard the tone of her voice. "Let's speak privately." Ivana nodded. She signaled her men to stay before she followed Alaric toward the main mansion. Neo hesitated for a moment before he decided to follow them. Meanwhile, Elena and Hershey, who were together with Alaric, decided not to disturb them. Once they arrived at his study, Alaric gestured for her to take a seat. Upon sitting down, Ivana removed the hood that covered her face. Seeing the deep frown and her troubled expression, Alaric asked, "What happened? Why do you look like that?" "Alaric, you are my friend, so I will not hide it from you." She took a short pause to gather her thoughts before she continued. "Our kingdom is in danger." Alaric narrowed his eyes. "Go on. I am listening." "A goblin colony has set their sights on our kingdom's mana spring. Those despicable creatures are gathering the scattered goblin tribes to attack us. We do not have much time. At this moment, they should." She explained the situation to him. As he listened, Alaric's expression grew increasingly colder. "Since you came all the way here, am I right to assume that you need my help?" He stared at the elven princess. Ivana didn't deny it. She nodded with a heavy look. "Our kingdom will face heavy casualties if we fight the goblin colony by ourselves. I was hoping that you could lend us some assistance." Alaric was silent for a moment. "From what she told me, there are over 20,000 goblins in the colony and her kingdom's military is outnumbered. Our House Silversword alone cannot offer much help even if we mobilize 3 transcendents. I need the support of a few more noble houses, but which ones should I bring to the enchanted woodlands? The elven kingdom had remained hidden for decades or even over a century. If he brought the wrong kind of people, the location of their kingdom would be exposed and they might be targeted by evil humans. House Pixai should be trustworthy. There is Lord Smith's house Heinrich too. I need one more household. Should I ask for Baron Argus's help? The old baron had already sworn to follow his lead, but he was a crafty old man, so Alaric was quite cautious about him. There were other choices, but he still hadn't fully trusted them. If only I could convince father to join, then things would be a lot easier, but there would be no one left to protect the estate and the town. There is Sir William too. William and the mercenary group who had chosen to follow him was yet to formally join the household, so he couldn't command them at will. Alaric was in a dilemma. Ivana quietly waited for him to make the decision. She was a bit nervous that he would reject her request. Alaric let out a deep breath. I will discuss this with my father first. I cannot mobilize a large number of troops without his approval. I understand. Ivana nodded. Follow me. I will take you to see him, said Alaric as he stood up. Chapter 185 to 185, Lucas's decision. Inside the Baron's study, Alaric and Ivana sat next to each other as they explained the situation to Lucas. Meanwhile, Neo was quietly standing behind them, looking completely still. I get the gist of it. So you want my house Silversword to help your kingdom repel those goblins, but why should I agree? Lucas stared deeply at the elven princess. He was already aware of her identity, but he couldn't care less. His priority was the welfare of his household and the safety of his family. However, if she was willing to compensate them for lending their military power, then he might consider it. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything. He was just an heir and the final decision remained in his father's hands. Ivana took a deep breath before she responded. If you can help us defeat the goblin colony, I promise you that all the beast soul crystals we collect will be given to you. She could still make this decision as the princess of the Greenwood Kingdom. Hearing this, Lucas rubbed his chin. During the orc subjugation, they managed to collect a large number of beast soul crystals. Although a majority of them were distributed to the northern lords, House Silversword took most of the high-ranking crystals. If I could absorb a beast soul crystal on the same level as the Orc King's crystal, I would be one step closer to advancing to the next realm. Alaric gave him the Orc King's beast soul crystal, but he had yet to absorb it. If I can advance to the next realm, I do not have to worry about offending the imperial family anymore. The image of a beautiful woman appeared in his mind. Jade, this might be a chance for me to reunite with you. Thinking of this, Lucas stared at the elven princess and replied. All right. House Silversword will help you defeat those goblins, but you must fulfill your promise. Hearing his words, Ivana was overjoyed. Of course. I guarantee that all the beast soul crystals will be given to you. I promise you this as the princess of the Greenwood Kingdom. Lucas smiled and nodded. Good. He then looked at his son and told him. Gather everyone. We will depart at once. Alaric replied with a nod of his head. Yes, my lord. The Baron waved his hand and dismissed them. A tense atmosphere hung over the Greenwood Kingdom. This was because the goblin colony had gathered more goblin tribes to join them, which greatly bolstered their forces. At this moment, inside the king's treehouse, an urgent meeting was being held. Your Majesty, all the generals and commanders have gathered in this room. Please give us the command to attack those filthy creatures. Elder Dahan expressed his desire to wage war on the goblins. Some high elves frowned at his words, but no one said anything. There were still a few of them who were against the idea of engaging in war, but the king had already spoken, so there was nothing they could do. Garandval nodded, his expression looking stern and serious. The princess promised to bring support here, so let us wait for them before we go to war. A few high elves who supported the war frowned. They were disappointed with the king's indecisiveness. Garandval sensed their dissatisfaction, but he chose to ignore them. He would rather be labeled as a weak king than watch his people die. Please hurry up, Ivana. Your father can't hold back these stubborn elves for long. On the same day, Alaric sent messenger birds to House Pixai and House Heinrich, informing them to bring their armies to Turtle Fort. He also sent a letter to William and told him to guard the cold iron mine with the mercenaries while they were gone. Inside his room, Elena and Hershey were helping him wear his relic-level battle armor. "My lord, are you leaving again?" Elena stared at him with worried eyes. Alaric turned around and patted her head. "I need to help a friend." "You mean those elves?" Elena blurted out, but she quickly realized that she had misspoken. She covered her mouth and subconsciously glanced at Hershey. "I already know about them." Hershey chuckled when she saw her nervous expression. Alaric had already told her about Ivana. At first, she felt jealous when she sensed that Alaric seemed to be interested in her, but she soon learned to accept it. Alaric clicked his tongue as he looked at Elena's innocent face. "I will punish you when I return." Elena's shoulders drooped. "Yes, my lord." Seeing this, Hershey tapped her shoulders and glared at Alaric. "Stop teasing her." She had grown fond of this young maid. Although sometimes clumsy and mischievous, she was sensible and smart. Alaric squeezed her hand and said with a tender gaze, "I will take my leave now. Please help me look after the household while I am gone." Hershey's expression softened as she nodded. "You can rest assured. I will help the madam in taking care of the household. I will ask Henry and Arthur to stay here. If there is something that they cannot handle, then you must seek help from Sir William." Alaric reminded her. "All right." Alaric looked at Elena and said, "Elena, stay with Hershey. You will learn a lot from her." "Yes, my lord." The little maid nodded. "I have said enough. It is time to go." Alaric grabbed his rare steel sword and the custom-made mithril short sword before he left. The two ladies followed him silently. As soon as they stepped out of the main mansion, the warriors of House Silversword had already gathered. However, what surprised Alaric was that Lucas was actually wearing his battle armor, and it seemed that the latter planned to go with them. "My lord, are you going with us?" Alaric stared at his father with an inquisitive look. Lucas curled his lips as he replied, "How could I let you venture into unknown territory without me?" Chapter 186 to 186, 3 armies assembles in Turtle Fort. And so, Lucas led over 200 warriors of House Silversword to Turtle Fort. The formidable lineup stunned the residents of North Pine Town, but their presence also made them feel secure. The former residents of Alverton were also grateful to these warriors, for it was because of them that they were able to get back on their feet. When the army passed by Evergreen Forest, the wild beasts and monsters there trembled in fear. They didn't dare leave their caves, afraid the warriors would kill them. "Luckily the weather is cooperative this time," Alaric remarked as he looked at the blue sky. Spring had come and the snow had already melted. Many flowers started blooming, showcasing their bright colors and beauty. The creatures that were hibernating during winter started coming out of their dwellings, but when they sensed the powerful army approaching, they immediately returned to their hiding places. "Alaric!" A pleasant voice drifted into his ears. He turned his head. "What is the matter?" he asked. Ivana sighed. "I was not able to join your birthday celebration. We went as fast we could, but we made numerous detours to evade the goblin outposts." She explained the experience they had gone through on their way to North Pine Town. Hearing this, Alaric smiled faintly and shook his head. "So you are worried that I would be upset?" Ivana nodded. "Haha." Alaric chuckled. "It is fine. I understand your situation. If it was me, I would have done the same." His gentle smile made her heart beat erratically. She immediately lowered her head and hummed in response. "MN. What is going on with me today? Why can't I look at him in the eye?" She couldn't understand her emotions. She had never been like this before. Suddenly, she seemed to have recalled something. "Oh, I have something for you." She took out something from her clothes and tossed it to Alaric. This is..." Alaric was dumbfounded when he realized what she had casually tossed. It was a pearl, but unlike ordinary pearls, the one in his hand was filled with a dense amount of mana. It was so dense that the energy was overflowing through his palm. A mana pearl. A mana pearl was a blessed product of nature. It was a natural resource that could only be found near a mana spring. It usually took years to more than a decade to form a single mana pearl. This was because it only takes form in certain conditions. Many tried to create a synthetic mana pearl, but no one had succeeded. The mana pearl in his hand wasn't that big, but it contained energy that was equivalent to the energy inside a disaster-grade beast soul crystal. The knights seemed to have sensed the energy released by the mana pearl, but Alaric quickly placed it inside his pouch. "Thank you, Ivana." The gift was very precious, but he didn't bother to act like a hypocrite. Ivana smiled when she saw him keep her gift. "Please use it well." "I will." Alaric couldn't see her face because of her hood, but he could sense the joy in her voice. The two chatted along the way so the journey wasn't boring for them. When they were about to cross the borders of Vale, 2 scouts from the city approached them on horseback. Lucas raised his hand, signaling the army to stop moving. The 2 scouts were shocked when they realized that it was Lucas who was leading this army. "My lord, we didn't know it was you. Please forgive our impertinence." The 2 scouts immediately jumped down from their horses and fearfully bowed to Lucas. The Baron was no longer the same person as he was back then. To be precise, House Silversword was no longer just a simple countryside barony. It had become a formidable force, a force that was strong enough to make the whole North worship them with respect. Lucas waved his hand dismissively. "You have not done anything wrong. Relay my words to the garrison commander and the officials of the city. Tell them that we are only passing by and there is no need for them to worry." "Yes, my lord. We will relay your message to them." The 2 scouts responded. "You may leave," Lucas said. Hearing this, the 2 scouts jumped onto their horse and left after giving Lucas another salute. Lucas watched them leave before he gave the command to continue the journey. "Let us go." Meanwhile, Baron Smith Heinrich and Baron Nathan Pixetti, who had received Alaric's letter, immediately assembled their armies and headed to Turtle Fort. They didn't even hesitate. To them, House Silversword's instructions were like the Emperor's edict. 5 days passed by in a flash. During these 5 days, Alaric wasn't able to complete his daily missions. It was disheartening for him, but he could only swallow his sorrow. There was no equipment for him to use, so he couldn't perform the weighted exercises. It was the 13th day of April and they were also the last ones to arrive at Turtle Fort. Both House Pixetti and House Heinrich were much closer to the fortress city, so they arrived a day earlier. Upon their arrival, the officials and the commander of the fort's soldiers greeted them at the entrance. The officials were literary scholars, so they were just normal humans. Most of them were also acquainted with Lucas. On the other hand, the fort's commander was a formidable figure. He was an old warrior, but he was a peak elite knight. His wrinkled face was covered in scars, a testament to the fierce battles that he had gone through. Rommel Elite Knight EXP, 490/500. Potential, C. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Axe Mastery, C. Hunting, C. Tracking, D. Archery, E. Swordsmanship, E. Close Combat, C. Strength, 221. Stamina, 169. Agility, 180. Endurance, 207. Vitality, 130. Mana, 125. This old man is not weak. Although his vitality and mana are low, his other attributes are high, especially his strength and endurance. The old man was stronger than Arthur and Henry. Only someone like this old man could guard Turtle Fort. The fortress city was the Empire's first line of defense against the creatures from the enchanted woodlands, so a powerful warrior was needed to lead the fort's soldiers. Greetings, Lord Lucas. I am Rommel, the commander of Turtle Fort's armed forces. It's a pleasure to see you. The old man smiled, causing more wrinkles to appear on his face. Lucas nodded. It has been a while, Sir Rommel. How have you been? The old man was also an acquaintance of his and there was a lot to catch up on. The two chatted for over 10 minutes before they decided to continue their conversation inside the city. While Lucas was catching up with his acquaintances, Alaric led the army to meet the soldiers of House Pixai and House Heinrich. Alaric was surprised when he saw that Dylan was part of House Heinrich's army. The guy had a fresh cut on his face which looked like a result of someone punching him hard. Did Lord Smith beat him up again? Alaric chuckled when he thought about this. He remembered that Baron Smith had beaten him up because of what he did during the orc subjugation. It seemed like he had done something to upset his father again. Greetings, Lord Alaric. Baron Smith cupped his fist as he smiled at him. Lord Smith. Alaric returned the greeting with a smile. He then turned his gaze to Dylan and nodded at him. Lord Dylan. Sensing Alaric's teasing smile, Dylan could only helplessly shake his head. On the side of House Pixai, Baron Nathan wasn't present this time. The one leading them was surprisingly Jared Pixai, Nathan's cousin, and the garrison commander of Rivad. During the orc invasion in Alverton, he had sustained severe injuries, but it appeared that he had already recovered. My lord. Jared gave him a salute. Alaric also saluted the man. This guy was also a true warrior. Despite the overwhelming odds he faced during the orc invasion, he didn't abandon his soldiers and fought relentlessly. I came here with Lord Theo. He wanted to gain more battle experience, so when he heard that you were assembling troops, he volunteered to follow me here. Jared turned his gaze to his nephew. Theo stepped forward at his uncle's cue and saluted. Lord Alaric. Alaric smiled at him. This man was Hershey's older brother, so he wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. Do not be formal with me. We will be family soon. Unlike Liam, who was a pure disappointment, Theo was the exact opposite. He was skilled in managing their territory, so Baron Pixai was satisfied with him. Theo smiled at his words. By the way, I heard that Lord Lucas is with you, my lord. Where is he? Baron Smith suddenly asked. He is catching up with his friends. In the meantime, you guys should follow me. I will tell you the details of the mission. Alaric's expression suddenly turned serious. Chapter 187 to 187, Mission, Defeat the Goblin Colony. Alaric brought them to a restaurant and booked a private room that was spacious enough to hold dozens of people. To prevent suspicion, Alaric only brought the key personnel of the two houses inside the private room, including Ivana's group. Upon taking their seats, Alaric scanned the faces of everyone present. He cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Everyone, thank you for coming here on short notice. As you might have guessed, there is another mission that requires your assistance. Hearing this, no one was surprised. Our mission this time is to head deeper into the enchanted woodlands and kill the goblins threatening our allies. He paused to observe their reactions and saw that everyone was confused. My lord, may I speak? Baron Smith raised his hand. Alaric nodded. You may. After getting his permission, Baron Smith stood up and said. My lord, I do not remember us having an ally who lives in the enchanted woodlands. Can you please tell us who you are talking about? Alaric took a deep breath. The goblin colony had thousands of soldiers, so for them to make a difference, he needed the full support of the two houses. However, to do this, they have to reveal the identity of the elves. He had already spoken with Ivana about this and the elven princess had agreed. After a moment of silence, Alaric responded. Deep in the enchanted woodlands lies the home of the elves, the Greenwood Kingdom. I have made friends with them recently and now they are asking for our help. I know this may sound selfish, but I want to help them. When he mentioned the elves, everyone had various reactions. Some expressed shock, while others were bewildered. A goblin colony has encroached upon their territory and those filthy creatures have threatened their safety. To defeat those goblins, they want us. Alaric explained the situation to the group. My lord, can we really trust those elves? From what I know, they hate us humans. Theo suddenly spoke, and his words garnered the agreement of some people. Alaric stared deeply at him and nodded. Indeed, some of them do not like humans, but there are also elves who think differently. He then beckoned to Ivana and her group, signaling for them to step up. The elves I made friends with are open-minded. If we help them, they promised to give us all the beast soul crystals that would be dropped by the goblins. As he said those words, Ivana's group revealed themselves to the crowd. The moment they removed their hoods, there was a collective gasp of shock. Elves! How beautiful! The warriors of the two houses were stunned upon seeing the beautiful elves. Ivana felt slightly uncomfortable under the curious gazes of the warriors, but she acted indifferently and introduced herself. Hello, everyone. I am Ivana Greenwood, the princess of the Greenwood Kingdom. We protect the forests of the enchanted woodlands, but recently, a goblin colony has set its sights upon our land. There are more than 20,000 of them and most of them can fight. Our Greenwood Kingdom's warriors are brave and skilled, but it would be a tough battle even for us. So I decided to seek help from my friend, Alaric. Everyone became even more surprised when they heard her identity. They couldn't believe that this enchantingly beautiful woman was actually the princess of an elven kingdom. Everyone silently speculated about the relationship between this elven princess and Alaric. They all wondered if she was another wife candidate. They were curious, but no one dared to utter a sound. As Lord Alaric has stated, we are willing to offer all the beast soul crystals that would be dropped by the goblins, including those that would be killed by our elven warriors. On top of that, we will also open our doors for trade. Ivana's words made everyone seriously consider the offer. The mission was difficult, but the rewards she promised were worth every hardship they would face. The beast soul crystals alone were already enough to compensate them. Not to mention getting the opportunity to trade with the elves. As creatures who had lived mostly within the forests of the enchanted woodlands, they possessed many natural resources exclusive to the region. Some of those items were even treated as treasures by some houses. If they had the chance to trade with the elves, they would get their hands on those coveted products of nature. There was a heated discussion between the members of both houses. Ivana and Alaric didn't say anything. They just waited patiently for them to make the decision. Baron Smith was the first one to give his answer. He cupped his fist and stated in a stern voice. Your Highness, my house Heinrich is willing to help the Greenwood Kingdom. Jared Pixai also gave his answer. Our house Pixai is also willing to help the Greenwood Kingdom. Ivana smiled faintly. Both families brought over 100 warriors each. Although they didn't have a transcendent, the quality of their soldiers was very good. Thank you for lending us your support. Ivana gratefully said. Seeing that everyone had already decided, Alaric spoke in a serious tone. Now that everyone has decided, I will tell you what you guys should do once we step out of this restaurant. First, the elves' identities must be kept a secret. I will not tolerate any information leaks regarding their identities. Next. Everyone sensed the coldness in his voice. They knew that they would face his wrath if things went awry. After the meeting, Alaric gave them one last reminder before he dismissed everyone. Just as they left the restaurant, the cyan screen appeared in front of him, notifying him of another mission. Mission: defeat the Goblin Colony. Mission difficulty: hard. The Greenwood Kingdom has been targeted by a Goblin Colony. Help them defeat the goblins. Rewards: 1000 battle points, 30 EXP, 30 stat points, equipment upgrade card X1, Random trait upgrade card X1. Penalty for failure, 1500, battle points -100 EXP. _____. Chapter 188 to 188, Battle begins. The armies of the three houses assembled outside Turtle Fort. Everyone had already been informed about the details of the mission, and just like how their lords had reacted, the warriors were also surprised when they learned that the mission involved the elves of the enchanted woodlands. However, they were quick to gather their emotions. At this moment, Lucas mounted his horse and commanded the troops to depart. "Move out!" As his voice fell, the soldiers urged their horses to move. Meanwhile, in the Greenwood Kingdom, things had become even more tense. Some high elves openly expressed their desire to fight the goblins, but the king rejected their request and told them to wait for Ivana's return. However, they could no longer afford to wait. The faction led by a high elf named Egris took action even without the king's approval. He took his soldiers and left the kingdom to launch an attack on the goblin outposts. Under his fierce leadership, numerous goblin outposts were destroyed, earning them successive victories in just 2 days. The elves who had sided with the king and decided to wait wavered when they heard of the victories of Egris troops. Some even discreetly left the king's side and joined Egris faction. Because of the betrayal of these elves, the king's faction weakened significantly, and even his loyal subordinates were starting to get anxious. Inside the largest treehouse, the king's faction was having a meeting. "Your Majesty, we have waited for over a week now. It is time for us to make a move. We can't let Elder Egris take all the credit." Elder Dahan expressed his opinion. Everyone turned their gazes to the king, anxiously waiting for him to make the decision. Garandval sighed. He looked at the elves gathered in the room and said, "Elder Egris troops might have successfully conquered a few goblin outposts, but this would only anger the goblin colony. Those creatures are petty and they would use every means to avenge their brethren. If we remain still, Elder Egris troops will be in danger. It is time for us to move." "Elder Dahan." The Elven King glanced at the robust elf. "Your Majesty." Dahan immediately stood up from his seat. "Lead our warriors and help Elder Egris troops in destroying the scattered goblin outposts." Garandval commanded with a wave of his sleeves. Dahan saluted and replied with a booming voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone was excited. The king had finally decided to join the battle. Under the king's orders, Elder Dahan led thousands of elven warriors to attack the surrounding goblin outposts. The fierce offensive of the elven camp brought massive destruction to the goblin colony. In just 1 day, dozens of goblin outposts were annihilated. However, something happened on the second day after Elder Dahan's troops joined the battle. The goblin colony sent their strongest warriors, an army of over 5,000 goblins led by dozens of goblin chieftains. With the arrival of these fearsome creatures, the elven camp finally suffered defeat, forcing them to retreat and gather their troops. Inside the biggest tent in the temporary camp of the elves, the highest-ranking commanders of the elven army had gathered. "Those damned beasts! I cannot forgive them!" An old elf with long golden hair shouted furiously. This high elf was Egris. Elder Dahan sneered at his words. "If you guys had not attacked recklessly and followed the king's commands, those elven warriors would not have been killed." The atmosphere became even more intense as the two bigwigs glared at each other. One was a 3-ringed beast soul master, while the other one was a transcendent knight. The pressure they exuded was like a heavy mountain that pressed on everyone. "Stop it, the both of you!" Another high elf decided to intervene before things escalated. It was a middle-aged looking elven woman with long golden hair. Her aura wasn't any less compared to the two elders, and it even seemed that she was a bit stronger than them. This woman was Ivana's aunt, Sunset Greenwood. Just like Elder Egris, she was also a 3-ringed beast soul master. However, her integrated monster traits were more focused on offensive power, so even the arrogant Egris was afraid of this woman. "Fighting amongst ourselves will not solve the issue. Our warriors are still fighting out there as we speak, so we must decide on how we should handle those monsters as quickly as possible," she stated with a calm voice. "What do you suggest we should do, Elder Sunset?" Igris stared deeply at her. Sensing everyone's gazes, Elder Sunset remained calm and indifferent. She looked at everyone's faces before she replied. "We can no longer afford to be divided. We must assemble under one banner to defeat those monsters." As soon as she said those words, everyone narrowed their eyes. "But who will be leading us?" Elder Dahan frowned. Just as Sunset was about to respond, someone stepped inside the tent. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Everyone stood up to greet Garandval. They were surprised to see him here. "Am I qualified to lead everyone in this battle?" Garandval spoke with a serious expression. After learning about the defeat of the elven camp, he rushed out of the kingdom to join the army. He couldn't sit still any longer knowing that more and more elves were being sacrificed. Elder Dahan wanted to say something, but then he noticed Elder Sunset staring deeply at him. He felt that if he said something wrong, she would swallow him alive. Elder Igris immediately shut his mouth. "I will take your silence as a yes then," Garandval said with a calm look. He sat on the foremost seat and spoke. "Elder Dahan, Elder Igris, Elder Sunset, and I will each lead 1,000 elven warriors. We must put a stop to those monsters." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Yes, Your Majesty." Garandval raised his hand and clenched it as he said. "We will depart at once." Everyone erupted into cheers as soon as he said those words. Chapter 189 to 189, Pincer Attack, and the Strange Goblin. Under the command of the king, 4 battalions of elven warriors were sent to fight the 5,000 goblins who had recently defeated their troops. The goblins were fast and nimble. They also had superior numbers and knew how to use weapons. However, they had a major flaw. They didn't know how to use the most basic battle formations. Their formation was a mess, so King Garandval planned to use a pincer attack, with 2 battalions attacking each flank. This was to isolate the goblins and prevent them from escaping during the battle. "We must succeed." King Garandval's eyes flashed with a glint. Losing wasn't an option. "Your Majesty, it is the signal." Elder Dahan pointed at the burning arrow that was shot into the sky. It was the signal from the other side. Once the arrow would explode, the 4 battalions would charge. With a serious expression, Garandval watched the arrow continue to rise into the sky. In the next moment, the arrow reached its peak and exploded with a bang. "Bang! Now!" shouted King Garandval as he kicked his horse, urging it to move forward. Elder Dahan raised his weapon, a massive broadsword, and shouted to the troops. "Attack!" Under their leadership, an army of 2,000 elven warriors charged with unstoppable force, causing the ground to tremble. "Kill those filthy goblins and do not let them escape!" shouted Garandval as he took out his spear. "Kill the goblins!" The elven warriors echoed his words. Their resonating battle cries scared some of the goblin warriors. The unease made them unable to react preemptively. The elves took the opportunity to crush the outermost layer of the goblin army's formation, piercing through without difficulty. Eek! Eek! Eeki! The goblins emitted strange squeaking sounds as many of their brethren fell under the fierce offensive of the elven warriors. Some powerful hobgoblins tried to stop the rampaging elves, but even these evolved goblins couldn't resist the furious elves and were reduced into pools of blood. More and more goblins were killed, but the momentum of the elven warriors gradually slowed down as they engaged with more powerful goblins. Goblin chieftains. Garandval narrowed his eyes when he saw these creatures. These monsters weren't easy to deal with, and it took the combined effort of more than 5 elite knight-level elves to kill one. "Push through!" the Elven King shouted as he casually killed the goblins that blocked his path. It turned out that Garandval was also a transcendent knight. Furthermore, his spear was a relic-level weapon capable of manipulating rocks. With each wave of his spear, sharp rocks would be released. Whoosh! 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 The goblins who had tried to stop him had their heads burst by the sharp rocks. He was so precise and efficient with his attacks. Even while moving at a fast speed, he was able to accurately headshot the goblins. Suddenly, a robust goblin chieftain appeared up ahead. It had a huge battle axe almost the size of an adult male and a rectangular shield the size of a giant door. King Garandval sneered upon seeing the creature. A mere goblin chieftain thinks that it can stop me? Humph! With a snort, he waved his spear, releasing dozens of sharp rocks that shot toward the goblin chieftain. Bang! 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 A series of fierce bangs echoed as the sharp rocks struck the monster's towering shield. The monster, known for its strength, recoiled from the impact. The shield in its hand was also deformed. The goblin chieftain revealed a look of shock. It brandished its axe, slashing it down toward the elven king. However, Garandval simply lifted his spear and imbued it with mana. Clang! Sparks flew as the huge axe struck his spear, but Garandval managed to casually deflect it. After deflecting its attack, he urged his horse to leap and thrust his spear. Khhshhhk. His spear pierced the goblin chieftain's forehead, killing it on the spot. He then kicked its body and sent it crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. While the Elven King was easily killing the goblins, Elder Dahan was even more ferocious. With every brandish of his broadsword, more than 10 goblins would fall. Because of his destructive power, no goblins could come close to him. Those who tried had already been cut in half. Even the fearsome monsters like the goblin chieftains weren't any better. Under his oppressive might, these feared creatures were cut into several pieces. With the leadership of these two transcendents, the right flank of the goblin army was decimated. Hundreds of goblin corpses were scattered across the forest and their casualties were steadily increasing as the battle progressed. Meanwhile, on the left flank, the same thing was happening. Elder Sunset and Elder Egris took charge, causing devastating damage to the goblin army's left flank. It was a scene of carnage. However, something unexpected happened. A powerful and overwhelming aura suddenly descended, stopping the charging elven warriors in place. Everyone subconsciously turned their gazes. To the elven warriors' horror, a more terrifying monster had appeared. It was the size of a human with green but slightly bluish skin. It had a pair of beastly yellow eyes that screamed danger. The strange-looking goblin was holding a bone sword and it wore a complete set of leather armor made from reinforced monster hide. The workmanship of its armor was too sophisticated for it to be made by goblins, so everyone guessed that it must have gotten it from a human that it had killed. Goblin Monarch! Elder Egris exclaimed in shock. A goblin monarch, the final evolutionary form of a goblin. It was a monster at the disaster grade. The goblin monarch tilted its head in his direction and revealed an expression of disgust. High elves! It uttered in the common tongue. Egris felt humiliated, but he didn't dare recklessly attack the monster. This was no longer something that he could handle by himself. Elder Sunset! He looked at the elven woman who was holding a bow that glowed with runic lights. Chapter 190-190, Goblin Monarch's Incredible Speed. Elder Sunset nodded with a grim look. She sensed that the Goblin Monarch was quite strange. The mana in its body was like a volatile volcano that was about to explode. Its aura is similar to that of beast soul warriors. Egris should have felt it too. She thought to herself. Suddenly, the Goblin Monarch made a move. It turned into a blur and lunged at Egris with swift, ghost-like movements. When it swung its bone sword, a chilling aura exploded. Whoosh! A purplish wind blade covered in black smoke shot toward the high elf in a flash. Sensing its attack, Egris snorted. He furiously stomped his foot, summoning multiple thick vines covered in sharp thorns from the ground. The vines slithered like serpents and formed a defensive wall in front of Egris. Bang! The purplish wind blade struck the vines and sliced through a couple of them before it disintegrated into a gooey mess that corroded the remaining vines. Hiss! 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 Igris was stunned when he saw how his vines were corroded. The vines I summon can even trap an elite knight, but that monster actually corroded it with a single wind blade. He couldn't believe his eyes. Just then another wind blade sliced through the air. Shit! I was careless. Igris was horrified. He quickly cast his integrated trait, but before he could summon his vines, the wind blade was neutralized by an arrow. Stay focused, you idiot! Scolded Elder Sunset as she glared at him. Igris' face turned dark, but he didn't retort. He only nodded his head and quickly adjusted his position. He then summoned more vines around him and manipulated them to attack the Goblin Monarch. Meanwhile, Elder Sunset also released a series of thunder arrows toward the monster. Facing their attacks, the Goblin Monarch didn't seem to be flustered. It nimbly evaded the thorny vines while deflecting the thunder arrows with its bone sword. Bang! 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 What? Igris was stunned when he saw this. Feeling anxious about the approaching monster, Igris summoned more vines that surrounded him like a defensive wall. The Goblin Monarch grinned at his futile attempt to protect himself. It then moved in a flash and appeared above Igris, but before it could swing its sword, it felt a powerful force coming toward it. The Goblin Monarch immediately twisted its body. Whoosh! A bigger thunder arrow zoomed past it before it struck a towering tree. Bang! The Goblin Monarch searched for the culprit that released the arrow, but it failed to find its target. Just then, another thunder arrow came flying from another direction. Whoosh! Found you, uttered the Goblin Monarch as it casually deflected the thunder arrow with a wave of its bone sword. It looked in a certain direction, but weirdly enough, there was no one there. The Goblin Monarch released two purplish wind blades simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! It saw me! Sunset, who was in a camouflaged state, was dumbfounded when she saw the two wind blades coming in her direction. She was forced to reveal herself to avoid the corrosive wind blades. Bang! Bang! The ground where the wind blades struck turned into a patch of black as the grass and plants were corroded. Hiss! 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 Elder Sunset frowned when she saw the destructive power of the corrosive wind blades. Even a transcendent wouldn't be unscathed if struck by that attack. The two high elves fought with all their might, but the Goblin Monarch remained unharmed. Soon, the two were feeling drained after repeatedly using their integrated monster traits. If this battle continued, they would soon run out of mana and they would be left defenseless against the Goblin Monarch. Both high elves already realized this earlier, but there was nothing they could do. The monster was just too fast and nimble. They couldn't even catch its shadow. Just as they were about to get exhausted, they sensed two familiar auras approaching them. Garandal and Dahan are here. For the first time, Igris felt happy to see these two. The Goblin Monarch also sensed their arrival. It revealed an annoyed expression and it chose to abandon its targets. You two are lucky. The Goblin Monarch glared at them before it turned around and left with unmatched speed. Garandal and Dahan appeared next to Sunset. Are you all right, Elder Sunset? The Elven King asked as he checked the state of her body. The mana in her body was unstable, but other than that, she was completely fine. This made Garandal relieved. I am all right, Your Majesty. I just exhausted my mana. Elder Sunset replied. Garandal nodded and turned his head to Igris. What monster was that? He didn't see its appearance clearly and it left before they could come close. He only knew that its power was at the disaster grade. Igris took a deep breath to calm his nerves before he replied to the king. It was a Goblin Monarch, my lord. A powerful one at that. Garandal observed the destruction around them and agreed with his words. A Goblin Monarch. That is indeed a fearsome foe. Thinking about this, his face darkened. Let us talk later. The battle is not over yet. Garandal said while sending Elder Dahan a knowing look. Elder Dahan understood his intentions and nodded without saying a word. He then left to help the elven warriors in cleaning up the remaining goblins. Most goblins managed to retreat because of the goblin monarch, but there were also over 1,000 of them who failed to escape. In just less than 30 minutes, the goblins that weren't able to escape were killed. Their corpses littered the forest floor, dyeing the greenery with red. Collect the beast soul crystals and treat the wounded soldiers. Elder Dahan shouted to the troops. After giving a few more instructions to the elven warriors, he went to find the king and reported the situation to him. Your Majesty, more than half of those monsters managed to escape, but the rest were killed. He reported with a serious voice. Chapter 191 to 191, General Rysel and Rosalie Greenwood. The elves won the battle and the king managed to restore his reputation, but Garandval wasn't happy with their victory. The presence of the goblin monarch in the colony weighed heavily on his mind. Just one goblin monarch almost took care of Elder Igris and Elder Sunset. If there are more of them, I don't think my Greenwood Kingdom could handle it. The Greenwood Kingdom had 3 three-ringed beast soul masters and 4 transcendent knights. Garandval was afraid that the goblin colony was hiding more goblin monarchs. If there were more than 5 of them, then it would be a disaster. Just thinking about it made him unsettled. After cleaning up the battlefield, Garandval and the elven warriors returned to their kingdom. There was no celebration for their victory and the atmosphere was gloomy. Garandval summoned all the highest-ranking elves of the kingdom to his treehouse for another meeting. This time, no one made a fuss. Even Igris, who was usually against the king, was strangely obedient. With the exception of Neo, who was with the princess, all the powerful figures of the elven kingdom had gathered at this treehouse. I believe our messengers had already told you about what happened in the battle, but I will explain the situation for the sake of those who have not been informed. Garandval told everyone what had transpired, including the encounter with the goblin monarch and how it had almost killed Elder Sunset and Elder Igris. Everyone listened to his words with stern faces. Your Majesty, from your words, are you implying that there could be more goblin monarchs in the colony? Asked a white-haired elf with a slender physique. This elf was the commander of the King's Guards, General Rysel, a transcendent knight. He was also the king's younger brother. He might look like a weak and helpless elf, but this man was the very example of the quote, "Don't judge a book by its cover." General Rysel was the most skilled swordsman in the kingdom. In terms of pure skill alone, he was miles ahead of Elder Dahan, who mostly relied on his brute strength. This has not been verified yet, but I am mostly certain that there are more goblin monarchs in the colony, Garandval replied with a grim tone, his words making everyone feel alarmed. General Rysel frowned. Even he wasn't confident that he could handle a goblin monarch on his own. If your Majesty's guess is right, then wouldn't we be in danger if we continue fighting with those monsters? The one who had spoken this time was an elven woman with green hair. She was the 4th transcendent knight of the kingdom and also their strongest warrior, the guardian of the forest, Rosalie Greenwood. She was a warrior who was close to advancing to the next realm, so everyone in the kingdom respected her. She was also the late elven king's younger sister, so she had higher seniority than Garandval, who was the current king. Despite her advanced age, she managed to preserve her youthful appearance. She was almost 2 centuries old, but she looked like someone in her early 30s. Garandval stared at her and nodded as he replied. The moment they set their sights on Armana Spring, our kingdom was already in danger. Now, we have no choice but to fight them. Rosalie's expression remained unchanged. If Her Highness returns with the human warriors, then things would be more manageable. Elder Dahan suddenly spoke. He was one of the elves who disliked humans, but given the current circumstances, he couldn't afford to be choosy anymore. Just what kind of help can they offer? I don't think a countryside barony can offer us much assistance. Igris scoffed in disdain. He just couldn't bring himself to accept help from someone he hated. Elder Igris, mind your words. Her Highness is doing her best to get us some help. You should set aside your hatred for once. Elder Sunset glared at him. Igris snorted and crossed his arms without saying anything. Silence! Shouted Garandal. He then told them how they should proceed with the battle, but then a messenger suddenly came and reported. Your Majesty, Her Highness has arrived with the human warriors. They are heading to the kingdom as we speak. Hearing this, everyone revealed different emotions. Some were relieved, while others were worried. There were also a few who expressed anger, including Igris. All right. You may leave. Garandal waved his hand. He was relieved to hear that his daughter was finally back. He couldn't wait to see her, and he was also curious about the humans that she had brought. Everyone, why don't we meet our guests? He suggested while scanning everyone's faces. A good idea, Your Majesty. I want to see what kind of warriors a small barony has to offer. Igris smiled coldly. Everyone present could sense the contempt in his tone. The rest also expressed their desire to see the human warriors. And so, the meeting was temporarily put on hold. The king and the high elves left the treehouse and headed to the central square to wait for the arrival of their visitors. After slightly over an hour of waiting, Ivana's group and the warriors of the three houses finally arrived. Ivana was taken aback when she saw her father and the high elves waiting at the central square. She turned her gaze to Alaric and warned him. Alaric, all the high-ranking elves are here, including my father. You all must be cautious when speaking with them. Some of these elves do not like humans. Hearing this, Alaric nodded. I understand. We will be careful. He gave his father a knowing glance as he said those words. Ivana looked over to Lucas and said. Lord Lucas, please bring the Transcendent Knights with you. I will introduce you all to the High Elves. Lucas nodded indifferently. All right. He responded. Alaric, you should come too. Ivana smiled at Alaric. Yes, Your Highness, Alaric replied jokingly. Ivana chuckled and shook her head at his teasing look. Chapter 192 to 192, Rosalie's Attributes. Ivana brought them to the High Elves and made the introductions. I have returned, everyone. I apologize for making you wait. Ivana exchanged greetings with her father and the High Elves before she introduced the humans she brought. Everyone, this is Lord Lucas. He is the Patriarch of House Silversword. This is Sir Galanar. This gentleman is Sir Warwick, and this is the heir of House Silversword, Lord Alaric. Garandal and the High Elves were surprised. They didn't expect that a countryside barony in the north actually had 3 Transcendent Knights. These men are powerful, especially that person. Garandal stared deeply at Lucas. He felt a suffocating pressure from him, which he only felt when facing Rosalie. It wasn't just him, the rest of the High Elves were also shocked when they sensed Lucas' aura. He had concealed it well, but these High Elves were very sensitive to mana, so they quickly discovered Lucas' overwhelming power. So that must be the human who saved her. He is indeed impressive for someone his age. Garandal thought to himself as he looked at Alaric. I know you all are weary from your trip, but the situation is urgent. Please follow us. I will fill you in with the details. The Elven King spoke. All right. Lucas calmly nodded his head. Suddenly, he sensed a sharp gaze directed at him. He turned his head and saw one of the High Elves looking at him with undisguised disgust. That High Elf must be one of those guys that Ivana has mentioned. Lucas thought to himself as he pulled his gaze away from this particular elf. Meanwhile, Galanar approached Alaric and whispered to his ears. My lord, I think these elves despise us. Do you want me to straighten them out? His voice wasn't loud, but everyone was an expert, so they heard him clearly. Alaric didn't expect the calm Galanar to say those words. He usually ignored such blatant behavior, but it seemed like he was offended by the arrogance of the elves. Everyone subconsciously stopped in their tracks and the atmosphere slowly became tense. Garandal was about to speak when a mocking voice drifted into his ears. Look at this guy acting tough. Unsurprisingly, it was Igris. Galanar stared at him and uttered while shaking his head. For a 3-ringed beast soul master, your aura is not impressive. What did you say? Igris was furious. Just as things were about to escalate, Rosalie decided to intervene. Igris. Her cold voice sent a shiver down Igris' spine. Other than Elder Sunset, the one he feared the most was this woman. Meanwhile, Alaric tapped Galenar's shoulder. That is enough, Sir Galenar. Galenar realized his mistake and immediately apologized with a bow of his head. I was rude. Garandal immediately stepped in and said. All right, we did not gather here to make enemies. Let us not embarrass ourselves in front of the residents. The situation settled down with the Elven King's words. He then brought everyone to the treehouse and told the humans about the present situation. So there are goblin monarchs in the colony. Alaric frowned upon hearing this information. Before we continue, I just want to tell your majesty that I have already offered them all the beast soul crystals we can get from this battle. Also, Ivana explained what she had promised to House Silversword. When everyone heard this, some elves reacted strongly. Your Highness, trading with them is one thing, but wouldn't it be too much to give them all the beast soul crystals? General Rizel asked with a frown. Some elves agreed with his words. Ivana stared at him and responded with a cold voice. General Rizel, what is more important to you? Our kingdom or those beast soul crystals? General Rizel sensed her displeasure, but he didn't care since those beast soul crystals could provide quite the boost to their warriors. I understand your point, Your Highness. The kingdom is indeed more important, but to protect our land, we need to make our warriors stronger. Those beast soul crystals will be crucial in strengthening our military. General Rizel is right. Why should we give up all the beast soul crystals when they only brought a few hundred soldiers? Igris chimed in. Ivana's eyes flashed with anger. General Rizel spoke with the kingdom in his best interest, but Igris spoke out of spite. Just then, a dagger suddenly flew and struck the table, just a few inches from Igris' hands. Everyone nervously glanced at Rosalie who had thrown the dagger. One more word from you and my dagger will hit your head next. She spoke in a detached and cold tone. No one dared to say anything, not even the king. As for Igris, his face was drenched in sweat. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He could only nervously smile in response. Seeing that he was cooperative, Rosalie turned her gaze toward Ivana and General Rizel. All the beast soul crystals will be given to the humans. She then swept her gaze over the crowd and asked in a flat tone. Are there any objections? No one uttered a word. Seeing how domineering she was, Ivana's eyes flashed with admiration. I will take your silence as a yes. She then moved her gaze to Garandal and told him. Now tell us your plan. Hearing this, Garandal cleared his throat before he opened his mouth. Now that we have gained 3 more transcendent knights. While the Elven King was talking, Alaric secretly used his appraisal trait on the domineering elf. Rosalie Greenwood Transcendent Knight EXP, 4901/5000. Potential, B. Traits, Dagger Mastery, S. Close Combat, S. Assassination, S. Horseback Riding, A. Hunting, A. Tracking, A. Intimidation, B. Camouflage, B. Poison Mastery, C. Danger Perception, C. Intuition, D. Strength, 249. Stamina, 249. Agility, 388. Vitality, 184. Endurance, 199. Mana, 217. Rosalie seemed to have sensed his scrutiny and gave him a deep look. This woman is scary strong. Alaric smiled at her, but she ignored him and looked away. Seeing this, Alaric bitterly shook his head. Chapter 193-193, Secure the Mountain Pass. The next day before the sun had risen, the Elven army together with the army of the 3 northern houses left the kingdom. Their main objective this time was to secure the mountain pass between the kingdom and the goblin colony. It was a strategic location that could give them a huge advantage in the next battle. However, there was one big problem. This mountain pass was guarded by an army of 5,000 goblins, and there might even be another goblin monarch taking charge of them. To secure the mountain pass, they planned to launch a sneak attack on the goblin camp. To do this without being discovered, they needed to move on foot and utilize the forest to camouflage themselves. They covered their armor with leaves, and they even smeared their bodies with green paste to mask their smell. At this moment, Alaric was following the battalions led by his father and Neo. They were moving stealthily and no one dared to utter a sound. To communicate, they only used hand signals. "We are getting closer." Alaric lifted his head and looked up at the top of the mountain. From his position, he could see the wooden watchtowers and the walls that surrounded the goblin camp. Suddenly, Lucas raised his hand and gestured something while keeping his eyes in a certain direction. 15 enemies are coming. That was what Lucas was telling them through his hand gestures. After informing them about the incoming enemies, Lucas made a series of hand gestures. It was a signal for the archers to prepare for action. The rest of the soldiers crouched as they slowly walked through the dense forest. Meanwhile, the archers nocked their arrows, took aim, and waited for the enemies to arrive. In the next moment, a group of goblin warriors finally came into view. They looked like normal goblin warriors based on their appearance and their aura. As soon as they arrived, Lucas made a snapping sound with his fingers. It was the signal for the archers to release their arrows. Suu! 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 Dozens of arrows were released and struck the oblivious goblin warriors, turning them into sieves. They couldn't even emit a sound as they were killed instantly. Neo and the elven warriors watched this scene without intervening. They wanted to see how the humans would handle the situation, and the results made them satisfied. Neo gave a nod of approval. He felt that they had handled things well. The group took care of the corpses to prevent the goblins at the camp from identifying the scent. After handling the corpses, they silently walked toward the foot of the mountain, where they encountered another group of goblin sentries which were quickly eliminated by the archers. One might wonder why they were being cautious when they had many transcendents. The main reason for this was that they wanted to minimize their casualties as much as possible. The two battalions ascended the mountain. The path was steep and full of sharp rocks, so everyone had to be careful. Once they were over halfway to the top, Lucas nodded to Neo. The high elf understood his intentions and made a series of hand gestures to his subordinates. Meanwhile, Lucas also instructed his subordinates to take out their bows in preparation for the next step of their plan. "Now we wait for the signal." Alaric nocked his arrow and aimed at the goblin base camp on top of the mountain. Everyone was waiting for the signal to release the arrow. The signal will be sent by the Elven King himself to make sure that everyone will attack at the same time. Everyone waited with bated breath. A few minutes later, a burning arrow shot into the sky. "Now!" Lucas and Neo shouted at the same time. As soon as they gave the command, everyone released their arrows. Suu! 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 The sun hadn't risen yet, so the goblins inside the camp failed to notice the incoming arrows. Eek! 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 The screams of the goblins soon echoed, but everyone didn't stop from firing their arrows. Everyone didn't stop until they had emptied their quiver. Soon, another burning arrow was released into the sky. It was the signal to commence the third and final step of their plan, to kill the goblins that had survived the barrage of arrows. "Charge!" Lucas and Neo shouted as they led their battalions to the goblin base camp. Alaric unsheathed his rare steel sword and the custom-made short sword as he charged toward the mountaintop. When they reached the top of the mountain, they saw a large number of goblin corpses nailed to the ground with arrows piercing through their bodies. Some of these goblins were still alive, but Lucas and Neo's battalions quickly put an end to their misery. "More enemies inside the camp!" Lucas shouted. He then waved his sword, releasing a powerful wind blade that destroyed the wooden gates of the goblin camp. Bang! Inside the camp were more goblin corpses, but many goblin warriors had survived the volley of arrows. Upon seeing the intruders, the scared goblins froze. It was only when the hobgoblins appeared that they managed to gather their wits. Kill them all! Lucas pointed his sword toward the surviving goblins. He didn't sense any powerful aura, so he decided to let his subordinates take care of the remaining monsters. Alaric rushed toward the hobgoblins and brandished the rare steel sword. Whoosh! 2 hobgoblins immediately died in just one swing. He then used the custom-made short sword to deflect the attacks coming his way. Clang! Clang! After casually blocking the attacks, Alaric swung the rare steel sword and released a flurry of attacks. Whoosh! Whoosh! With every swing, multiple goblins were killed. Even the stronger hobgoblins couldn't last a single blow. In just a few seconds, all the goblins and hobgoblins that blocked his path had been killed. Alaric rested while observing as the human and the elven warriors cleared the battlefield. It was an easy victory. Chapter 194-194, Goblins employing traps? The officers of the 4 battalions tasked to secure the mountain pass gathered for a meeting. Now that we have taken over this location, we have the advantage in the upcoming war, said Garandval with a stern look. That is true, but your majesty, do you not find it suspicious? Neo spoke with a baffled expression. What do you mean? The Elven King asked with a frown. Neo took a deep breath before he replied. The mountain pass is supposed to be a strategic point, but the colony didn't even send a single goblin chieftain to protect it. I had my men check the corpses and all of them are goblins and hobgoblins. Hearing this, everyone's faces fell. It was indeed suspicious. The Elven King nodded in agreement. He was also baffled by this arrangement. Why didn't the colony send a powerful goblin to guard the mountain? I think this is a trap. Lucas suddenly spoke. His words made everyone stare at him in surprise. Sensing their gazes, Lucas explained why he had said those words. From the information we gathered, the colony will send their troops here since it is the shortest route toward the kingdom. However, what if that was not their plan all along? While saying those words, he pointed to the path beneath the mountain. That is just your speculation, but if you are right, then it could affect our plans. General Rizel crossed his arms while rubbing his chin. Garandval glanced at General Rizel and instructed. General, send your subordinates to the other battalions and inform them about the situation here. Yes, Your Majesty. General Rizel saluted before he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Alaric just stood there in silence. He looked like he was deep in his thoughts. Are goblins capable of making a diversion tactic like this? That should not be possible. Even the goblin monarchs are not smart enough to formulate this tactic. He found the whole situation strange. Goblins were known for their aggressive behavior and greed, but they were stupid. They didn't even know how to utilize the most basic battle formations. Just what is going on here? Meanwhile, in another strategic location, a fierce battle was taking place between 4 battalions of elves and more than 10,000 goblin warriors. Damn it! We have been fooled. Their real target was not the mountain pass. Elder Egris cursed under his breath as he watched the large number of goblins that had surrounded them. How were they able to come up with this trap? When did the goblins become so smart? Elder Dahan was also stunned. The goblins actually set up a trap for them, and they even employed a crescent formation which prevented their troops from retreating. While they were starting to panic, Rosalie sent Sunset a glance and told her. Release the distress signal. Elder Sunset nodded upon hearing her words. She then pulled her bowstring, summoned a thunder arrow, and aimed it toward the sky. She then imbued the thunder arrow with more mana before releasing it into the air. Suu. The huge thunder arrow shot to the clouds before it exploded with a loud boom. Boom! Now, let us break through this encirclement and hold on until reinforcements arrive." Rosalie shouted. "Yes, Grand Elder." Under their leadership, they gathered their troops to break the encirclement and create a path for them to retreat. The large swarm of goblins exhausted the elven warriors, but they fought relentlessly, unwilling to surrender to the beasts. Rosalie wielded her daggers with extreme precision and great speed. She moved so fast that it looked like she had turned into a mirage. With her at the front, a small gap was created and the elven warriors fiercely fought to widen this gap, providing them with enough room to escape. Just as they were about to break through the enemy formation, 20 goblin chieftains and 4 goblin monarchs appeared in front of them. The presence of these powerful monsters made them feel alarmed. Igris and Sunset, who had experienced the strength of a goblin monarch, trembled at the sight of the monsters. "We are fucking dead," Igris smiled bitterly, his voice shaking with uncertainty. "Do not falter. They might be powerful, but they are not invincible." Rosalie's cold voice drifted into their ears, making them regain their sense of clarity. "Follow me. I will show you that those monsters bleed too." Rosalie fearlessly lunged at the group of powerful goblins. Seeing this, Dahan and Sunset immediately followed. "Fuck. Damn it." After hesitating for a few seconds, Igris soon followed. Rosalie's figure seemed to have disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of a goblin monarch who was holding a bone spear. In the next moment, she swung her daggers with unbelievable speed and left after images in her wake. Whoosh! 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 The goblin monarch revealed a look of surprise. It lifted its spear to block her daggers, but it wasn't able to react in time. Rosalie's daggers slashed the monster, leaving lacerations all over its body. When she was about to land the finishing blow, she sensed a feeling of danger behind her. She quickly turned her body and saw a giant axe zooming past her face. Bang! The axe failed to hit her and struck the ground hard with a bang. Bang! The goblin monarch who had been slashed by her daggers staggered and let out a groan. "I will take care of 2 of them. You guys deal with the remaining 2. Rosalie commanded with a serious voice. "Yes, Grand Elder." The 3 elders responded. While they were fighting with the goblin monarchs, their subordinates also engaged with the goblin chieftains in battle. More and more elven warriors fell after being encircled by the monsters. If they couldn't break through this encirclement, they would be trapped and end up being killed. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst forth, and when they turned their heads, they saw a huge human warrior tearing through the goblins' formation. With every swing of his broadsword, more than 10 goblins fell. Chapter 195 to 195, on the verge of collapse. It's him. So he's that powerful. Elder Igris was stunned when he saw the transcendent human bulldozing his way through the enemy formation. He was like a meat grinder that tore apart the goblins that blocked his path. He swung the 2-handed broadsword with such ease that it looked like he was wielding a light weapon. Not far from this transcendent human was another figure. He was an older warrior wielding a double-bladed spear. Although he wasn't as ferocious as the other guy, he was stable and skilled. He didn't even need to use his mana to kill the goblins. With just a few casual strikes, the goblins fell under his blade. The sudden appearance of these 2 transcendent knights gave hope to the elven warriors. "Our reinforcements are here. Quickly head toward them," Rosalie shouted to the elven warriors. Hearing her words, the elven warriors didn't hesitate. They released their remaining mana, strengthening themselves for this final push. At this moment, Rosalie was still occupied by the 2 goblin monarchs. Both monsters were formidable, so she couldn't afford to be careless. Meanwhile, Elder Sunset, Elder Igris, and Elder Dahan were fighting with the other 2 goblin monarchs. They held the advantage in numbers, but they couldn't even overpower the monsters. Shit! I was distracted. Elder Igris retracted his gaze from Galinar and focused his attention on the 2 goblin monarchs. With a stomp of his foot, he summoned multiple thorny vines that twisted like serpents as they lunged toward the monsters. The goblin monarchs weren't flustered upon sensing the vines. With just a few slashes of their weapons, the thick vines were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. Damn it! Just how powerful are these monsters? Elder Igris felt a wave of fatigue. He grabbed his aching head and forced himself to stand on his feet. He had depleted his mana and it was causing serious pain to his body, especially to his head. He could feel his heart throbbing erratically. Blood leaked out from his nose and he was starting to feel dizzy. Just as he was about to collapse from mana exhaustion, a sharp voice drifted into his ears. Igris. He weakly turned his head while wiping off the blood that was leaking out from his nose. He saw Elder Sunset, staring at him with a worried look. I am fine. His pride wouldn't allow him to look weak in front of her. Elder Sunset appeared at his side to check his condition and she frowned upon discovering that his mana had been depleted. Why? You should have saved some of your mana to protect yourself. Elder Igris scoffed at her words. I am the rear support. How could I let our warriors die? He muttered. Elder Sunset was surprised to hear these words from him. This guy was arrogant and held humans in disdain, but he was caring for his fellow elves. Can you still walk? She asked, her voice softening. Elder Igris nodded, sweat trickling down his face. Stop worrying about me. I can take care of myself. He replied. Elder Sunset stared deeply at him and said. Just stay behind me and recover your mana. We will need your help later. Hearing this, Elder Igris snorted. You don't need to tell me. She no longer bothered with him and focused on supporting Elder Dahan who was holding back the two goblin monarchs. The poor transcendent elven warrior was already covered in blood. His heavy armor was torn in many places and his mana was also close to exhaustion. He looked even worse than Elder Igris. Just hold on a bit longer, Elder Dahan. Elder Sunset shouted when she noticed his condition. The muscular elf didn't have the energy to respond. He was barely holding on. Just one strong blow was enough to take him down. The goblin monarchs also realized this, so they decided to focus their attacks on him. Under the fierce attacks of the monsters, Elder Dahan could only defend himself. He didn't even bother to go on the offensive. My movements are starting to slow down. I can't hold on anymore. I'm tired. Due to his exhaustion, there was a momentary lapse in his defense which gave the goblin monarchs the chance to land a heavy blow to his abdomen. Arg! Elder Dahan was sent back a few meters and he almost fell to his knees because of the impact. The severe blow broke some of his ribs, making him grimace in pain. Elder Dahan! He heard someone calling out his name, but his vision was starting to get blurry and his hearing was also affected. He spat another mouthful of blood, and this time, he fell to his knees. He clutched his abdomen while keeping his eyes on the approaching goblin monarchs. He let out a weary sigh as he muttered. I'm tired. He could no longer move his arms and standing up seemed so impossible. He tried to circulate his mana, but he could only release wisps of energy which was barely enough to keep his eyes open. Just then, a series of thunder arrows went past him and shot toward the goblin monarchs. Bang! 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 Elder Dahan! Stand up! I will buy you some time to retreat. Elder Dahan heard Elder Sunset's urgent voice, but he couldn't muster an ounce of strength from his body. I'm sorry, Elder Sunset, but my body is no longer listening to me. Dahan, you damn bastard! Didn't you fucking say that no one could make you fall? Look at you now! Stand up, you fucking idiot! An irritating voice drifted into his ears. Igris, that piece of shit! Elder Dahan's lips curved upward. Even that guy is cheering me on. He gritted his teeth and pushed his knee, forcing himself to get up. I won't fall here! He shouted, blood trickling down the corner of his lips. With great difficulty, he finally managed to stand up. So painful! His abdomen was screaming in pain, and just standing on his feet was taking a great toll on his body. Chapter 196 to 196, Goblin Army Retreats. The two goblin monarchs immediately pounced at him while evading the thunder arrows released by Elder Sunset. Bang! 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 Elder Dahan! She shouted in alarm as she watched the scene. Not yet! Shouted Elder Dahan as he lifted his sword to block their attacks. Clang! Clang! As soon as their weapons clashed, Elder Dahan felt like his abdomen was being torn apart. Blood trickled down his lips. He endured the pain with gritted teeth while keeping himself standing. One of the goblin monarchs revealed an annoyed look. It poured mana into its arms and swung its weapon, a two-handed war hammer. Whoosh! Clang! Surprisingly, Elder Dahan still managed to block the war hammer, but everyone could see that he was reaching his limits. The other goblin monarch took the opportunity to stab him with its bone sword, but its attack was deflected by Elder Sunset's thunder arrow. After another round of battle, Elder Dahan fell heavily to the ground after being struck by the goblin monarch's war hammer. Bang! His armor had caved in, putting more pressure on his abdomen. Elder Dahan breathed heavily from exhaustion. He stared at the sky while waiting for his impending death. I tried my best, he thought to himself. At the corner of his eyes, he saw the goblin monarch wielding a sword approach him. It then raised its bone sword while giving him a death stare. Just when it was about to stab his heart, a thorny vine suddenly emerged from the ground and wrapped around his body, squeezing him tightly. Elder Dahan was stunned when he saw this. He knew that it was Elder Igris' strongest integrated monster trait. How? I thought he had exhausted his mana. He weakly turned his head and saw Elder Igris clutching his chest while controlling the thorny vine. The guy's eyes were bloodshot and his skin was showing signs of cracking. Mana overexertion. The cracking of Elder Igris' skin was the result of mana overexertion, and this could lead to severe consequences. Die! Igris shouted as he slammed his hands to the ground, summoning more vines that rushed toward the captured goblin monarch. The vines tightly wrapped around the monster's body, squeezing the life out of it. It tried to escape from the vine's hold, but its arms had already been twisted beyond recognition. While this was happening, the goblin monarch wielding a war hammer tried to help its companion, but it couldn't break the thick vines. A few moments later, the goblin monarch finally died after its spine snapped from the strong constriction of the vines. After killing the monster, Elder Igris wobbled before he collapsed to the ground. Igris! Elder Sunset wanted to help him, but Elder Dahan was also in danger since one of the goblin monarchs was still alive. She immediately commanded an elven warrior to carry Elder Igris away. She then rushed to Elder Dahan's side to check his condition. He is breathing, but he is in terrible condition. She frowned. She quickly grabbed Elder Dahan and retreated to the side. Whoosh! Bang! A war hammer struck the ground, sending stones and dirt flying in all directions. Elder Sunset was alarmed. If she hadn't reacted in time, they would have been turned into meat paste. Now that she was carrying Elder Dahan, she could no longer use her bow. Damn it! We need help here. She ran as fast as she could, but the goblin monarch still caught up to her. It appeared before her, staring at her with its beastly eyes. Despicable elves! I will kill you all! The goblin monarch bellowed before it rushed toward her while lifting its war hammer. Upon gaining momentum, it swung its war hammer. Whoosh! Before it could hit them, a figure appeared in front of her and blocked the war hammer with his broadsword. Clang! Leave this guy to me and retreat. The reinforcements will arrive soon. A calm voice drifted into her ears. Elder Sunset stared at the human warrior's broad back. She felt safe behind him. Be careful! She muttered before she left while carrying Elder Dahan to safety. With the elves gone, Galinar focused his attention on the goblin monarch before him. Sensing his impassive gaze, the monster was unnerved. Its fighting spirit wavered momentarily, which gave Galanar the opportunity to land a deep slash to its chest. The goblin monarch immediately released its mana to strengthen its defenses and to stop the bleeding. In the next moment, the two fought relentlessly, exchanging heavy blows that caused violent shockwaves. Bang! Bang! Clang! Clang! The more they fought, the weaker the goblin monarch had become. It had been fighting with 3 powerful elves earlier, so it had used a huge portion of its mana. Meanwhile, Galanar's blows had become heavier as the battle progressed, and it could barely block his attacks. A while later, the monster lost its footing and Galanar took advantage of this. He lunged toward the creature and hacked its body with one heavy blow. Khhhsshkk. The goblin monarch tried to defend itself, but with its weakened mana, it was unable to block Galanar's full-powered strike. Galanar's broadsword cut through the goblin monarch's body, slicing it in half. After killing the monster, he didn't spare its corpse a second glance and went to help Rosalie, who was surrounded by 2 goblin monarchs, 4 goblin chieftains, and more than 10 hobgoblins. As if sensing his presence, the goblin monarch made a strange squeaking sound. Eek! 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 The goblin army reacted to his call. They abandoned their targets and retreated without hesitation. Galanar frowned as he watched the goblins retreat. Did it sense our reinforcements? He thought to himself. Just then, he felt the ground trembling and the sound of the horses galloping echoed across the grasslands. It was their reinforcements, but they had come too late. The enemies had already retreated. Thank you for your help. Rosalie approached him and gave him a grateful nod. Amen, Galanar grunted in response. Chapter 197 to 197, Elder Sunset's Speculation. By the time the reinforcements arrived, the goblin army had already retreated. King Garandal's face fell when he saw the corpses of hundreds of elven warriors scattered all over the grassland. He felt a wave of sorrow. He was even familiar with some of those who had died. He could remember his conversations with them, and it made him even more heartbroken. Your Majesty! An elven warrior rushed to his side with an anxious look. King Garandal raised an eyebrow as he glanced at him. Your Majesty, Elder Dahan is severely wounded and Elder Igris has overexerted his mana. The elven warrior reported. Hearing this, King Garandal's eyes widened. Where are they? He was stunned, but he had to maintain the dignity of a king. They are receiving treatment from the Beast Soul warriors with healing integrated monster traits. The elven warrior replied. King Garandal nodded. He then turned his gaze to Neo and instructed him. Elder Neo, gather 20 of our best riders and chase after the goblins at a safe distance. We must find out where they are hiding. Once you discover their camp, return at once. Neo acknowledged the command with a nod of his head. Yes, Your Majesty. He didn't linger any further and left after choosing 20 riders. Meanwhile, King Garandal followed the elven warrior to check on Elder Dahan and Elder Igris' condition. They were being treated by 2 Beast Soul warriors with healing traits. Your Majesty. Elder Sunset was the first one to notice his arrival. Everyone immediately greeted the king, even those who were injured wanted to get up to greet him. However, King Garandal immediately waved his hand and said, At ease, everyone. He looked at Elder Sunset and nodded to her before he asked. How are they doing? Elder Sunset sighed while shaking her head. It is not good, Your Majesty. Elder Dahan broke some of his ribs and he almost depleted his mana. He also sustained numerous injuries in his body. He is still conscious, but he is in extreme pain. As for Elder Igris, his condition is much worse. He had overexerted his mana and he lost consciousness after killing a goblin monarch. King Garandal's expression hardened. He knew that it was fatal for a Beast Soul warrior to overexert their mana. The Elven King took a deep breath to calm his nerves. We have been duped by those goblins. Their target was not the mountain pass, but this grassland. This grassland would lead to the western side of the Greenwood Kingdom. It was a longer route since one would have to take a few turns before they could reach the kingdom. Beyond this grassland, the goblins would have to travel to a forest infested by venomous snakes. Because of this, they all thought that the dumb goblins would choose to take the path toward the mountain pass. "How many goblin monarchs did you encounter?" the Elven King asked with a stern face. "There were 4 goblin monarchs," Elder Sunset replied. 4? The Elven King frowned. Goblin monarchs were arrogant monsters and they were even hostile to their kind. While he was in deep thought, Elder Sunset's voice suddenly drifted into his ears. "Your Majesty, is it possible that there is something else commanding those goblin monarchs?" Garandval was stunned. To their knowledge, the goblin monarch was the final evolution form of the goblins. They were monsters with unparalleled physical strength and they also possessed high levels of mana. Furthermore, their intelligence was beyond that of the normal goblins. Now, what if this wasn't the final evolution form of the goblins? Just the thought of it made Garandval horrified. A single goblin monarch was already troublesome. What kind of creature was more powerful than that? That should not be possible. He didn't want to believe that such a creature existed. Elder Sunset furrowed her eyebrows and no longer pursued the matter. It was only speculation on her part and she had no definite proof that it existed. "I think it is possible," a calm voice drifted into their ears. When they turned around, they saw that it was Lucas who had come with the military officers of the human warriors. "What do you mean, Lord Lucas?" King Garandval frowned. Lucas cleared his throat and shook his head as he replied. "I am not saying this to scare you, but I have once read a book about a certain type of creature. The book said that goblin monarchs are merely the failed evolution form of a goblin chieftain." "What?" Everyone was in disbelief, including Alaric who had followed his father. He hadn't read anything about this so he didn't know what Lucas was talking about. If a goblin monarch is merely a failed evolution form, then just how strong is one that has successfully evolved? The book was written by an unknown author so it was only treated as heresy, but some scholars believed it to be true. Lucas had read this book in the library of the imperial family. If this war hadn't occurred, he wouldn't have remembered having read that book. "Can you describe the creature mentioned in the book?" Another person appeared. It was the Grand Elder, Rosalie, who had just patched up her wounds. Lucas stared deeply at her and replied. "The creature just looks like a typical goblin monarch, but it is on the slender side. It has pale green skin with red eyes. It has 2 horns on its head and 2 prominent sharp fangs. However, its most striking feature is the pair of wings on its back. Another thing that the book mentioned is the creature's strength. It says that the creature is close to catastrophe grade." Everyone gasped upon hearing this. Catastrophe grade monsters were creatures with unimaginable power. They possessed the strength that could destroy multiple cities. Mission update. _____. Mission: defeat the Goblin Colony. Mission difficulty: hard extreme. A powerful creature has emerged in the Goblin Colony. Defeat the creature and destroy the Goblin Colony. Rewards: 1500 battle points, 50 EXP, 50 stat points, equipment upgrade card X1, random trait upgrade card X1. Penalty for failure: 2000 battle points minus 200 EXP. Chapter 198 to 198, The Goblin's Secret Camp. Alaric was dumbfounded when he saw the changes to his mission. So there is actually something above hard difficulty? All this time, he thought that hard was the highest level of difficulty. Since the mission difficulty was adjusted, this means that the creature my father was talking about really exists. While he was absorbed in his thoughts, everyone was already scared by what Lucas had said. "I also hope that this creature does not exist, but we must be prepared for the worst," Lucas remarked with a grim face. Suddenly, King Garandval seemed to have remembered something crucial. "Wait! I sent Elder Neo to follow the goblins." "Oh no! I sent Elder Neo to follow the escaping goblins to their camp. He no longer bothered to hide his anxiety. This was related to the safety of an important pillar of the kingdom. Everyone's expression changed. I am the fastest here, so I will go and get him. Rosalie volunteered. King Garandal nodded with a heavy look. Please bring them back safely, Grand Elder Rosalie. Rosalie took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. She then turned around and left with great haste. After she left, Garandal shouted. Let us clean up the battlefield before we return to the kingdom. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone helped with the cleanup to increase the efficiency. The possibility of there being a monster capable of commanding the goblin monarchs made everyone feel unsettled. Meanwhile, Neo's 20-man team had already caught up with the escaping goblin warriors. Just where are these things headed? He thought with a frown. They were about to enter a dangerous marsh inhabited by some of the most poisonous plant species. Few creatures dared to venture into this place. Even highly skilled elven warriors like him were always cautious when passing by this area. This was because there existed a highly dangerous plant that was so toxic that it could kill a transcendent with its venomous thorns. Thinking about this particular plant, Neo gestured at his men to be careful and to always watch their steps. The group had already left their mounts a long time ago, for this place wasn't ideal for riding. Neo marked the trees they had passed by to keep track of their location. They had already ventured deeper into the marshlands, and there was a high chance that they would be lost if they followed the goblins' trail without marking their path. A while later, they finally saw some form of settlement in the middle of the marshlands. The goblins use the trees that thrive in the area to create a simple camp surrounded by fences. Although the structures of the camp were simple, they noticed that there were thousands of goblin warriors staying in this camp. Go and observe their camp, but make sure that you will not be discovered, Neo commanded in a whispering voice. 10 elven warriors went to separate locations to observe the goblins' secret camp, while the remaining 10 remained. Just then, he suddenly noticed a goblin monarch patrolling near the fences of the camp. He immediately gestured at his men to conceal their aura. The goblin monarchs were very sensitive to manas, so just the slightest fluctuations would be sensed by them. While he was closely observing the goblin's secret camp, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. He turned around and was surprised to see Rosalie. Grand Elder. Rosalie made a shushing gesture and said. We need to go back, Elder Neo. This place is dangerous. Elder Neo frowned. Half of his men had just left, so he couldn't leave. With a shake of his head, he replied. I can't, Grand Elder. Some of my men are still out there to make some observations on the goblin camp. Rosalie's face darkened. Elder Neo, this is an order from His Majesty. Neo calmly stared at her and remained firm in his decision. I know, but I can't just leave my subordinates here. Seeing how stubborn he was, Rosalie felt a little bit annoyed. With a cold voice, she muttered. The human warriors said that there might be a monster more powerful than a goblin monarch commanding the colony. Hearing this, the faces of Neo and the elven warriors abruptly changed. What? That's impossible. Neo found it ridiculous. We will stay here for a while and wait for them to return, but if they are not here within an hour, you must follow me, Rosalie spoke in a non-negotiable tone. Neo took a deep breath before he responded with a nod. All right. He could only pray that those elven warriors would return within an hour. While they were waiting, Rosalie observed the camp with her powerful vision. She sensed a large number of strong auras. She wanted to make a thorough investigation, but she didn't dare to observe the central parts of the camp. She was afraid that her aura would be noticed by the goblins, so she only inspected the outer parts of the camp. Just the outer layer of the camp, there are already more than 5 goblin monarchs. Though most of them are newly evolved, they are still a huge threat to us. She thought to herself, her expression becoming more unsightly. Although it hadn't been confirmed yet, she felt that there was a high possibility that Lucas was right. There was no way that the arrogant goblin monarchs would coexist this peacefully. An hour passed by just like that, but there was still no news from the elven warriors who had left earlier. Normally, they would be back within 30 minutes, but they have been gone for too long. Neo's face darkened. He felt that an accident had happened. Elder Neo, we must go back now before it is too late. I think your subordinates have been discovered by the goblins. Rosalie urged him. Hearing this, Neo turned his gaze toward the goblin camp and gritted his teeth. Let's return. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't want to stay in such a dangerous location for too long, especially after they heard Rosalie's words. Chapter 199 to 199, Returning to the Greenwood Kingdom. After making the decision, Neo and Rosalie returned to the grassland with the remaining 10 elven warriors. The mood was heavy, so no one spoke along the way. As soon as they got to the grassland, Neo and Rosalie reported what they had seen in the marshlands. Your Majesty, the goblins have set up camp in the marshlands. Neo spoke with a grim look. Until now, he still hoped that the 10 elven warriors they had left behind would return, even though he knew they were most likely dead. In the marshlands. Garandval frowned upon hearing this. He didn't expect that the goblins would actually build their camp in such a dangerous location. So what did you find out? How many goblin warriors are in that camp? He asked. Rosalie gestured to Neo, signaling to him that she would answer the question. She then looked at the Elven King and said, I probed the goblins' camp and discovered more than 10,000 goblin warriors. I only observed the outer layer of their camp, so there might be more. Garandval frowned. It seems like we have underestimated the size of the goblin colony. It turns out that they have more warriors hidden in the marshlands. He muttered. Everyone waited for his decision. Garandval thought for a moment before he spoke. Let's go back to the kingdom. We need to make some changes in our strategy. With Dahan and Igris in critical condition, their military power was significantly weakened. Not to mention that many of their elite elven warriors had also fallen. Yes, Your Majesty. No one disagreed with the Elven King's decision. They also believed that it was wise to retreat given the losses that they had suffered. Forcing the attack would only lead to even greater casualties. The army created makeshift wagons using the trees from the nearby forest to transport the wounded soldiers. After cleaning up the battlefield, they returned to the Greenwood Kingdom with gloomy faces. They had won 2 battles, but no one was in the mood to celebrate. The fear of an even greater foe weighed heavily upon them. 2 days later, all the highest-ranking officers had gathered for an urgent meeting in the Elven King's treehouse. Alaric was also invited to the meeting, but because he was only an elite knight, he had no right to participate in the discussion. Just like the other officers present, his role was only to listen and later inform his subordinates about what the higher UPS would decide. Alaric had no objections to the arrangements. What should we do, Your Majesty? We can't let our soldiers step into the marshlands. Who knows what kind of poisonous plants are there? Sending our warriors there is no different than letting them go to commit suicide. There was a fierce discussion between the Transcendent Knights and the 3-ringed Beast Soul Masters. Meanwhile, Lucas, Warwick, and Galinar were silent the entire time. They only responded when someone asked them questions, but other than those instances, they didn't speak a word. Silence! Shouted Garandval, his face looking grim. He then turned his gaze to Lucas and asked. Do you have any opinion, Lord Lucas? Everyone looked at him with serious faces. Although they had yet to see his power, they didn't dare take him lightly. Lucas rubbed his chin. Strategizing wasn't his strongest suit, but he still had plenty of experience in large-scale warfare. With their current situation, initiating the attack was simply a foolish move. He stood up and pointed at the battle map where the marshlands were located. Our warriors are more skilled in land warfare and we prefer to fight as a cavalry. However, we cannot utilize our full potential in this location. In addition, your elven warriors are more adept at fighting in the forest with dense vegetation, but we can't make use of the trees in the marshlands due to the presence of the poisonous plants. In short, attacking the goblin camp will be disastrous for our army." Some people agreed with his words, while some contemplated deeply without revealing their emotions. "Here is what we can do." Lucas moved his finger to the area next to the marshlands. It was a dense forest inhabited by numerous wild beasts and monsters. "We can set up a trap here since this is the only safe exit from the marshlands. Furthermore, the forest is the perfect place for the elven warriors to showcase their abilities," Lucas told them his suggestion. Hearing this, Garandval drummed his fingers on the table, seemingly in deep thought. "His suggestion is straightforward, but it is also the best option for us." He was silent for a moment before he opened his mouth. "Is there anyone else with a better solution?" He scanned the people gathered, but no one spoke up. "In that case, we will proceed with Lord Lucas' suggestion." They discussed more about what kind of traps they would use and how they would distribute their forces. An hour later, the meeting finally concluded. When Alaric stepped out of the treehouse, he saw Ivana standing outside with a few elven ladies. She smiled upon seeing him, while he smiled back in response. They didn't say anything to each other, but they felt like they had interacted with their eyes. "Don't you want to talk with her?" Lucas' voice drifted into his ears. Alaric was taken aback. "What are you talking about, my lord?" He forced a smile. Lucas gave him a knowing glance and snorted. "Stop acting innocent." Alaric could only shake his head with a nervous chuckle. "Let us talk about this when everything is over." Lucas no longer pursued the matter and headed to the treehouse arranged for him. Meanwhile, Alaric also headed to his treehouse. "Now that a more powerful enemy has emerged, I cannot afford to relax anymore. It is time to use that equipment upgrade card." Thinking about this, a notification appeared in front of him. "Do you want to use your equipment upgrade card on the selected item?" "Yes, no." I can actually use it on this." Chapter 200 to 200, Epic Battle Armor. Alaric clicked yes. "Congratulations! You have upgraded your rare battle armor to Epic Battle Armor." Epic Battle Armor. Defense, 50. Durability, 50. There was no noticeable change in the appearance of the battle armor, but Alaric, who was wearing it, felt the sudden change in its weight and flexibility. Before the upgrade, the armor was a bit heavier. It was also a bit more difficult to move around, especially when he made abrupt turns and twists. However, those minor issues have been resolved. Wow! It almost feels like I am just wearing a thick layer of clothes. It feels so comfortable to wear with no hint of awkwardness. He was satisfied with the improvement in his battle armor. Just the improved flexibility was already impressive. Let us test out the armor's durability. Maybe there are some changes in the engraved ability too. He couldn't wait to test it out. He unsheathed his custom-made short sword and tried stabbing through the armor with minimal force. When the sword's blade touched the armor, it slid off without even leaving a mark on the surface. Alaric applied more strength to the sword, but the same thing happened. "Amazing!" he exclaimed in his heart, his eyes shining with delight. "What if I apply mana to the short sword? Will it remain undamaged?" Thinking about this, Alaric imbued mana into the short sword and slashed his left arm guard. Clang! A dull clang echoed after the short sword struck his arm guard, but when he lifted the short sword, he discovered no damage on the arm guard. Unbelievable! He had already imbued mana into that attack, but the sword didn't even leave a scratch on the armor. I haven't even used the armor's engraved ability, but it managed to withstand the short sword's power. What if I use my rare steel sword? The rare steel sword was a relic-level weapon, and it also possessed an engraved ability which significantly increased its sharpness and power. Alaric made the same test. He swung his rare steel sword at his arm guard. Clang! Surprisingly, there was still no dent or even a scratch on the armor. This time, Alaric imbued the rare steel sword with mana, but without using the engraved ability of the sword. Clang! Alaric felt a light pain in his arm due to the impact, but there was still no damage on the armor except for a small white mark that quickly disappeared after a few seconds. What? This armor is actually capable of self-repair. This must be the new ability of the armor. He was ecstatic. Now, he had more confidence in the upcoming battle. I should let my father use this armor since he will be the one fighting with that terrible monster. He thought to himself. He wasn't stupid enough to believe that he had become invincible just because he had upgraded his battle armor. The power of a goblin monarch might not be enough to break the armor, but the force would still leave him critically wounded or even kill him. After a night of rest, the elven and human warriors left the kingdom to set up the traps. They made sure that there were no goblins nearby when they were setting up everything. The elves weren't proficient in this field, so it was mostly the human warriors who did most of the work. This was because they thought that it was despicable to lay down traps. However, the elves were surprisingly amenable to the task. Perhaps their hatred for the goblins weighed heavier than keeping their chivalry. It was already nightfall when they had completed the task. Now, all they needed to do was wait for the goblins to fall into their trap. At this moment, the elven warriors were hidden on top of the trees, observing the surroundings as they waited for the goblins to arrive. On the other hand, the human warriors hid behind the thick foliage while keeping their eyes peeled. A few hours later, just when midnight came, they sensed the ground trembling. They are coming! Everyone thought to themselves as they looked in the same direction. It was the entry point of the forest and also the place where the goblin army would pass by. Soon, they finally caught sight of the goblin army. More and more goblin warriors entered the forest. There were so many of them that some of the wild beasts inhabiting the forest left in fear. Hidden behind a big tree, Alaric sent a signal to his subordinates. Their task was to provoke the goblins and make them rush over to their location. After getting his signal, hundreds of human warriors knocked their arrows and released them. Suu! 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 In the next moment, the rain of arrows descended from the sky, killing dozens of unlucky goblin warriors on the spot. The goblin army was startled and there was a moment of confusion on their side which caused them to lose more warriors. The goblin monarchs immediately stepped out to quell the confusion. They commanded the goblin warriors to charge forward and avenge their brethren. Eek! 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 The weird squeaking noises of the goblins echoed through the forest, chilling the hearts of the human and elven warriors. Everyone hardened their hearts, forcing themselves to calm down. Suddenly, huge holes appeared on the ground, causing hundreds of goblins to fall where sharp spikes were waiting for them at the bottom. Eek! Eek! Aetheric! The goblins emitted pain squeaks and squeals, but this didn't stop their army from charging towards the human warriors hidden in the dense vegetation. What foolish creatures! Alaric sneered in his mind when he saw the goblins mindlessly charging despite the heavy casualties they had suffered. He didn't waste any time and made a whistling sound, signaling their retreat. As soon as he made the signal, everyone left without hesitation. It is our turn now, thought Sunset, who was hiding on top of the trees. She then made a sharp sound to signal the next step of their plan.